Let's get going here. Raise your hand if it's your first time to Indy. Okay. Keep your hand up if it's nicer than you thought it would be. This is not Detroit. Wait, is anybody from Detroit? So we can make fun of your city. Is anybody from St. Louis? So see, most people, has anybody been to St. Louis? And is Indy nicer than St. Louis? Exactly. See, most people think St. Louis is like the quintessential flyover state. There's no good reason to go to St. Louis. People are happy just to see the arches flying over. They think Indy's going to be similar. Are we live streaming? I always got to remember that now. I have to upgrade from rated R to PG-13. Raise your hand if we've met you through Anderson. Legacy. Pendleton. All of the above. Okay, great. Well, we're excited that you're here. Everybody got something to eat? Cool. I feel like our spacing is pretty good. And I think last month we had over 100 with us on the live stream. That's a new thing that we're doing. I just have to remember not to play music or show YouTube videos without stopping the live stream, because YouTube does not like that. They kick our whole live stream off if we, even if we overlap the background music from Spotify for 2 seconds, they kick us off the live stream. So gotta be careful about that. So we have quite a few friends here that I'm going to introduce today. Right off the bat, Travis, will you raise your hand? Everybody say hi to Travis. Travis is my partner in our Charlotte operation. Downstairs on your way in, some of you probably met Tara. She is our head broker and partner here in the Indy operation. And I don't see Brittany this morning. Oh, yeah. So our partner in Kansas City, Brittany, is, 6 months pregnant? And she's getting pregnant sleep. So we told her to sleep in this morning. So she'll be here today. Brittany is really interesting. She's from Dallas. And I met her because we've had an Alpine in Dallas for about 10 years. And she was actually buying properties from one of the big Wall Street funds. And we recruited her to do acquisitions for us. So Brittany is a partner in the Kansas City operation, does most of the acquisitions for me here now in Indianapolis. She's bought in 6 years 8,000 properties. Wow. Yeah, so she's very impressive. She's beautiful mind. My kids play a lot of video games. And, you have like a video game character. He'll be like 10 on weapons, 1 on energy. They have like the different rankings. So Brittany's like 12 out of 10 on analytical, like 1 on personal life organization. So when you talk to her, you'll know that it's difficult to track a conversation with her. But put her in a spreadsheet at an auction, she's like fire, right? She loses her phone once a month. She goes through 6 laptops a year. She leaves them in planes. She leaves them in rental cars. One time she called. She grew up in Dallas, went to college in Texas. Had never lived outside of Texas when we met her, and she called me once. She said, "Hey, I just landed in Dallas," and then she's like, "Oh my God, it's snowing." I said, "What? Really? In March?" And I said, and then she's like, "Wait, hold on a minute." So she's like, it's like the teacher in Charlie Brown. And she's like, "Oh my God, I just flew into Dulles." I said, "You're such a hot mess. You booked a flight to Dulles, got on the damn flight, didn't realize it until you saw snow and realized it wasn't DFW? That's Brittany." But it's interesting, they always talk about transitioning from working in your business to working on your business. It's a very difficult step for business owners. And 5 years ago, I had transitioned out of working in I wasn't screening tenants anymore. I wasn't doing budgets, but I was still buying all of the deals. I didn't know how I could duplicate that. And so when Brittany's here, I'll talk about how we systemize that. But it's been interesting because we've looked at like 100 properties where I look at it and say, hey, I would pay $67,000 for it. And she runs her analytical, and we're like plus or minus about 3% margin of error. So, and she tends to be more conservative because I roll the dice a little bit more than she does. So that's been a really cool thing, because now the only thing I focus on is bigger projects with my investors. I still do, about a third of our business is with institutional investors. Anybody want to define what that means? What's that? Yes, they are usually crazy. Eccentric. What?
Are you talking about REITs?
REITs would be institutional. What's a REIT? Real estate investment trust. Okay. What else would be institutional? Banks, although we don't do anything with banks other than buy from them. Private equity. Hey, who's heard the word private equity but wouldn't feel comfortable explaining it to the class? That's very common. Okay. So because if you have private equity, then you must have public equity. So what would be public equity? Stocks, because when you buy a stock, you're buying what? A piece of ownership of that company, right? You get a certificate, you get a stock certificate if you buy it, right? So private equity is a non-public company, and it's usually just a bunch of rich people that have agreed to invest in something specific, and they usually designate one of them to be the main investor. And then they pre-agree on a profit split. So imagine if I said to everyone in the room, let's assume you all have $100 million, and this weekend we're discussing a private equity offering, and I'm proposing that we do trailer parks. And so, and I've been to these types of weekend meetings, and so I discuss the fact that over the last 4 years, I've bought 9 trailer parks, and over the last 4 years, I've set up 3 modular home dealerships, and we've just done a modular home development with FHA financing. And then I talk about why we like brand new mobile homes instead of used ones, and how we get the lot rent, and then we put a brand new home, and then we get rent from the home itself. We actually don't sell those homes, so we're getting 2 checks from every person who lives in a trailer park. And how we actually like distressed parks, because we can go in and I can replace all the plumbing and put new roads in, put new fencing, and put 25 brand new homes. So the city loves me because it's not an eyesore anymore. It's filling the affordable housing problem that we have in the United States. At some point, or at any time when we have a really good renter, we can convert them to a homeowner and sell them the home, and they still keep paying us the lot rent forever. Or they can take the home off the property and put it on their own land on a permanent foundation, and then we can put another brand new one in and start over again. So it's like a brand new apartment complex with a condo element where you can sell any one of the units off, because you can't do that with a brand new apartment complex. And that banks like it from a security standpoint, because the homes aren't trailers. What people used to think trailers were, homes are actually real stick-built homes since 1976 when HUD changed the requirement. And you all agree with me, and everybody agrees to throw in $2 million. That's private equity. And private equity is the biggest force in real estate right now. Since 2012, private equity started buying up single-family homes across America and now own 8% of the homes in America. Raise your hand if you did not know that. Private equity is the biggest landlord in America. And it's been a massive opportunity for us. I'm a partner in a private equity fund with some investors out of Chicago. We have $10 million. We have a flipping fund. I've bought parks with private equity. So that's about a third of the business that we do. We have about 900 investors we've sold properties to over the last 15 years that we manage for them. We have stuff in Dallas. We have some stuff in Florida, Charlotte, Kansas City, here in Indy. Indy's our biggest operation. How many of you wondered, why do I have to go to Indianapolis? We wanted you to see the mothership. The building next door, today when we take a break, the building next door was built in 1890, and we've owned it for 15 years. It was like a general store back in the day. So we've had an office there for 15 years. And then I have, 3 years ago, we were spread out in 3 different buildings downtown here. We had management in a building. We had Alpine Construction in that building. Next door, we had our brokerage and our title company And then I had a radio station because we did a radio show here. And we decided to consolidate everything, so we bought this lot. This is a historical district, and they were not happy that we wanted to build a property management business. The neighbors wanted this to be a coffee shop. They were disappointed. That building across the street was like 1880. And because it was a historical district, you'll notice they made us match the exterior brick. You can see they came out to check to make sure the colors matched. And they made our exterior balconies somewhat imitate theirs. They made us match the limestone. We didn't really have any choice on the exterior of the building. But we knew we wanted they didn't care what we did on the interior side, so I just wanted open industrial kind of space. So the first floor is Alpine Property Management. Out on the first floor, we're managing 1,500 properties, single-family homes, and then we're managing about 200 doors of apartments here in town. We have about 30 Airbnbs that we manage out of the office downstairs. The building next door is my office, the gym, and accounting, because we don't like the Eeyores mixing with the managers. I call the accounting department the Eeyores, because you go in there and they're like, "Hi, Aaron." I'm like, "Hey, our CFO, Beth, how's it going? I heard you just got back from vacation." "Yeah, but COVID." "How much you get a chance to relax, recharge?" "Yeah, it's just, you know." My favorite was a couple years ago. I was like, "Beth, you got married." "Yeah, I didn't want it to be a big deal." We would have loved to at least get you a present. "No, I didn't care about that." So I've learned to silo accounting in their own space, not to mention the fact they get anxiety when there's a lot of noise and traffic and music upstairs. So they're very happy over there. Try not to disturb them. Feel free to check it out. But this is a cool building. My dad was originally from Indianapolis. I'm like sixth generation of hillbilly. Well, there's no hills in Indiana, so it's just billies. I have a proud Billy heritage here in Indiana. My family tree goes straight up. Yeah. My mom's family is from out west. Anybody ever hear of Ely, Nevada? Ely, Nevada is 240 miles north of Las Vegas. And my mom's family were Mormon pioneers. Anybody hear of Mormons? Okay, any Mormons in the room? Oh, good. Let's make fun of the live stream. So they came out with Brigham Young, because no matter how you bring them young. Is that good? Let's not tell that joke when my wife's here. We can have a circle of trust. Okay? And so I grew up with a really interesting background because my mom's brother was what they call a Jack Mormon. Have you ever heard of that? That's when you are a Mormon in name only because you drink Jack Daniels. So I had an uncle that was a Jack Mormon, and he was in the Army, was an MP, was a heavyweight boxing champ at West Point, was a badass, went to law school at University of Nevada, Reno, and then he clerked for the Supreme Court, the Nevada Supreme Court. And this was in the early 1970s. And the state of Nevada realized, who's seen the movie Casino? So the state of Nevada realized that their whole casino operation in Nevada and Las Vegas were giant mob money laundering operations. And so they said, we have to regulate casino gaming. And so my uncle was tasked and basically wrote the first draft of the casino gaming regulation in the early 70s to regulate casino gaming. They passed the laws. Steve Wynn, you've heard of him? Okay. Steve Wynn said, I want to hire to be the president of my casino the guy that wrote the laws. So in 1975, my uncle took over as the president of the Golden Nugget Casino in Las Vegas. And so he's the opposite of a mobster. He was a lawyer that wrote the laws. And he was a Jack Mormon. So he didn't have a Italian heritage of mob money. My parents had got married in 1972. I was born in 73. And my dad was trying to work as a realtor in Las Vegas, doing real estate. my uncle said, you're not making any money for my sister. Why don't you come work with me in the casino? So my hillbilly Indiana father found himself working in a casino in 1976. When I was 3, I started kindergarten in Las Vegas in 1978. I'm the oldest of 7 children, 7 and 12 years. In fact, this number 2 is an Irish twin because he was born 54 weeks after me. And number 3 was born 60 weeks after that. They were busy. That's part of the Mormon culture, right? But so my dad was kind of this Indiana casino executive, Presbyterian. My mom was this 7th generation Mormon. So I had a very interesting religious upbringing. Megan had a pretty traditional Utah mom, dad, 7th generation Mormon upbringing. I had like the hybrid upbringing. But my mom won on all things church related. So I was raised in the Mormon church. When I was 19, I went on my mission. Name tag, bicycle, helmet. They sent me to Venezuela. So I did my freshman year of college at BYU, and then went down to Venezuela and got down there. I had 4 years of high school Spanish and realized I didn't know any Spanish because if you can't understand what they're saying, there's no good to you. But that was one of the best, to this day, it's been one of the best experiences of my life. Venezuela, many of you have heard, is now worse than Haiti in terms of third world living. People are starving there. And the horrible irony is they have more oil reserves than Saudi Arabia. Underneath it's like the oil now is spilling out and running down the streets. It's such a mess because it's not being pumped out. And when I got to Venezuela in 1992 as a 19-year-old, it was one of the wealthiest nations in South America. I remember the bolivar was trading at 4 to $1, and it's now like 4 million. That's how much it's devaluated, the currency. And it was a beautiful country, beautiful democracy. I got there in November of 92, and Thanksgiving Day, there was a coup attempt on the government by a military leader named Hugo Chavez. And so for the 2 years that I was down there, he was in jail. And then I get back in 1994, go back to BYU, and hear that he's running for president. And then hear that he takes over as president. And I knew that was a bad thing for Venezuela. And over those 2 years that I was there, I really grew to love that country. I had complete Spanish language immersion. They put me on a bus and sent me out to eastern Venezuela to a town called Puerto La Cruz that was like a beach community. And they said, they'll be waiting for you when you get out there. And I remember being on the bus, looking down to make sure that my luggage made it in the bottom of the bus and not, I was 19. We're so ignorant as Americans, right? So many of us don't even have passports. We're like, I like to travel. What do you do? Well, I went to Branson this year, and then we were down in Florida. It's really funny what we call traveling here in the U.S. And I'm always amazed when people don't have a passport and haven't been anywhere except for maybe Canada and Mexico. And people will spend $5,000 to go to Hawaii when that's the same travel day as Europe. But they're comfortable in Hawaii, or they're comfortable in Puerto Rico, and they're scared. And I'm like, you're missing out. Anyway, that's a whole nother seminar. But when I finished my mission, my dad was actually working at a casino in Venezuela in the Caribbean on Margarita Island. So I did some translating for him. And I don't think my mom ever forgave him because the wheels started to come off my Mormon experience. And then I got back, and my dad said, hey, let me get you a job. At this time, when I was in 7th grade, we moved to Atlantic City because Steve Wynn built a gold nugget in Atlantic City, New Jersey. And my dad got a job there. And then he had an opportunity to take over as the senior vice president of the Taj Mahal, owned by Donald Trump. And it was actually managed by his brother, Robert, who just passed away. Robert was an absolute beautiful person. Charitable, kind, soft-spoken, not arrogant, not pompous, very intelligent, pretty much the opposite of his brother. And he was, my dad actually really liked Robert. Robert came to my dad's funeral when my dad passed in 2005. My dad loved working for Robert. He really enjoyed running the Taj Mahal. But the Taj Mahal was loaded with debt. They had to make $1 million a day in gross revenue to break even. Trump over-encumbered it, as well as his other casinos, which is ultimately why they went bankrupt. But when I got back from my mission, my dad actually got me a job bartending in the casino. And so, it's interesting. When you go to BYU pays for 98% of the operating costs for the university. And so my tuition was only $1,000 a semester for this amazing university. And so, but bartending in Atlantic City, my best summer I made 30 grand, right? If I made less than $400 a day in tips, that was a bad day. So, but when you go back to BYU, you have to meet with your local pastor, the bishop, and have an interview. And they call it an ecclesiastical interview. So that was always very, so Brother Aaron, what did you do this summer? I was at a restaurant. Yeah. Oh, really? Where? Here in Provo? No, back in New Jersey. Oh, really? Where? Yeah, in Atlantic City. At a casino? Yes. And what did you do? Well, I made drinks. So you're a bartender and an alcohol bartender? Because, Brother Aaron, if you drink at BYU, you can be kicked out. No, Bishop, I'm good. And I would just learn to be completely honest, just think, not today. So, have you been drinking, Brother Aaron? No. Not today. Semantics, right? Because I loved BYU. And, who's heard of Jim McMahon? Jim McMahon went to BYU, and he was a Mormon. He's Catholic, and he married a Mormon girl. And it was funny when he got drafted by the Chicago Bears when he left BYU in 1984 or 1982. And in his press conference, he had his BYU jersey and a beer because he was sending a message. And so he's like the most famous, Jack Mormon because he married a Mormon. And BYU wouldn't put him in their Hall of Fame until he finished his degree. So he went back a couple of years ago and finished his degree, and then they put him in their Hall of Fame. He's in the NFL Hall of Fame. He wasn't in the college BYU Hall of Fame because they ain't playing. It's their rules. But I loved my experience at the university, and so when I'm at a sports bar watching a BYU game, I wear my Jim McMahon jersey because that sends a message, to any other Mormons that might wonder why I'm drinking a beer in a sports bar watching a BYU game, because they feel like that's a dichotomy. I got a degree in history. I minored in Spanish because when I got back from Venezuela, I tested out of Spanish 101, 202. What else? Literature. I tested out of 18 semester credits of Spanish that first semester back. So it was easy to get, a few more classes and get my minor. And I got a degree in history because I had no idea what I wanted to do with that. I thought some kind of business. It was interesting. Who's read the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad? So I had a rich dad, and he had a very firm policy about not giving any money to any of the 7 children. He would get you a job at the casino, but he's like, you pay for college. If you want a car, you pay for the car. He would say, our family is rich. He would say, our family is not rich. Mom and I are rich. We are not rich. We are rich. You are poor. You are dependents. When you are 18, you will leave my house. I will not give you money. I said, well, Dad, why am I working in the casino? He's like, you can rent the basement from me. You pay me $300 a week. It's a smoking deal. And so literally my brother and I we slept out in the main room of the basement and paid my dad $300 a week when we worked at the casino. No, none of the 7 Adams children got a penny for college, got a car. None of us lived in Tom Adams' house past the age of 18. You know what? The youngest one did, the little shit. He, when you have these big families, it's like he grew up in a different home than I did. My dad just let him use one of his cars. But what's interesting is I'm a millionaire. My brother Casey's worth $250 million. He lives in Salt Lake. He does supply chain management. My sister Alita has a master's in education. Her husband's a tax attorney. My brother Brant does real estate. He does really well. My brother, there's always one. There's always one. We can turn the live stream on. there's one that kind of got down a bad path. My sister Carrie's a CPA, her husband's a CFO, and my youngest brother Evan's a millionaire. I mean, interesting, all 7 of us ended up in a pretty good spot, right? Without any handouts. So if you have those dependent millennial children, Gen Zers, cut them off. You're not doing them any favors. You're not helping them. Now, it's interesting because I have 2 boys, and Meg and I are a blended family. So I have these 2. I have full custody of my 2 boys, and Meg has 3 girls and a boy. And as you can see, we are the Ginger Bradys. We got the Gingers, and 3 girls and 3 boys. There's a story. We've been married for 4 years, and it's been interesting because who's had a chance to talk to Megan? Okay, Carrie, Meg is nice and very kind and very well spoken. She's the opposite of me. And it's funny, it worked for my dad, so I'm that same kind of parent. I said to my boys, I found this sign at Alcatraz that said, you are only entitled to food, shelter, and health care. Those are your only 3 rights. Everything else is a privilege. And I hang that up in my kid's bedroom as a reminder. And my son will be 17 next month, and he knows that he is moving out in 12 months. The second he's done with high school, he knows that he doesn't. Now, I bought a car for him to use because I have a G-Wagon, and he ain't using that shit. So I bought him a $4,000 beater that he drives around. But that's not his car. I'm like, that's my car. You're just using that car. When you turn 18, you better figure it out because you won't have a car. And while you use that car, it's at my discretion. So whenever you're my personal Uber for your little brother or anything else that I need. And so I give him money for gas. I pay for the insurance. And, it's funny because I find myself saying to my boys, we are not rich. I am rich. You are what you are on my tax return, a dependent. You are nothing more than a tax credit financially for me. And, when Meg and I got married, we had to redo our trust. So we meet with this trust attorney. Who has a trust? Okay, who doesn't have a trust? Homework assignment this weekend, figure out whether you need a trust. Who has an S Corp? Who has a C Corp? Who has neither an S Corp or a C Corp, but needs more tax write-offs? Got to figure that out this weekend because all rich people keep an S Corp or a C Corp. You run a bunch of your money through that. It allows you to make expenses you've been paying for out of your personal account and pay for them out of your business account. Therefore, you don't pay taxes on them. Well, I'm going to break that down for you this weekend. Okay? Who would like a lower tax rate? We're going to talk about that. Okay? It's not that the rich have secret write-offs. It's they learn to spend more out of their business account. Let me give you a very simple example. In my gym next door, I got a Peloton, I got an elliptical, we got a new weight machine coming in, we got a new treadmill coming in. How many of you pay for your gym membership out of your personal account? Okay? I worked out this morning on Alpine's dime, right? I had built a shower downstairs. I took a shower afterwards on Alpine's dime. All of my food and drink this weekend will be on Alpine's dime. My plane flight out here on Alpine's dime. So what the wealthy do is they learn to shift the money from their personal account to their business account and create legitimate business expenses. Does that make sense? Now, I offer that gym to all my employees, so it's a common amenity. Therefore, it's completely deductible. Now, that's not a big deal. That's $50 a month, but it adds up when you start to change all of your behavior. My goal, if I make $5 million in a year, I never want to put more than $100,000 in my personal account. We're going to talk about that. When I finished at BYU, my wife got accepted to the PhD program at Loma Linda University. Any Southern Cal? No Southern Cal this month? Wow. So she got accepted to the PhD program in 1997. We moved to Southern California. I had been bartending at Outback Steakhouse, and I kept bartending at Outback Steakhouse when we got down there. And I started thinking, what am I going to do? I applied. I said, my dad's rich. I want to be rich. I have a rich dad. He's not giving me any money. I want to be rich like him. So maybe I should get a master's degree in business, because then I can learn how to make money, like my dad. Because I knew I didn't want to work in the casino. People, has anybody ever worked in a casino? The people working in a casino, it's like The Walking Dead. Because they have a great job and a shitty career. You make great money and you hate, I mean, it was so sad. Like every summer it was like depressing. They would obsess about like the casino basketball league because they hated their job so much. They would obsess about, it's like knitting a quilt for your prison cell. Anything to clean it up because what you're doing is it's so meaningless. It's so, you're not contributing. You're not filling yourself. It's a horrible gig, and everyone who gets in it feels trapped. I mean, I bartended and it was union, and the day one bartender at our casino made $180,000 a year on 30 hours of work a week. So he could never leave. You know, where could he make that kind of money for that little stress? No emails, no headaches. You know, when you leave your job, you leave it. So I knew I didn't want to do that, but I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. And I really didn't have a real degree. Because history, a Bachelor of Arts in history, not even teaching, is worthless. I mean, you could go to law school with it, but who has a Bachelor of Science degree? Any engineers? Any CPAs? Any math majors? Who was my engineers? What kind of engineering degree? Civil, electrical, computer. So like real degrees, not a real degree. Right? More fun in college, less fun in college. No. So what's that? Yeah, because I remember the engineering students. They had their own building, and they were always in that lobby studying. I would just have to write papers the night before, and just, you know, I knew I could do 4 finished pages per hour. So if it was a 60-page paper, I worked backwards to allocate, 15 hours. History was easy, and I actually loved history. So I had a friend I played volleyball in college, and I had a friend who said, hey, my brother's the varsity volleyball coach in Temecula. Why don't you, he needs a freshman coach. And I thought, that'd be fun. I could do that, while bartending. So he said, you got to have an interview with the principal. So I went to meet with the principal of the high school, and he said, what was your degree? And I said, history. And he said, what was your minor? And I said, Spanish. And he's like, I need a Spanish teacher. And I said, I don't have a teaching credential. And he's like, this is California. We don't care. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, we have an emergency credential. You can start in 2 weeks. And I said, what am I going to teach them? I said, I know I'm going to teach them what every Spanish student wants to learn the first day. Coño, mierda, right? Cabrón. Like, I'm going to just start with the swear words. And those don't count as swear words, because Meg has me on a swear count. Like, every weekend, it's no more than 3 swear words per day. I've been pretty good at that, right, Karen? Ish. Yeah. But we can have a circle of trust. I haven't used any of them yet, right? Okay. So, he said, if you're interested, I said, well, what does it pay? He's like, 40 grand. I'm like, well, shit, that's more than I'm making at Outback Steakhouse. And I said, all right, I'll do it. Now, who has heard of Richard Branson? Love Richard Branson. His mantra is, I say yes and I figure it out. Say yes and figure it out. Say yes and figure it out. He's made billions by just saying yes. When I first heard that, I thought he's kind of trivializing it, but he isn't really. Think for a minute about your biggest wins. Think for a minute about the things that you've done that you're most proud of. Parenting, your prize vegetables at the state fair, your garden, the trophies that you've, real or virtual, that you've earned in your life. My guess is that you didn't deliberately set out to achieve that. You stumbled into it. You kept saying yes. Who are my business owners? Okay? Anybody want to share? What? Remind me your name again?
Susan.
So Susan, what business do you own? What kind of business? Real estate investment. And how did you get into that?
I said yes.
To what?
To a friend at the time who was going to attend the Rich Dad 3-day weekend.
And they invited you to go as a guest?
Yeah, brought me along as a guest. And they first day I sat there like this, like, yeah, go ahead and try and sell me something, maybe. And then by the second day, she started to get into the meat of how it actually works.
Yeah.
And I thought, I could do that. I could do that. As a matter of fact, I've been doing, she's talking about creative finance. I've been doing that for 20 years.
And that was 4 years ago.
In the law practice, and, just to survive, I could do that.
And you're JD?
My ex-husband.
Your ex-husband's JD?
Yeah, we worked together.
Okay. Who else has a business they own? What do you own? All right. How'd you get into that?
I worked for an old company and I didn't want to work for somebody else anymore, so I made a plan to open my own.
You just said yes. You just did it. Anybody have some personal life achievement you're really proud of?
Yeah.
What?
This was for Jim. I said yes when he asked me to marry him, and I said yes when he said let's have 4 children.
See? You mean you didn't have a spreadsheet that showed ovulation times, perfect, how to make kids?
I never considered having 4 children, but something that he wanted 4 of them.
Yes.
Yes. No parenting classes. So my boys and their mom and I got divorced when they were 2 and 1. And I kind of thought I could make it work. Like, she was Mormon, I was kind of Mormon, and it didn't work that well when we started having kids. So we actually settled and got divorced, and then a year and a half later, she remarried a very devout Mormon guy, and I found myself as the co-parent of these 2 little boys. And every 10 days, I would fly to Utah, where she lived, and for 4 days, I would take my boys, starting with when they were 2 and 1. And thank God I was the oldest of 7, because I changed a lot of diapers. And I just figured it out. And so I would be, every 10 days, I would stop what I was doing in Dallas and flying in Kansas City and then Indianapolis and then California, and just figured it out. But she was kind of the default parent. I was kind of the backup parent, right? Because I was like Disneyland dad, show up on the weekend or show up and be the fun guy. And then she was the boss. And then when Meg and I got remarried, when Meg and I got married, not remarried. That's not Freudian. My boys, their psychologist mom said, hey, boys need their dad. They're now in 6th and 4th grade. Why don't you take over? And I said, all right, what do you mean? And she said, stop. You don't have to give me the $5,000 a month in child support. I'll give you full custody, and then I'll be the backup parent, and you be the default parent. And I said, yes. And then I'm like, shit, it's like on me. I got to decide like video games and bedtimes, and now I got to learn who the orthodontist is and who the friend is and what the favorite toy to sleep with is, and now it's all me. Now she's the Disneyland mom, and now it's funny because she texts me this week, hey, when do the boys have swim meets? Hey, how are things going with grades? Like, 4 years later. I'm the one who does all of that, and I know who the ortho is, and I know who the dentist is, and I know when the last time Tommy's had his teeth cleaned, and I know what size shoes the boys wear, and what their grades are right now. And she just is Disneyland. They just go to her house. She just put a new $100,000 pool in, and she gets to be Disneyland mom. But it's been kind of an interesting journey. But part of the agreement when I got custody of the boys was that I started spending 15 days a month in Idaho. No more just keep an apartment and show up. It was that I had to move there. And think how hard that is when you have a $40 million operation here, a $15 million operation in Charlotte, a $10 million operation in Kansas City, a $5 million operation in Dallas, and nothing in Idaho except for those 2 little boys. And you talk about your why. And that was my number 1 why. So I said yes. And now I have a $15 million operation in Idaho because I'm there. And what are they? I was like, all right, they're at school. I have no more emails to answer. And I bought a 60-unit apartment complex. And then I bought 8 acres and developed homes. And then I did modular homes. And then I bought 2 trailer parks. And I set a mobile home dealership up. And now I look like a genius because I really ended up in Idaho because Mom moved there when she got remarried. But now Idaho's like the number 1 growth state in America. Because all of California is leaving. And they all really like Boise. And we're in southeastern Idaho. So I started teaching high school. And 2 weeks, I've learned very quickly. They gave me 2 history classes, and I learned very quickly I just needed to be a week ahead of my students. So I would just read ahead in the lesson plans, and that was really all. It wasn't that hard because I knew history and I knew Spanish, and I got to coach, and I really loved coaching. And it was my superpower. And teaching was a superpower. I loved teaching those kids. And I love that teenage brain, like they know everything, but they're still very little. And some days a 30-year-old shows up, and some days a 3-year-old shows up. And if you treat the 3-year-old like a 30-year-old, things get very bad. If you treat the 30-year-old like a 3-year-old, things get bad also. And so you just got to figure out who's there that day and treat them accordingly. And that was some advice one of the other teachers at the high school gave me. He's like, just figure out if it's the 3-year-old or 30-year-old, treat them accordingly. And teenagers, that's how you unlock teenagers. And I thought, and it worked. And my volleyball team went undefeated. I had 40 little freshman girls. I kept every single girl that showed up. They said, we only have 12 uniforms. I said, we need to buy 28 more because I want to keep all 40. And they said, why keep so many? You can only put 6 on the court. I said, because I don't know who's going to be good. And we won every single game that year. The next year I moved up to be the JV coach, and I kept 20 of those 40. And we won every single game that year. And then I coached them for club in off season for the other 9 months and rolled out the same offense that we had at BYU, which was the national champion, and started teaching them collegiate game strategy and collegiate technique. And the varsity coach came to me, and he only won like 30% of his games, and he said, how about we switch next year? You be the varsity coach, and I'll be your assistant, because I'm afraid these girls won't come back. And I said, sure. So I coached them again, club, the off-season. We went to under 16 U.S. Nationals at Cal Davis, finished like 20th in the country. These same group of girls, now I've been coaching them year-round for 3 years. As juniors, they won every single game in league. I was coach of the year. We went to states, made it all the way to semifinals, ran into a school called Rancho Santa Margarita, which is a private school, and they annihilated us because they can recruit. So it was like 6-1, 6-1, 6-1, right? And I just had my, who lived in my high school district girls. So we saw them in club again. We planned for that. We beat them in club. As seniors, we came back in. We won every single game in league. Made it to the finals. Rancho Santa Margarita again. And guess what happened? Now they kicked the shit out of us again. and everything's not a happy ending, right? And I remember going to the locker room, and I was like, girls, why are you crying? 6 of you have full ride scholarships. Another three of you have partial offers. Every one of you had the chance to play at the next level, if that's what you want. You guys have only lost twice in 4 years of high school volleyball. And this year, you guys finished second. Actually, you guys were number 1. You're the number 1 losers. You were the best of all losers in the state this year. And that's funny, right? See, I like this room. A lot of you agree with me that that's very dark and funny. You're my kind of people. Now, raise your hand if you didn't think that was very funny. Because you will love my wife. If you felt that was kind of rude and inappropriate, you and Meg are going to get along great. But if you like that, raise your hand. You're my this room is all my figures in October, right? Jack knows. We're Facebook friends. All this, my dad had left the casinos. He was doing hard money lending. Who's heard of hard money loans? Hard money loans are also called asset-based loans or non-recourse loans. And hard money loans are a great way in fact, let me break down hard money loans real quick because I want to describe the kind of lending that my dad did. Hard money loans. They're also called asset-based or non-recourse. Now, most of you The mortgage on your house is recourse. Debt. Most of you, your mortgage, your credit cards, your student loans, many of you, your business loans, your cars, those are all recourse debt. And what recourse debt means is if you don't pay the loan, they can take whatever they loaned on, plus they have additional recourse to screw you. Recourse debt is usually tied to your Social Security number, which is tied to your credit score. Your credit score is largely based on your Social Security number. Does that make sense? Okay? And so, whether you realize it or not, when you got that mortgage on your house, they said, hey, we will give you 3% because if you don't pay the mortgage, we can take the house, plus we can ruin your credit, 30, 60, 90 in a foreclosure, plus we can get a deficiency judgment, plus we could potentially force you into bankruptcy, all for not paying. So we'll give you this cheap rate if you give us full recourse. Does that make sense? Now, when I was teaching high school, I just thought there was loans. And that when you get a loan, you fill out a loan application. And when they say put down your Social Security number, you put that down. But rich people rarely do full recourse. I do not know an 8-figure, 9-figure, or 10-figure income earner. When I say 8-figure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, an 8-figure net worth, 9-figure. One of my private equity investors in our fund, I said to him, hey, do you do recourse debt? He's like, rarely. And I said, why? And he said, because why would I tie my whole net worth to one project? I said, to get cheaper interest. He's like, is it cheaper? And I said, well, I mean, do you think you're going to get foreclosed on? And he's like, no, that's not how you think about it. You got to go down to the contingency level and say, what's my worst case scenario? And, I was at the foreclosure auction a couple of years ago here in town, and a brand new house came on the market. I was at the auction for $40,000. Brand new construction, never been lived in. And I looked at the paperwork for the foreclosure. It included the whole cul-de-sac, a couple of acres, all the lots. It already had the sidewalks. It already had the street lights. And the first spec home had been built. $40K. It scared the shit out of me. I thought, well, maybe it's a second mortgage. Nope. Wasn't that. I thought maybe it's an IRS lien. Nope. Wasn't that. Maybe it's a home HOA lien. Nope. Wasn't that. It was a first trust deed in first position, and it covered all the dirt in the first house. I could not figure it out. Because having built homes, I knew, and knowing what the price of land was, that there was at least between land, utilities, asphalt, concrete, and the first house, there was $700K in that. Minimum. $700K to $900K. Oh, yeah, easily $1 million. And when I see a deal that good, it scares me. Because usually you can go to the auction, you get some singles, maybe you get a double, maybe you get a triple, but this is a grand slam, and grand slams don't happen because grand slams can also be strikeouts. And my very best deals have been like this, and also my very worst deals. So they make me nervous. All the adrenaline in my body releases when I'm contemplating bidding, because you could have bought it for $40,000, $1. So I didn't buy it. Another guy bought it, and a guy who I know. And so I called him up. I said, Todd, what's the deal on that? And he's like, oh, $40,000 waste of money. I said, what happened? He said, the person who owned the property, the developer, was a builder, and he bought the land, and he went into a local bank, and they said, we will do a non-recourse loan. You got to put 30% down. It will be short term, so 24 months, and it will be 8% APR. Okay? That's if you want non-recourse, meaning they can only take the project back if you default. They can't touch your credit. They can't touch any of your other assets. They can't do anything to you. He's like, I said, well, what would you do for full recourse? They said, well, for full recourse, we'll do 5% down, because they looked at his financials, and he's worth a couple $1 million as a builder. We'll do 60 months, and we will do 5% interest. And I thought, oh, it's kind of a no-brainer. This is going to make, it's going to be quite a bit more profit on this development. So he said, okay, fine, I'll do full recourse. They said, great. So he put his social down. He tied his whole life to that project, and he they came out and they tested the dirt, and the property had previously been, back in 1900, a garage. So, when they would change the oil, they would just dump it in the backyard. So it was a brownfield. So he paid an engineering firm to come in and clean all the dirt. He cleaned all the dirt. And then the engineering firm came back and they signed off on it. The city signed off on it. And okay, I'm good to go. So then he ran the water lines, ran the sewer lines, put the road in, put the sidewalks in, drawing down on that construction loan. And he built the home for $120 a square foot. And his vision was, I sell the first home, or I take an order on the next home, and then I just, by the time I've sold 4 of them, I break even, and I've paid the bank off, and I'll make pure profit on the last 6 homes. That's how he had done other developments. And so when he finished the first home, the city came out and said to issue a certificate of occupancy, and they did another soil sample, and it came back bad. And he said, you guys checked it before I built the damn house. Yeah, well, it's bad now. City officials don't give a shit. That's Johnny $10 an hour. Sometimes they hate you because they make life miserable for you. You show up and you remind them of what they don't make and who they aren't. That's why I never go meet with them. I always send like an architect dinner. I never show up at those city planning meetings. So when he didn't get the certificate of occupancy, he went to the bank and he said, what should I do? And they said, oh, what should you do? We don't know, but we're calling in the full load. Because that's how it works with banks. Whether you realize it or not, a bank is your partner. They are the worst kind of partner. Because they're like, we want the full amount due. He's like, well, I don't have it. And they said, well, you gave us full recourse. So that money in savings, ours. Equity in your house, ours. Forced him into bankruptcy. Lost the property, lost his business, went to work for like KB Homes as a contractor, building homes for one of the giant mega builders. Because he gave them full recourse. If he would have come out of pocket 30% down and paid the extra interest rate, then when he went to the bank and said, sorry guys, I can't get a certificate. Now, he had recourse against the engineering firm. But how long do those lawsuits take? So he would have had to pay the bank off and then sue the engineering firm and hope to get paid from that. Now, if he had the deep pockets for that, then he could have done that. So the rule of thumb with recourse debt that the 8, 9, and 10-figure net worth investors follow is never take on recourse debt that you can't easily clear with your other money and or litigate as needed. That's the rule of thumb. That's how the wealthy treat it. So I don't mind recourse debt on my personal residence because I have a $170,000 mortgage on a house that I have here in town. It's a recourse loan in my name. I made $170,000 last week. And so if there was an issue of litigation related to that mortgage, I could easily pay it off, pay a lawyer, and fight it. I don't mind recourse credit card debt. I mean, I have an Amex. It had, this morning when I woke up, I said that I put $3,000 on it on the last few weeks. I clicked pay entire balance. So I don't mind recourse credit card debt. I don't mind recourse car loan, or I usually lease my cars because you can write off 100% of the lease payment. It can be paid for out of your business account, but it's difficult to get Range Rover to put the lease in my business name, so I just have them put it full recourse in my personal name. Again, not a big deal. It was a $150,000 car. The lease amount is only the payment over 4 years, so my exposure is, $50K. And so who's never thought about debt that way? If this is the first time you're kind of thinking about it this way, raise your hand, right? So you're like, this is new. Not only was I not really aware of non-recourse loans, but I certainly didn't have a game plan to map out if then I would use it, because the interest rate is sexy, but there's strings to that interest rate. And many of you have not even been considering what those strings are. Now, the likelihood that you have a situation like this builder is very low, but this is a microcosm of what my goal is for the weekend. My goal this weekend is to teach you what I've learned over the last 20 years, going from making $40,000 a year as a teacher to this year we'll do over 100 million gross revenue. Okay? What have I learned about wealth creation? What have I learned about active income? What have I learned about passive income within real estate? What have I learned about reducing my taxes? What have I learned about litigation and liability? What have I learned about insurance? What have I learned about all of those topics? I just want to word vomit as much as I can onto you for 3 days. Does that make sense? My biggest problem, and this is where you will need to help me this weekend, is that I got 20 days worth of content that I could teach. Every time I lose money, and I lost money on deal number 2, every time I lose money, there's a little lesson in there that in my brain think I just paid tuition on that. So I just paid tuition because now I'm not. So on deal number 2, I should have got title. I should have got a survey. I should have got title insurance. I didn't get either. I lost $40,000. Since then, I've deals 3 through 10,000. I've never not had title insurance and or a survey if I had any question about it. Does that make sense? So I paid a $40,000 tuition payment to learn to always get title insurance, and most of the time I get a survey. Does that make sense? Okay. And I don't get a survey if it's an established neighborhood. I only get a survey if there's a question about the property line. I've just learned. Okay? If it's an established neighborhood, I don't worry about a survey. But I always get title insurance. I always use third-party escrow services or a law firm, depending on what kind of state it is. So my dad was doing non-recourse loans. He had about $30 million for non-recourse lending. And he had left the casinos, and they were doing really well. And so they did a loan on a golf. Some guys wanted to buy a golf course. And so they did 6 months loan on that. Now, most hard money loans, they charge points up front. Now, one thing I want to try to do for you this weekend, I call it K through 12ing. Because I taught K through 12. And I feel like, how many of you have been in a seminar where all of a sudden they lose you? And you're like, great, now for the next hour or whenever they change the subject, I'm screwed, okay? And I hate and I've been in a lot of seminars where they've lost me. So one of my goals is to K through 12 a lot of things for you. That's my superpower, is teaching, and I will break it down for you. So if I lose you, raise your hand. K through 12 before me, Aaron. I like that you just raise your hand. I didn't say Simon Says. So let me K through 12 hard money loans. They charge points. What does points mean? It's a percentage. So if you want to borrow 100K and I say, I'm going to charge you 3 points, that's 3% or 3 $1,000. You with me? So what's 1 point of $1 million? 10,000. See, now remember, I always say real estate is 6th grade math, but some of you forgot your percentages. What's 1% of a billion? Gazillion. Can I use my calculator? Yes, you can. Don't we have a math major or a CPA in the room? Because I was a history. Is he smart at math and arithmetic? Was he? What's your name? Yeah, you. Nick? Is Nick mathish? He's smart. Did he just like mutter out the right answers? All right, Nick, you need to help me out, dude. Because here's how you know I'm not a public speaker. Number one, I leave my slide presentation open. Drives people crazy. But you will see why, because I have about 120 slides and I skip around. I mean, how many of you have been in a seminar where they start with slide number 1, read it, talk about it, and then go to slide number 2? As your soul drips into the ground. I hate that. I would be happy if we did Q&A all weekend. That's what I do when I go to Hong Kong or China. I hand out when I walk in that morning, I give, and they're Americans are the shittiest students ever. Asians, best students ever. They could do 10 hours a day of content, take notes and listen and ask questions. Americans, we're like 10 minutes an hour. Don't give me more than 10 minutes of new content. My eyes gloss over, I start to drool. Trust me, you need the stories, because your ass will fall asleep if I go straight hard content. But because we're all conditioned way worse than the Asian. So I go to Hong Kong, I hand out little slips of paper and say, write 5 questions that you'd like to learn about investing in the United States. Then I collect them all, do a pile, open up my computer, and just start going through them. 10 hours a day. It's great. But in the US of A, we don't learn that way. So hard money loans are charged with points, APR, and term. So they'll say, we'll do 3 points. They'll say, we'll do 3 and 12 for 12 months. So they'll call it a 3, 12, 12 hard money loan. Meaning, if you borrow 100 grand, they're going to only give you 97,000 because they'll subtract the 3 points out. Okay, so they'll fund in 97, but you'll owe them 100, and then it'll be 12% APR. Usually they charge simple interest, so they'll say, you're going to owe us $9,700, a point a month, or even easier, they'll say you're going to owe us $970 a month, because it's basically a point a month. You with me? But actually, they wouldn't charge you $970 a month because you owe the full amount, so it's $1,000 a month. And at 12 months, you got to have our money back. So what's good about a hard money loan is, let's say you find a property for $80,000 that needs $20,000 in rehab that you sell for $150,000. Okay. So you'll borrow and let's say it takes you 8 months, start to finish. So you'll have paid $3,000 in interest plus 8 months of mortgage payments, so $11,000 to the hard money lender. If you're into it for $100, you sell for $150. You got usually give or take 10% on the back end, because you got 6% in commissions to the realtors, right? See, I always set up bad math examples that are hard to do in my head. But and then the other 4% is your closing costs, taxes, repairs for the home inspection, those kinds of things. So on the back end, you'll net like $135,000 is what your payoff will be at close. Plus, then you'll have the $100,000 that goes back to the hard money lender, right? Plus the 11K that you've paid. So you'll net, what, 24,000? Now, who would do that deal? Who would do that deal? If you knew, assuming those numbers were good, who would be cool with that deal? Would anyone not be cool with that? Just so I know, because I'd love to hear why, as a teacher. If you could make, if 8 months from now, you could borrow 100% of the purchase price, 100% of the rehab, hard money lender, basically what you really say is if I said to you, hey, I'm a hard money lender, these numbers look good on this 80 plus 20 deal, 80 purchase, 20 rehab, I agree you can sell for 150. I'm willing to give you the loans at 3 and 12 for 12 months. Basically, we're going to split profits. I'll take 30% of the profits. You get 60. Because isn't that roughly what you're doing here, right? Total profits are what, 35K? And as the hard money lender, I'm going to want 11 of that. You keep 2/3. I keep 1/3. Who would do that deal? Raise your hand if you would not do that deal. Okay, not all of you raise your hands. Now, there's only, you would do the deal or you wouldn't. The third is you don't understand. Raise your hand if you don't understand. Okay.
What is the 3K plus 8K?
Oh, so remember, it's 3 points. So when I borrowed the $100,000, I owe them $3,000. So what they do is they don't say, here's 100, now give me 3,000 back, because it's 3 points up front. They say, it's 3 points. Are you cool with that? And you say, yes. So here's 97. And they keep the 3. So that's 3 that you paid them. And then every month, you got to pay them, it's 12% APR. So you got to pay a point a month. 1% of 100,000 is 1,000. So month 1, I sent them 1,000, 2, 3, 4.
8 months is 3K.
Yes.
Got it.
So then I paid them 8K in monthly payments plus 3K up front. They made 11. So then I sold it for 150. Commissions, closing costs on the HUD, I get 135. Hard money lender submits their request for the 100,000 that they loaned. They get their 100K back. They already got their payments from me. They already got the 3%. So then there's a check to Aaron Adams for 24,000 bucks. Over those 8 months, they made 11.
So the faster you do it, the more you make.
Yes. That's why they charge points. Because what if you bought it for 80 and tomorrow somebody said, I'll give you 90 for it. Well, the hard money lender doesn't care because they got 1 full month's payment plus the 3K. They got 4K on their 100K for 1 month. It's a good deal for them. Who else doesn't understand? What did I miss? Okay, now, who would do that deal? Who would not do that deal? Why?
Well, because you don't have control of whether or not you can actually sell it. Discuss. Nor really, if the improvements are going to be commensurate with what your original estimations are.
Okay, but what's your downside? It's not recourse. Do you have any money in the deal? No.
You're saying you're totally funding the acquisition cost and the remodeling cost?
Yeah, hard money lenders will.
Yeah, I mean, no, but you were in your model. You're not
Yeah.
putting any of your own. Yeah, it's a good deal.
Yeah, so what's your downside though?
I'm comfortable with that.
Because it's not your credit.
But you're saying the market forces are such that you know DOM and it's going to sell. Like,
Yeah, but I really don't care. Because if the hard money lender is stupid enough to give me the money and I can't get 150 or the rehab's 40, I'll just say, well, it's yours. Take it back. I'm done with it. I've only lost my time.
Doesn't hard money lender, he's bright enough to understand that dilemma, so he's not going to lend you the money if in his own mind those numbers.
Yes, that's the dance you do with the hard money lender. So what most hard money lenders say is they're not going to loan you. What they'll say is we will loan you up to 65% LTV. So what does that mean? Well, it means if they agree with me that post rehab this property will be worth 150K. 150,000 times 0.65 means they will not loan me more than a total of 97,500. So maybe the hard money lender, if I say to them, hey, it's 80 and 20 to sell for 150, they'll say, okay, well, we're only going to loan you, we ain't loaning you 20. We're only going to loan you a total of 80 to buy plus 17.5 because our maximum exposure is 97,500. So then I got to come out of pocket for the difference of construction. But what if I get it? So then I'm like, all right, well, what if I go back and I beat up my seller and I get it for 75? Well, then the hard money lender doesn't care. I truly could borrow 100% of the acquisition because now I'm only 95 in. The ceiling is 97.5. I got a pad that I can even potentially draw down against. Because what's their worst case scenario? Yeah, are they worried that they can't unload a $95,000 on a $150K property? That's assuming that you've done all the rehab. Because they'll keep the 20 and do construction draws. So they'll buy it and then say, all right, here's 5. Send us photos when you've done $5,000 worth of work. Okay, here's another 5. Here's another 5. Because if any time I default, then the worst case they're at is 75 plus 5, 80K. It's pretty easy to fire sale an $80,000 property that would be worth $150 when it's done. Who else would not do that deal? So would you do the deal now? Assuming you could, what about these numbers? 95, 65%. So you can borrow non-recourse. You literally will never write your credit down. You could create an LLC tomorrow for a non-recourse loan, an EIN number, your name isn't even on it, to buy that property, and a hard money lender doesn't care. Would you do that loan? Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking.
Yeah, because you said no.
No, actually, I wouldn't do it under those circumstances, of course.
Okay. Would anyone else not do that loan? Why, John?
I just don't want to take 8 months to do a $20,000 rehab.
Oh, okay. I love this. So John is one of my proteges. I mean, he's his own man. I haven't taught him everything, but I feel like I helped get you started. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Tell them your story real quick.
I used to bartend with Lauren at a bar downtown, and Aaron was a regular. And then
I eat there every night.
Lauren was in school to be a realtor, and Aaron kind of, him and one of his interns convinced her it was a good idea to be a wholesale. And then she convinced me it was a good idea to join in with commercials, pretty much.
Can you speak
I
up a
quit my
little?
job, and then I was like, John, you should quit your job too.
So they were bartenders, and Lauren said she was going to get a real estate license, which is how a lot of people think they want to get into real estate, by getting a license, right? I said, you should come work with us. And then I said, have you guys ever thought about wholesaling? And they said, no, what's that? And I said, well, John, where do you live? And where did you live at the time?
Fountain Square.
Fountain Square. I said, I love that neighborhood. I would pay like $50K for any house in that neighborhood. He's like, really? So he literally starts cruising around town, and you came to a house where a guy was mowing the lawn.
That's my neighbor.
It's your neighbor. So
He
you
was
lived.
filling a hole in the backyard.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
He was digging a hole, and it was boarded up. And what'd you say to him?
I asked if he wanted to sell it. I was just walking to the gas station from my house to get like a bottle of water or something.
So the guy goes, John says, you want to sell it? Guy says, I'm open to it. He got it under contract for
$18,000.
$18,000. I bought it for $18,000 and then gave you
I think $2,000.
a couple grand. So all he had to do was find the house and get it under contract, because he knew me and he knew I would buy the house. I gave him $2K for finding it. Good for him? How many weeks did it take to make $2K when you were bartending?
Probably 4 weeks or something.
3 or 4 weeks. And how many hours did you spend getting that deal?
Hardly any.
Hardly any. An hour. He didn't have to buy it. He didn't have to put earnest money. So wholesalers bring me a lot of the deals because they go out and they find deals. They bring me the deal. They mark it up a few $1,000s. How many properties have you wholesale? How many years ago was that deal?
5.
And how many deals have you sourced since then?
200, I'm sure. I don't know. I should probably count, but probably more than that. But,
Okay, hundreds of properties. Full-time wholesaler now?
yeah.
Full-time wholesaler. No bartending.
Nope.
Lauren?
Yeah, we're
Partners.
partners, yeah.
Okay, and they do wholesaling full-time now. Average profit per deal, if you look back?
Over the entire 5 years, it's probably pretty low.
Yeah, but now we average like
What do you mean by
5 to 7.
5 to 7 a deal?
7, probably.
7, yeah.
Okay.
Per deal, yeah.
So they found a niche in real estate where they don't want to own the properties. They just want to find them. What different ways besides walking around neighborhoods, how do you find deals now?
Cold calling.
Cold calling,
Letters.
letters,
And, oh yeah, we just started internet marketing too.
internet marketing. Okay, so now they're looking for sellers. They're looking for off-market deals. And they've made hundreds of thousands of dollars, sourcing hundreds of deals. How many of you actually had to buy?
We're starting to buy our own now.
That's what always happens. They're never good wholesalers for long because what happens is you go, that first deal John got from me is now worth, spruce is worth what?
Probably at least $250 in its current condition. It's
No.
not Airbnb.
Yeah, I could probably sell it tomorrow for $250
Yeah.
on MLS. And it's an Airbnb. It's a 4-bedroom, 4-bath. I put 60 into it, so I'm into it 82. It's making $3,000 a month as an Airbnb. Good for me.
Yeah.
Good for him. Okay. And so all good wholesalers usually become investors because you'll find a deal where you're like, holy shit, this is like 10 cents on the dollar. And then you buy it because you want to rehab it and either keep it as a rental or flip it yourself. Does that make sense? So wholesaling is a great way to get into real estate. It's active income. It's not passive, but it's a great active income stream because as a bartender, what would you say your time was worth for an hour of work?
$25 maybe.
$25 an hour. As a wholesaler, what is an hour of your time worth?
I don't know. More than that.
1,000? 500?
Let me see.
200? 250? Is it worth at least 250?
Yeah, probably 250 or something.
So his time's worth 10 times more as a wholesaler, active income, than it was as a bartender, active income. That's the motivation. John, are you passionate about real estate? Or is it a means to an end?
Means to an end. I mean, I like
What are you passionate about?
it.
Don't you have a recording studio?
I did, yeah. I'm not so passionate about
Not
recording music anymore, but I like playing the guitar.
What are you passionate? Oh, you like to play the guitar?
Yeah, well, recording music, it just kind of sucks.
He's in a band. They play all the time. You guys.
All right, so so would it be fair to say that music is more of your passion than wholesaling?
Yeah.
Why not try to pay your bills as a musician? How much is an hour of your time worth as a musician?
Maybe like $10.
Yeah, exactly. So my wife bought me this piano for Christmas. I love to play the piano. I actually double minored in Spanish and music, but I'm not a musician. I could probably make $30,000 a year as a musician. I could do piano bar in the schooner lounge on a cruise ship. That's like the ceiling of my musical.
I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
So you said that you wouldn't do that deal because.
Oh yeah, let's work back to
the
that.
time invested. You can multiply your efforts by wholesaling more so than you can the time that it takes to do a deal in 8 months. So you're saying that you could make more than $24,000 in the same amount of time without having the added responsibility of doing the deal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, not just that, but I would, like, we're finding one right now that we're going to hold for a little bit and fix up a little bit and try to sell it in MLS, but I only want to have it for like a month and a half or 2 months. Because, I mean, I guess 150K is really not that bad, but there's like market exposure, especially with COVID.
There's volatility with that number. There's volatility with that number. Because John, he knows how to make a very easy $250 an hour. He sees this as a lot more volatile expenditure of his time to make that money, where he could make it much easier doing wholesaling. Is that correct?
Yeah. So you set me up in your statement.
Yeah.
Thanks, appreciate it.
I like that you figured that out, though. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear.
I would still do it. I would just try to get it done in 2 months.
What's that?
So I would still do it. I would just try to get it done in 2 months.
Excuse me.
Or maybe 3.
Yes, question. Yep.
But for those of us who are,
But well, let me pause because I already said. Who would say this is a sexy deal based on your current active income earning potential? Right. Who would do this deal? Who would get excited about this deal? That's my point about real estate. That's why today I really focus on active income.
yeah, I would still do it. I'm not doing wholesaling. I am
Buying the deal.
buying the stuff. And so the numbers work well. For me, 8 months is a long time to do the rehab, but the numbers still work.
Right. So here's what I found.
I would try to shorten up that 8 month time.
Cool. Yeah. Now the wheels are just spinning, man.
Well, I've rehabbed and flipped houses. This isn't what it all looks like on here. When you make a bid about it's going to take $30,000 to rehab, you find out there's termites.
Totally.
And there's an easement problem on the property.
Yes.
And the contractor can't finish because
He steals from you.
Yeah. So there are so many unknowns.
Yes.
That rob you of the joy of the thing, and then you're just trying to get the hell out of the deal before you lose your underwear.
Yes.
And go on to the next one. Yeah. So his comment has virtue when you're able to mitigate against those risks and just take the cash.
Absolutely. And that's why this isn't a flipping seminar this weekend. Because being a realtor and flipping are like the two glittery carrots that attract people into investing. Flipping's rough. Flipping is brutal. In fact, when I look back, so I flipped. My first deal that I bought was this property. And I convinced my wife to move. I said, let's sell our little tract home in California. Let's move into this. And we got it for $100,000 in Riverside. We moved into this house, and we rented out this back house. And my original thought wasn't to flip it. My original thought was, I said, hey, right now we pay $1,300 a month mortgage. If we move into here, then we can live here for free.
Yeah.
Right? And I said, I just read this book in Rich Dad Poor Dad, and we're like slaves. We're employees. And I want to be an investor, and I just read this cash flow quadrant. It had like E's and I's and S's. And we're E's, and I want to be an I. And babe, if we move in here, she's like, it's horrible. We live in a nice house. And I'm like, right, but it's free. And she's like, I don't know if you should be going to these seminars. You're reading all these books. I thought you just got accepted to the MBA program at Cal Poly. What are we doing? And I'm like, we don't have any kids. Like, can you trust me? Can we move into this and see? She's like, you've never been a landlord. How are you going to screen the tenants? I don't know. You don't. She's like, you don't even have tools, Aaron. You're not handy at all. I'm like, true.
You say yes and you figure it out.
I said, but babe, it's in good enough shape that it qualifies for FHA. I said, it only needs like cosmetic. It needs carpet and paint. It smells weird. And so we got an FHA loan on it, 3% down, because I was teaching high school and had 800 credit. And we got the $3,000 down from a cash advance on a credit card. So we 100% financed it. And then I was like, all right, now where am I going to get the 10 grand in rehab? And I had never taken out a student loan because casino, BYU, didn't need one. And now I had started the master's degree program at Cal Poly, and I was a full-time student. So I went into the student loan office, and I sat down with her, and I said, hey, I'd like to talk about some student loans. And she explained subsidized and unsubsidized. And I'm like, wait a minute, a subsidized loan means I could borrow $10,000, and the interest is paid while I'm going to school as long as I keep going to school? She's like, yeah, that's why it's called subsidized. I'm like, so I don't have to make any payments? No. And the interest isn't accruing, correct. And unsubsidized, I still don't have to make payments, but the interest accrues. And I'm like, well, what's the interest? Like 12%? She's like, no, it's like 4%. So it's a 4% loan, and I don't have to make payments until I stop going to school. She's like, that's student loans. Welcome to. I said, all right, well, I'd like to get the maximum amount of subsidized and unsubsidized student loans because there's this duplex in Hemet that I want to buy. And she was like, whoa, Mr. Adams, you cannot use your student loans for a real estate investment. You are going to sign a contract that says these loans will only be used for tuition, books, housing, and food. Well, see, I'm not that smart. History undergrad. So I was like, oh, I'm sorry. And I leave. And I get in my two-door Hyundai Accent, go screwing down the 91, and I'm sitting there thinking, wait a minute. If I get a check for $30,000 for student loans for this year, and I'm neurotic enough to teach high school full-time, go to school full-time, and I have enough money because I'm good with my money, it's all good, get made out to Aaron Adams, whether it's from the high school or the student loan payment, whoever the money's coming from, and that, it was Bank of America. It's all going in my same checking account in my name. Who's to say which money is tuition, books, housing, food, or rehab money on the duplex? It's all commingled. So I had class 2 nights later, and I was walking by the student loan office, and I look in, and it's a different lady. And I said, I've paid tuition. My only mistake was running my dreams by a Chicken Little who lifted her leg on my dream. So I sat down and I said, hey, my name's Aaron Adams. I'm a full-time student at the MBA program here at Poly Pomona. I'd like to apply for the maximum amount of subsidized and unsubsidized student loans to be used for my tuition, books, housing, and food. She got very excited. 2 weeks later, I had a check for $30,000. And I put that in my checking account because I hadn't learned about business accounts yet or LLCs or anything, and that was a full recourse FHA loan. And I thought, all right, well, I got to rehab this back unit, and I don't know shit about construction. But because I had said yes, I had to figure it out. Some of you buying that deal to break even will be the best thing ever because you'll pay $24,000 in tuition. The hard money lender will make 11, and you'll make nothing, and you'll go, oh my God, wholesaling. It can be. Have you guys lost money on a deal that you've kept yet? Oh, I can't wait. You promise me you'll share that with me when you lose money? Because you're doing it wrong if you haven't lost money. Flipping is shit. Those flipping shows make it look so easy, right? Flipping is shit. Write that down. Flipping is what you do. Wholesaling is so much better way to get into real estate. Because you're only out your time and maybe a couple thousand in marketing. What do you guys spend a month on marketing between letters, web stuff? What are you up to now? 10 grand, okay? 10 to make 30, 40? 10 to make 20, 30? Would you spend 10 to make 20? No, what's that? Hell yeah, I would. See, what's your name? Tom. I like you, Tom. You know what I like, Tom? Tom has the courage to disagree with me. He deserves a round of applause with that. That's our thing. And I want more of you to do that because I'm not a public speaker. I'm a teacher, and if I don't know what you don't know or what doesn't make sense or what you disagree with, please speak up. Because how many of you listened when Tom started talking just now? Raise your hand. So you helped the whole room learn. So I appreciate the feedback. Because I really have no ego about what I'm teaching. And I've learned things every month from the room when somebody brings something up and I'll think, that's a good point. I need to homework that idea. But I realized that I had a core competency in real estate that other people didn't. I was a high school Spanish teacher. So I got in my pickup truck and I went to Home Depot. And there was the day laborers standing out front. And I pulled up, I said, buenos días. Ando buscando ayuda, unos muchachos para ayudarme a arreglar un duplex que acabo de comprar. And they were like, órale, man, we speak English. I was like, oh, okay. I just need, I bought this duplex. I need a couple of guys. And they're like, okay, what are you trying to do? So we went to the house, and then we went back to Home Depot, and I paid for the materials, and we took it back to the house, and in 2 days, they painted the exterior and put up that little picket fence. That picket fence I put up 20 years ago is still there. I was trying to put lipstick on the pig so my wife would like it a little more. And you can see my ass was too cheap to change out the fence, so I just put picket all around it. Because I took this picture a year and a half ago. I went back to Hemet just to see my first deal. And we moved into it. And think of my motivation to learn how to screen tenants when I was screening for my neighbor. And think of my motivation to get a good rental contract when it was for the person living next to me. So I took a property management class. And now my original plan wasn't to sell this. My dad was fascinated because I remember going to him and saying, hey, Dad, I moved into a duplex. Well, you had a really nice house. I know. But I'm learning to invest. Where is this coming from? Because my dad was an introverted, analytical, very brilliant man. And I'm an extroverted, not analytical, good people skills, not brilliant. right? Because I have a brother who's brilliant. My Irish twin, Casey, who's worth $250 million. When I was 16 and he was 15, he went with me to take SATs. I had taken the prep class, and now it was 800 verbal, 800 math, right? So guess what my verbal score was? 800. My math score, though, was like 460. So my brother Casey is like, I'll go with you and take it. Without taking the prep class, as a sophomore in high school, got a perfect 1600. Okay, he's brilliant. Brilliant. I grew up with brilliant, so I know brilliant. I'm not downselling myself. I legitimately have a brilliant brother. And when he got his economics degree, he got an economics undergrad with never doing, he did as much homework as I did on history. Econ's a real degree. It's hard. And then he took the LSAT without taking the prep and got 98th percentile on the LSAT. And got a full ride scholarship to law school. And finished third in his class without cracking a book. And started practicing law as a litigator. And the partners loved him because he never used a paralegal. Because he didn't need to research. Once he had read the case law, he had almost perfect recall on the case law. And so he would dictate legal briefs and litigate off the cuff. Because once he had read it, he would remember the specific type of engineering law that he litigated. And he was such a good lawyer that one of his partners said, come be our in-house counsel. And 2 years later they said, we would like to give you 10% ownership in the company. And 4 years later they said, we'd like to give you half the company, and have you run the company. And he said, you know, we have all these warehouses, we shouldn't be a warehouse company, we need to repurpose ourselves, and we need to do supply chain management. And they said, what do you mean? And he said, we need to stop thinking of ourselves as a warehouse company and do supply chain management. And now they're this massive supply chain management company. And they just sold 20% of it last year for $50 million. And he's 50% owner. So I know what brilliant is, and I ain't that guy, right? And my dad was a lot more like my brother. So when I started teaching high school, my dad was like, you know, that's good for you, Aaron. That's a good Coach Adams. That's a good fit for you, son. And then I was like, hey, Dad, I just moved into a duplex. Read this book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Getting out of the rat race. I'm not trying to be an E forever. I'm like the Jeffersons. And he was like, okay, whatever. But he was curious, so he said, how did it go? Well, I got it rented, and my tenants were doing good. And he's like, all right. And so I noticed that prices had gone up. And I put it on the market for $175,000, and we sold it. And I remember walking out of escrow 6 months later with 50 grand, and just like my whole life had changed.
How long did you live?
6 months. And my wife, there was this thing called short-term capital gains I hadn't learned about yet. And TurboTax was red instead of green. Next year, my wife was crying at the computer. We owe! Okay, Matt, isn't that five-figure mindset when you make a 5-figure income? 5-figure mindset is, oh my God, we owe. Because you think when you get a refund, that's a good thing. We all know it's not a good thing, but can we have a circle of trust? Who's ever received a refund check and you were happy the day that envelope got there? Because I know I was. You know you were. Stop lying. Even though it was your own money back. And how much interest did they pay you? 0. It's like going into 7-Eleven, being like, okay, I'd like this Slurpee for $1. Hey, here's 100. Okay, I'll be back next year for the 99. You leave your change with the IRS for a year because you prepay when you're a W-2. Talk about mindset, about money. So I found when we sold this, and I didn't know about 1031, I didn't know about long-term capital gains. We sell this, and I find this 7-plex. And I sit down with the agent. And he says, let's meet at Starbucks, have a cup of coffee and talk. So I want to get to know you. So he says, the owner of this property lives down in Santa Ana. Who's been to Santa Ana? It's like spectacular, right? Sexy, nice area, unlike Riverside, which is like the armpit of Southern California. You're fine. So he says, the guy, I said, would it be possible for me to meet the owner? He's like, sure. He comes up here. He owns like 80 properties up here at Riverside. And I said, why is he selling this? And he's like, it's a nightmare. It's 4 studios and 3 2-bedrooms. And they're all little houses on one parcel. Well, I just wanted another deal. So I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. I said, do you think he'd be open to seller financing? Because I had gone to a seminar and they taught you how to make an offer to the seller to get them to be the bank. So he literally set up a meeting between this guy, Jim, and he actually became like a mentor for me. I actually bought like 15 other deals from him after this over the next year and a half. He kind of saw me as like a little protege that he liked, that I was teaching high school and coaching and doing my MBA and doing real estate on the weekend. And but in that first meeting, I just said, hey, I got $50K from this duplex, plus I got $30K in student loan money, and I'm gonna get another $30K next year. I said, he wanted $170,000 it was $130,000 for the 7-plex. I said, what if I give you 20% down? This is what I had learned, right? So I'll give you $26,000 down, and then you give me 12 months, and I'll give you the rest. Full price offer, and then we'll just do 8% interest. And then whatever the math was on that, it was like, I'd pay him like $1,100 a month, right? He's like, yeah, sure. So we restructured it as a seller finance deal. He became the bank. I became the owner. I became the landlord. And then I used the rest of my money. I moved all the crackheads out, fixed them all up, put all non-English speaking Hispanics in, because remember, I speak the language. Do you know in 20 years I've never evicted a non-English speaking first generation immigrant? How's that for interesting? Cultural. Hispanics take care of their home. Like, that's where the Venezuela really helped, right? It's like each one of you has a set of skills that are personal to you, a set of opportunities and relationships and knowledge. Now, I went to my dad first when I found the 7-plex, and I said, hey, Dad, $130,000. How about a hard money loan for 12 months? I'll pay whatever. He's like, Aaron, you did one deal? You want a loan from me? And I was like, well, yeah, but I made 50 grand. He's like, okay. Let's go back to, so why did you move in that duplex? Because you're going to flip it? I went, no, I was out of the rat race, wanted to live for free. He's like, okay, so it wasn't a flip. You just realized it had gone up in value and you just sold it. You were living there. True. So it wasn't an investment. So you're trying to tell me this is your first investment. He's like, son, I know you like to play craps. How is what you did in this house any different than the pass line on the craps table? You put your money down, you hope that no 7s come up, and they pay you more. I'm like, true. He's like, son, did you do a pro forma on it? I'm like, a pro what? Where you showed what the rehab would be, what the after repair value would be, how you would raise the rents and do the cap. I'm like, well, that's what I'm trying to do on this 7-plex, Dad. He's like, right, and I'm not loaning you your money for your first real deal. You're not living in this no matter. I'm like, no, my wife would kill me if I tried to move into this one. He's like, well, then this is really your first deal, because your first one you just got lucky that California is appreciating. But let's not call you an investor. You speculated your way into making 50 grand. You want to play in the big boy, go back to coaching, Coach Adams. This shit ain't for you. This is what the real people do. My dad was worth, $15 million. Couldn't get a loan out of that piece of shit. So then I was like, screw him. I went to this boot camp with this guy named Bruce Norris in Riverside, and I learned how to do seller finance, and I'm like, I don't need him now. I'm going to do seller finance offers. I got enough cash to do 20% down. And then on my next one, I offered 10% down. They said yes. On the next one, I said, what if I give you got it listed for $80,000. What if I give you $95,000, 100% seller finance? I'll just start making mortgage payments. They said yes. So my wife said, wait, we gave them 15 over ask? I'm like, yeah, but I think I can sell it for 140. She's like, why would you do that? I said, if you know where the gold is, who cares how much the shovel costs? I heard that at a seminar. Wasn't my brilliance, I just remember it. And so I bought the 7-plex, and my dad was actually very cool. So what do you think about? So what do you think about? So what do you think about? And he was cool with the info. He just wasn't cool with the money. And I sold that 7-plex year 2 investing and made $115,000. Walked out of escrow. So now I was like, boom, mic drop. Dad, where's the hard money loan? Right? Nothing. And then I bought a 20-unit apartment complex, and I went to my father-in-law, who was a dentist. I said, $700,000. I got them to do seller finance. 10% down. We'll give them $70,000 down. Balance due in a year. $630,000. I said, it is beautiful. It's full. They have owned it since the 70s. Its family's owned it for 25 years. I said, let's just buy it and collect, and then we'll refi it in a year. And we'll use your credit, father-in-law, because you're a dentist. And he's like, yeah, if it goes good in a year. I said, if in a year our game plan will be we'll flip it. Maybe we can sell for 8 or 9. Or we'll refi and keep it and pay them off their $630,000. My father-in-law said, yes. So my father-in-law fronted the $70,000. I managed it. I collected the rents. We didn't even have to do any rehab on it. We just collected rents on it for 12 months. And California, Riverside County, San Bernardino was the fastest appreciating county between 2000 and 2005. And I happened to be living there. But I was the only high school teacher that I knew doing flips. Right? Just because you got a creek in your backyard doesn't mean there's water in the house. Because I was out there dipping the ladle in, doing deals. And it was funny, every time I'd come in, all the coaches, we all ate together in the coaches' room. And every time I'd come in, I'd be like, I just made 50. I just made 115. It's interesting, when I did the first deal, they're like, oh, good job, Aaron, nice job. 27-year-old teacher, hustling. But they were only smiling with their mouth when I did like the second deal. The coach's room had Gatorade and Haterade. There is a healthy dose of both, because you have people in your life that love you, that you love, that care about you. Maybe some are smarter than you, that you respect, that do not want you to be more successful. And it may not even be conscious, but in a way that they don't even understand, your efforts to better yourself irritate them. Your efforts to grow financially, or God forbid you say, I'm going to lose weight, and then they see you eating cake. Oh, I thought you were going to lose weight. That little shitty-ass comments from them. So, in the Bible, they call it casting your pearls before swine. They get trampled in the mud, right? I've learned to be very careful about who I share my dreams with. Because when it's someone in your life who loves you, those comments get in your head. And I remember thinking, maybe my dad's right. Maybe I should stay at the high school. I'm going to have a pension, and maybe this real estate's not for me. He won't loan me. He doesn't want to loan me any money. Not thinking that he didn't loan anyone else any money. It was just his principle, right? And in 2004, I saw this same duplex. I did 60 deals. That 20-unit apartment complex, we put it on the market 12 months later for $1.3 million and sold it in a week. And I said to my father-in-law, how about you loan me back just your profits? Because he got half of the profits. Why don't you loan me your $300,000? And he's like, no, I want to put it in this company that pays a guaranteed 14% a year. Right, Tom? Why'd you laugh?
Well, in 2008, I lost $5 million instead of my mortgage in about 3 hours.
Ouch.
Yeah, he's like, Aaron, there's this company called National Note of Utah. And there's this real nice guy named Wayne Palmer. And I want to put my profits with him because he'll pay me a guaranteed 14%. And he didn't mention the fact that it's with the other investors' money. Because it's a Ponzi scheme. And Wayne Palmer was a crook. And this was in 2003. And this they didn't catch up with him until 2017. He ran that shit for almost 2 decades. He got indicted in 2015. He raised $140 million from 600 investors, one of my father-in-law. I said, what is it? He's like, your money is secured by real estate, and then they pay you 14% guaranteed. I was like, I don't know, Ray. It seems, I don't like investment big funds like that. That's how a lot of fraud takes place. He's like, no, Wayne showed me the address. So I went outside this trailer park in Podunk, Utah, nowhere. He said, my money's secured on that deal. And I went into the city recorder's office, and I pulled up the property records, and he had put $2 million of like 15 investors' money on a little shit-ass $100,000 trailer park. You can encumber as much as you want onto one deal. There's no limit. So then he'd say to the investors, your money's secured by this property. And how many of you think actually went to see how much was secured against the properties? None of them. That's why he got $140 million from stupid people. And I was like, okay, well, there goes my, Dad, do you want to do any deals? And it was ironic because when I saw this deal come back up on the market for $350 in 2004, I said to my dad, the rents are still the same as when I owned it. So when I bought it, it was like a 10% deal, and now it's on the market as a 4% rental. Who would buy that? Somebody bought it. I said, it's time to leave California. When people are buying rentals for 4%, 5%, time to change markets. Okay? And so I want to take a break because then I want to show you the analytical tools. I want to go through cap rate and 1% rule, which are two rules that I used to use back then when we get back from break. But in January 2005, I started Alpine Property Management here in Indianapolis because I had made $1.3 million. I remember in early 2004, in 2003, going into the principal at the high school and said, this is going to be my last semester teaching. And the principal said, Aaron, no, you can't leave. You're only a year away from your pension, from being vested. And I said, yeah, how much would that be if at the 5-year mark? He's like, well, when you turn 65, you'll get $500 a month. I'm like, clearly. I said, Carl, I've made $400,000 this year doing flips and 40 teaching. And really, if I'm being honest, the main reason I've hung around is because my volleyball team is going to try to beat Rancho Santa Margarita again this year. And my boys' soccer team has a chance of winning state because I coach soccer also. And cool story, in 2000, a 14-year-old walked into my classroom named Zach, made varsity soccer as a freshman, played varsity all 4 years, got a scholarship to play at the University of Redlands, played college soccer, went to be a boat captain, ran some retail shops, hooked up with me on Facebook. All these kids now who I was teaching 20 years ago, they're like 34 now, 35, bald and gray. I still have all my hair. They call me Coach Vampire, right? And it's funny, they still call me Coach, which is, yeah. And Zach is now my construction manager in Charlotte. Right, Travis?
He is.
How much do you love Zach?
I love Zach.
Why?
Because he took all the shit off my plate.
Work in your business, work on your business. So how cool is that 20-year arc? And he's like, he came to this event a couple years ago. He's been back a few times. He's like, you still talk so loud. He's like, you did that 20 years ago. It's like you're always yelling at us. I'm like, I know. He's like, Coach, everything Coach is like a halftime locker room speech for the soccer team. I'm like, pretty much. But how cool is that arc that he's now making a nice 6-figure income, managing our construction. He's on track to be operations manager for our whole Charlotte operation that's doing $15 million a year. And I've known them since he was 14. I love that. I love that story. It's beautiful. He was here last month. He was like a little superstar. So it's real? Like, Aaron really taught high school? Zach's like, I helped to move him into this duplex. He made the soccer team come move us in. Zach's like, I remember that duplex because we were like, Coach, why are you living here? It's like shitty over in Hemet. And I love that because we have investors that we sold homes in Dallas to 10 years ago as rentals for 50 grand that are worth 150 now. I do very much long-term investing with people. And as you meet my team this weekend, feel free to go downstairs on the break, go meet team accounting, go meet our managers, go meet our team, meet all of our partners from the other markets. They're going to be here. You will see why my teams win. Because it doesn't matter if it's a soccer team, a volleyball team, or a real estate investing team. I know what I'm good at and I know what I suck at. And I never try to pretend that what I suck at is a strength. That's the big one. It's like fatal leadership flaw. Because how many of you have had a boss where they tried to pretend that their strength wasn't a strength, it was actually their weakness, or even worse, they took credit for your strengths as their own. And you hated them. True or false? I never do that. I'm like, this is what I suck at. Like, I never open QuickBooks. I don't even know how QuickBooks works. But I know how to hire an auditor to audit my accounting team because I've had bookkeepers steal from me. And I didn't like that. I know what securities level financial controls are, checks and balances, because trust should never be part of your hiring profile. Trust is not a cornerstone that you build a business on. Checks and balances is a business cornerstone. Financial accountability is a business cornerstone. Trust is frosting on dessert at the end of the meal. You don't eat frosting for dinner. It makes you sick. People say to me, I can't find employees that I can trust. That's your problem. That's a 5-figure mindset. I find employees who are competent, and then I have systems that make it very difficult for them to steal from me. I have systems that everyone checks their work, and no one has time where they have autonomy over any one part of the company. Good systems allow idiots to make the same hamburger for McDonald's in China. That is the same hamburger you get in New York City is the same lousy hamburger you get in London. Because they have marvelous systems. You know that McDonald's doesn't have any machine in their store that isn't custom for McDonald's systems of producing consistent food. How interesting is that? Because everything is so custom in their store that they've had to get it custom fabricated for McDonald's. I find that fascinating. Because what they're really trying to do is say, we're a real estate company, first of all. We're a real estate company. And second of all, we pay the bills with hamburgers, and we serve billions the exact same B- hamburger anywhere in the world. But if I was in India, Travis's wife is from India, and I would have killed for McDonald's after I ate too much Indian food and paid the price. Well, I lost 10 pounds. That was nice in 24 hours. But I would have killed for a B- cheeseburger. There's this thing about hamburger in India. I don't understand. Cows on the freeway. But at that point, I've been in South America where I'm like, oh, McDonald's, I'll take it. I'll take that B- cheeseburger, right? Or hungover. They're good then also. But my point is, when California wasn't good anymore, I came here. And I remember I went to my dad and I said, hey, Dad, I'm a millionaire now from real estate. He's like, slow clap. So what? No, he was cool about it. He was like, good. And I said, I'm going to go to Indianapolis. He's like, really? Like, you've never been back, but I can get 8, 9, 10% on deals. And I've made $1.3 million. And I feel like California is getting crazy. This was in 04, 05. I said, so I'm going to sell everything and leave. And I'm going to set up shop in Indiana. So I started Alpine here January 2005. So we're in our 15th year. And my dad said, I might be interested in investing with you. And I was like, what? He said, I've been watching you for 4 years. You've done 60 good deals. You've lost some money on deals. You've made money. I've watched you build that little construction crew of Hispanics. I've watched you turn a few projects. Your construction management's good. You're doing property management now. I'll invest with you if you go out to Indy and you vertically integrate. And I'm like, oh, I learned about that in business school. Supply chain management. He said, if you'll set up a management company, you'll set up a construction company, you'll set up a brokerage and get your broker's license, then whatever you bring to Indiana, I'll match. I'm like, I got $1.3 million. And he said, I'll match that. And I got another partner who will throw in another $1.3 million. So I came out here with just under $4 million to invest. And the deal that I had with my dad was it would be my active and his passive. He said, you just got to pay me 10% a year on my money. That's all I want. I'm like, so if I can make 40%, you keep the over. So my original vision was I would take their 2.6, buy Section 8 houses, get guaranteed Section 8 money, making 14%, so I could pay them, and then keep the over, and then do flips with my 1.3. That was my initial vision when I got out here. And I had this spreadsheet. Aren't spreadsheets beautiful when you finish them? I had this pro forma. And I'm like, I don't see how I can't make $400,000 a year. And then over those first 12 months, I did a very good job of making $75,000, because I had to pay them their $130K a piece. After I paid that, there was $75 left for me. It was maddening. It was a contributing factor to me getting divorced a year later. Brittany, everybody say hi to Brittany. You awake? Is the baby awake? You made it here okay? You got your phone? Brittany is from Dulles, Texas. See, I'm very funny. Meg doesn't think I'm funny. I think I'm very funny. Right, Brittany? I have not said that story. They just thought it was funny because they knew you're from Dallas. Circle of trust. We're tab testing you for if Megan says, did he tell that story? Okay, now we're all going to wait because I want to see if you have your phone. It's still at our house. No. Bye, Brittany. It was nice to meet you. Told you. I'm not lying. Okay, so let me just go over schedule real quick because I want to take a break. So, and also, bathroom up here, 2 bathrooms downstairs. You don't need a pass to leave my class. If you need to take a phone call, it doesn't offend me. If you need to stretch your legs and stand over here, doesn't bother me. I keep it a little cool in here so you don't get sleepy. And it's 69. I said it's 69. I've had it at 65. That's chilly. But if I go 72, somebody will fall asleep. So I'd rather keep everyone wide awake. But if you want to, warm up, go up and down the stairs a few times, you're welcome to do that. Today we're going to be here in the classroom till about 5. So I want to expand the conversation on active real estate strategy. So I want to talk about what's been happening in real estate nationally this morning. I want to talk about what the impact COVID has had. I want to tell you how we're crushing it in spite of COVID. So we have a lot that we're going to cover today. Tonight we're going to have a cocktail party in here. You can wear what you're wearing. We'll put booze at the bar. We'll put food out. And I have several people that will be here for you to meet with. My partners from my other markets will be here, so you can chat with them and get to know them tonight. A lot of my team will be here tonight. You can meet them. Who's met or heard of Don Pendleton? So Don is the person that introduced me to Toby and Clint from Anderson. So Don is a national expert on asset protection. Clint comes and speaks. Don does an event 5 times a year. We're going to give you a free coupon to attend his live event, live stream or in person. Clint is the speaker at the asset protection event, but he has a bunch of other speakers. Don will be here this weekend, so that those of you who have trust, S Corp, C Corp, asset protection, tax reduction, have a chance to meet with him one-on-one. So he'll be here tonight for you to meet with. Also that will be here is IRA Club from Chicago. Who's heard of Dennis Blitz or IRA Club? So IRA Club will be down. I have a self-directed IRA. My kids have Roth IRAs. They'll be here for you to meet with tonight. So, and I believe my personal CPA from Utah will be here as well. Another resource. So we have a lot of, one of the reasons we do the cocktail party is so that you can get to know each other and that you have a chance to meet with our team one-on-one. I know some of you are here to look at properties this weekend. Raise your hand if you've been here before, you've been to the event. Okay, everybody kind of look around, keep your hands up. So if you'd like to meet people that have been here before, Jack, how long have you been investing with us?
I'm OG.
You're OG, man.
2013.
So 7 years, yeah. And so, you like that? So yeah, we'd love to have you come back. As you can see, it's never the same from month to month, and it's always kind of what I've been doing the most of. So we're going to talk a lot about mobile home this weekend because it's one of my biggest things. We're going to talk a lot about Airbnb because I just try to let you know what's happening in real estate, what I'm doing, and we're always very progressive in terms of what the strategies that we're pursuing. So you get a chance to see those. Meg is here. Did anybody talk to Becca on the phone as part of? Okay, so Becca is pregnant with twins, so she's not here this weekend because she's due in 4 weeks, so she's back in Idaho. But Meg is here for those of you that are interested in seeing properties. This is a perfect size. We have plenty of deals. We have plenty of opportunity for you to meet with us if that's something you're interested in. So tonight and tomorrow night, we'll have kind of that open cocktail party format. And since I've been speaking for 8 hours, I just show up and drink bourbon and play the piano. How great is that, right? So if any of you are singing, is anybody a vocalist? Anybody like to sing? Is anybody like a 3-drink singer? Like, I have an iPad with 600 songs that I've downloaded. So I can pretty much play anything because I've been playing the piano since I was 5. So if you have a request that you'll sing, I'll download it and add it to the collection because everyone else would love to hear you. Like last month it was like, Trav, everyone was singing Sticks last month, huh? It was like, it was Sticks. Oh, the month, oh, you can leave it there. The month before it was like Bon Jovi. The month before was Motown. Oh yeah, we had Bruce Springs. So, every month it's like there's a different artist kind of fan group because usually by 11 we have to kick you out of here. Did my short bus pick you guys up this morning? The little black one? The little school bus? Or was it it was? Yeah, so the bus will be here to take you back tonight, but we're like, leave. Because every month there's the one, like, you should have stopped at 3 and now you're at 5 because we don't cut you off. But they're usually my good karaoke singers, so they're like full voice, like belting them out. So yeah, it's very informal. There's no structure tonight. If you're not interested in coming, go out to dinner. We're happy to give you dinner back. We don't try to put a criteria on you for the weekend. One thing I won't do is I won't throw deals on the board. I will not, with 1,000 down this weekend, I will give you that. I don't do that. I hate hard closes. I don't hard close. I will not ask you if you want to buy a deal. I will not ask you if you want to work with anyone on my team. I don't like that when I go to a seminar, and so we don't do that here. If you want to look at properties, you let us know that you'd like to meet with us. If you never let us know that you'd like to meet with us, then we're just happy to have you here this weekend. Is that fair? So it's all on your initiative because I want you to be comfortable. I just focus on teaching for 3 days. And so there's no multi-level marketing pitch. There's no syndication pitch this weekend. I try to keep it very simple. And I find that resonates with people because if you're interested in investing with us or buying property from us, I know that you're bright enough to let us know. Is that fair? Okay. So take a break, take your time, go downstairs, meet the team next door, kind of just wander through the offices, and we'll reconvene in like 15 or 20. Did you stop streaming, Jake? Okay, questions about anything before we keep going? About anything? Question?
Yeah, I actually have 2 questions.
Yeah.
What is a construction draw? What
Ah,
does that mean?
so the first question is, what is a construction draw? So if you get a construction loan from a lender, what they will do is say, okay, you're approved for $100,000, and then they'll pick out a schedule of payments that they'll give you on the loan. So usually you're paying on the full loan amount. They're like, all right, we'll give you, $10,000 up front, and then when you can show X amount of work completed, either sometimes the lender will say, we're going to pay for a third-party inspector to come in and certify the work, and before we release the next $10,000, and so on and so forth. So it's a way that the lender protects themselves by releasing the money only as the work is being completed. Now, on the property management side, we do the same thing with our contractors that work for us, because at any given time we're working on 20 or 30 homes here in Indianapolis, and you never give the contractor all of the money up front, because he'll pay his rent, pay back the job that he didn't finish for the other guy, and then try to squeeze out the rest on your job. So contractors are perpetually broke. It doesn't matter how much money the construction company has, they're always off. They either underestimate when they do in fact, when we built this building, we had never built new construction commercial. This was my first new construction commercial building. And when we finally got the plans approved with the architect and the historical commission, this is 3,000 square feet down, 3,000 up, so 6,000 square feet. I was getting bids for around $250 a square foot. So, 250 times, it was, what is that, 1.3 mil-ish? Yeah, 1.5 mil. So I was getting bids for like $1.5 million, about $250 a square foot. I said, we have to be able to build it cheaper than that. Now I knew there was parts of this project that we wouldn't know how to do. So this I-beam frame, I knew that my guys would have no idea how to do that. The framing kit, you order all of the wood frame and it gets assembled off-site and then it gets dropped off here on the foundation. I knew my guys probably wouldn't be able to put that together. That's the world's worst jigsaw puzzle. The roof is a flat roof. Who designs flat roofs? It's got to be one of the stupidest things, and they still design them. I still don't understand that, but I knew my guys wouldn't be able to. It's like membrane and this. We still had leaks. Like the first month we had a leak, didn't we, Don? So everybody, Don, will you raise your hand? Everybody turn around and say hi to Don Pendleton. So Don has written several books on tax and asset protection. He's a national expert on creating anonymity of your assets, minimizing your losses, maximizing your tax deductions. He has a company called Protect Wealth. They're based out of Utah. They do about 5 events a year. Anderson is the law firm that comes to teach at the event. I come and teach real estate at the event. He's got stock traders and lawyers that worked for the IRS, and he's got a really cool lineup of speakers that present. If you've been to an Anderson event, it's pretty heavy legal and tax only. Don's is legal and tax plus. I would say that the legal and tax is about what, Don, 40% of the weekend?
The legal tax is probably everybody wraps legal and tax. Even the stock market guy, or when you come in, you're always wrapping everything with legal tax. So it's probably 80%.
Yeah, it permeates, but I'm just saying, if somebody's been to an Anderson event, which most of the people are, there's going to be a lot more in addition by coming to your event, yes? Yeah. So if you've been to an Anderson live or virtual event, you're going to get 60 to 70% new content that you might not have heard. So even if you're my client and you're Anderson, we'll be there, but there's a lot of other education and content you're going to get. Does that make sense? They're doing their events virtual. They're doing them live. We're going to give you a certificate today so that you can attend any of their events for free. The goal is not to sell you into a bunch more classes. It's to make sure that you're getting the asset protection piece that you need. But Don is here tonight. So here are some questions that I want you to think about with Don. Number one, should I have an S Corp, a C Corp, or both? And why? So you sit down with him, explain your financial situation, tell him you need more write-offs, ask him how one of those could help you. He can advise you in one-on-one. We got a little room back here that Don's going to be able to have to meet in. It was going to be a second bathroom. Now, the city wouldn't approve 2 bathrooms up here because we already have 3 downstairs. So we were just going to kind of accidentally build a bathroom after our final inspection. Right? That's a very common thing. And then we had an event, and somebody, back when we first opened the building last year, we did an event, and somebody did number 2 in that bathroom during the seminar. That's a number 1 only. I hate that I have to spell that out for you, but and they came walking out and left the door open, and it blew up the whole room. I had to take a break. So I said, I don't want a second bathroom there, so I put an office back in the corner. Was that too much information? I don't know. So we let Don meet in the old bathroom.
But my dad used to take me out to the outhouse. Is this sort of the same thing?
Yes. Yes. So I ordered that. So I finished the space off. I semi-soundproofed it. I put that beautiful glass wall in. So now, tonight, when we're here at the cocktail party, you can sit down with Don and say, hey, Aaron mentioned an S Corp and a C Corp, or I have an S Corp. Would a C Corp make sense for me? I don't have enough write-offs, but I do have a job. You can go through that whole kind of personal conversation with him, get his free 2 cents. Every month, Don and I are going to speak a lot more tomorrow with topically what we're covering. So here's what happens every month. It happened 4 weeks ago. Nobody realized how smart Don was until they heard him speaking on Saturday and Sunday. And then he got because Sunday morning, Don's going to spend 2 hours doing a nice overview of tax and asset protection. And you'll all want to meet with him after that. Can I give you some advice? Tonight, he will have a lot of time. Don't wait until tomorrow when you're like, oh, Don knows his shit. And then Sunday, you'll be like, oh my God, Don, I have a million questions. I understand. Tonight's the night to meet with him. Does that make sense? Okay? Because he won't have time for you on Sunday. It happens every month, doesn't it, Don?
All the time. So let me ask a couple questions that you might want.
Yeah. I'll write them up here.
Okay, so S Corp, C Corp, yes, LLCs, single member, multi-member. How do we, if you're going to
Yeah.
on properties, how do we hold them? We do IRAs, do we do LLCs inside of IRAs or the other way around? How do we take your business interests that you already have and then tie them to an estate plan? I've helped some of your students that have multi-billion-dollar LLCs, but how does it passes away?
They thought it was a multi-member LLC. No, it was just a single member, and that interest is now going to go through probate to get to the spouse. So how do we tie everything in? Let's talk about the Trump. I could spend a little time on Sunday talking about the difference between the Trump and the Biden tax proposals.
Oh, yeah, I would love that.
Please.
We can talk taxes, or we can go any direction you want to go. So,
yeah, all right. So I registered. We were talking about this on the break. Nobody's more transparent than me. I registered as an independent. I think Trump's kind of crazy, and if you read his Twitter, he is crazy. But I think Biden's tax plan is straight effing crazy. And I am scared to death of Biden's tax plan. Biden seems like a nice guy. Seems like a guy I wouldn't mind having a beer with. I already know that my dad worked for the orange one. He's nuts. He's a narcissist, right? But his tax plan's been badass. And, QBI, and I've been a very happy business owner during Donald Trump's administration. Even though when I read him on Twitter, he sounds like a raving lunatic. Okay? So that's my full disclosure 2 cents. I watch both MSNBC and Fox. I've listened to Rachel Maddow and Sean Hannity within the same hour. I try to go read Wall Street Journal and New York Times. Because I figure if you're reading both the extremes, then you have a pretty good idea of what's actually happening. And so it's actually really interesting because personally, I kind of would like to see Trump lose because he's nuts. But I don't want to pay an extra $400,000 next year based on Biden's tax plan. So I think, personally, everybody's got to vote for what's best for them and their family. But I make well over $400,000 a year, and I'm right in the crosshairs of that tax plan. So Don, I would love for you to talk about that on Sunday so that people can think, because that's how a democracy should work. I hate that we think that people that disagree with us are idiots in this country. It's ruining our democratic process. We have a democratic republic for a reason. I hate that when athletes win a national championship, they won't go to the White House. I had a chance to go to the White House because we have a client, an Alpine client, who's a Secret Service agent that works in the White House. This last year, I took my boys to the Oval Office. It was sacred ground because you can't just sign up for the Oval Office tour, the West Wing. You can go on the East Wing, but the West Wing, you got to know somebody, like a congressman. And my father-in-law has worked for the Department of Energy for 30 years, and he couldn't get into the West Wing. I got to stand in the Oval Office, and it was like, as a history undergrad, it was like, I get chills just thinking about it, right? I didn't care who the president was, because that's my Oval Office as an American. So I was very proud to be in that room. Now, it was funny, because what was his press secretary's name at the time? What was her name? The brunette. The ugly one. Yeah, Huckabee. She is. The new one's cute. The old one was ugly. She had that crooked smile. Anyway, we went in Huckabee's office, and guess what was on TV? CNN. So I don't know. She was watching The Enemy. Anyway, I thought it was ironic. So, Don, what else should they ask you about? I got a list right here.
Estate planning, trusts.
Got it.
Taxes and asset protection, lawsuit protection. That's what I do.
Okay. So that is a good list of. And Don, while we're thinking about it, if you can hand out the vouchers for your training so that they have them. Fill it out, give it to Don. He'll put you in his database so that when you sign up for one of his trainings, you can come for free. That's it. Okay? So those are good things to talk to Don about. Now, so construction draws was the first question. We answered that. That was a very large answer I gave. What was your other question?
What did you end up getting? You said.
Oh, on the buildings, right. So let me finish that. So we had to use a third-party subcontractor. We became our own general contractor because I felt like we could do it for better than 1.5 mil. But we had to use outside guys for the framing, the I-beams, the roof. But my guys did the drywall, my guys did the flooring, my guys did all the finish works. We built the building for $900K. So, we built it for $150 a square foot. And I just got an appraisal for $1.3 million on it. Now, who has heard of cost segregation? Okay, let me K through 12 it because it's going to blow your effing mind. So I've spent $900,000 on this building. Don, if I depreciate a commercial building, how many years does that, can I depreciate a bit? Traditionally, how many years does it take to depreciate a commercial building?
39 years.
So the way that it worked in the past with depreciation, because people don't understand how this works, is I'm into this building for $900,000. So I take $900,000 and I divide it by 39 years.
Less the land.
Oh, less the land, which was 50 grand. So 850,000 divided by 39 years. So that means that my partners and I have a $29,794 write-off each year. Does that make sense? So we make Alpine Property Management pay the owners of the building, which we own it with our trust, right? Alpine pays us $2,500 a month rent. Okay? So that $2,500 a month is $30,000 a year, but we then have a deduction of $22,000 for depreciation. See how that works? So even though we're paying ourselves rent, we get a write-off for depreciation, so that puts us down to only $8,000 we're paying taxes on from the rent we pay ourselves from Alpine. What other write-offs do we have, Don?
Well, anything for the building, maintenance, repairs, utilities.
Okay, so easily, even though we're paying ourselves rent that we pocket, we show a loss on the building every year because of depreciation. So depreciation is a valuable write-off because the way it usually works is you may pay 30% on the income you earn from your job, but your real estate investment, if you're paying more than 10% taxes on your rental income, you're doing it wrong. You suck. Because nobody pays more than 10% on the money that you're making from your real estate. Does that make sense? Okay? So the easiest way to get a lower tax rate is to jump out of the W-2 pool or jump out of the traditional business owner pool, do more. I get people every month that do more real estate because they get more write-offs. Because if every dollar you make at your job, you pay 30 cents to the IRS and 10 cents to the state, every dollar you make in real estate, you shouldn't be paying more than like 8 or 9 cents. Does that make sense at a very K through 12 level? Okay? Cost segregation is phenomenal. What cost segregation says is, how much did you spend on the foundation? We spent $100,000. So the foundation, I have to depreciate over 39 years. Okay? But think of the electronics that we put into this building. We spent $100,000 on speakers and TVs and projectors and wired internet, right? If I segregate out the $100K I spent on electronics, I can write that off this year. Because I can make the case that electronics can be 100% expensed off this year. And then I can make the case that the flooring that I spent $50K on, I can expense off over the next 3 years. So I could turn this, if I wanted to, I could depreciate of the $900,000, there's 50 for the land and 100 for the foundation that I really can't depreciate very quickly. But I could depreciate $750K pretty easily, all of it over 3 years with cost segregation. So if you take $750,000, divide it by 3 years, that's $250K in write-offs a year that my partners and I could take on this building that we built cash. That's a hell of a lot better than a $21,000 write-off. Because if you are a real estate professional like I am, and you have one building that shows a loss this year of $250,000, but you only collected $30,000 in rental income, that gives you $220,000 that you can use against gains that you made from flips. Does that make sense? Okay? You can carry that over. If you're not a real estate professional, but if you have passive income from investments, passive income from rental property, then you can carry that $250K forward forever until it's all used up. You don't lose it. So you could say, well, I'm a passive investor. I don't want it over 3 years. I want to do the cost segregation study so that I get it over 10 years because at $75K a year, that's about how much I'm making in passive income. That means I pay no taxes on the $75K I'm making from my other rentals. And so you can create a cost segregation timeline where you can work it out to almost whatever number you want it to be. So it gives you the flexibility as an investor to control the depreciation schedule and accelerate it much quicker than 39 years. Now, the problem with depreciation is if I sell this building, if I sell the building for $2 million and I took $750,000 in depreciation, I got to pay it back. Recapture. K through 12 is pay it back. People are like, I got to pay that back. Okay? Because see, when you use words like recapture, people who are not smart like you will go in their heads, what does that mean, recapture? You know, like people would say to me, you got to put your, I was at an asset protection event years ago, and they're like, you got to get everything in your trust. And I'm like, what does that mean? How do I put it in my trust? Do I have to build a fence around the house and call it trust? People are getting very literal. Don't listen to what your high school teacher told you. There are stupid questions that stupid people ask. Think twice. No, just kidding. Now everyone's afraid. She's like, never mind. No. Let me show you a stupid question I had. And I had somebody say to me once, Aaron, I don't understand. So if I give you $100,000 and I'm making 10% a year, that it's going to take me 10 years to get my money back. That sounds like a horrible investment. And I was like, you're not giving me $100,000. I'm selling you a house. Right, but you said it only makes 10%. So if I'm only getting $10,000 a year, that's 10 years to even get my money back? That sounds horrible. I'm like, no. You're giving me $100,000, I'm giving you a house. And then it makes profit of 10% a year. And she couldn't get her brain around that. And I said, Meg, do not sell her any deals. She just voted herself off the island. She doesn't understand an investment in a return. I'm like, I was like, wait, you'll just give me $100,000? And then I can give you $10K a year? Because I like that. You know, it's called a Ponzi scheme. But yeah, that was a stupid question. Question. Don?
No, but here's what most people don't understand about depreciation. There's some years where your accountant's going to say, look, don't claim depreciation this year because it will show a loss in real estate. Good. We like to show pay for loss. We don't like to lose money.
No.
We like to, and when you sell the property, you're going to have recapture depreciation. Whether you claimed it or not, it doesn't matter. It's still going to be recaptured depreciation.
Yeah.
On all those years. So take the depreciation and what it does, and if you can accelerate that depreciation and claim the parking lots in 15 years, the trees and shrubs and the flooring in 5, and if we can get a bigger tax deduction now, that gives you more money to invest right now this year.
Yeah.
That's what we're.
Because think about this building. Am I pocketing $2,500 a month from Alpine Property Management? Yeah. Will I have to pay taxes on it? No, because I have depreciation. That's the K through 12 most basic benefit of expenses. I still have $2,500 a month. That's from my perspective, it's tax free. I don't owe any money on it. Now, it's not tax-free, but now, let's say I sold this building in 3 years and I had taken $750 in depreciation, but I did a 1031 exchange. Who has heard of that? Who has not heard of that? 1031 exchange means if I sold this for $2 million and I reinvest in a trailer park for $2 million, so whatever I sell it for, I invest that sales price into more property, then I don't owe any taxes on the gain, and I don't owe any depreciation recapture. Right now, you defer it again. What if I hold that trailer park for 25 years? Yeah, that's one of the things Biden has proposed is eliminating 1031 exchange. Yes. Absolutely.
They're trying to take them all away in addition to the real estate.
And it brings up a point. Look, if you are proactive with your tax planning and structure, I mean, look at Trump's tax bill. He's been able to legally, allegedly, and defer huge amounts of taxes because of on the books. But this is an example, cost seg is an example of one of the ninja strategies the wealth use. Now, I'm going to have to spend about $3,000 for the cost segregation study. So every month we have clients that say, hey, can I do that on a single family home? Yeah, but it's going to cost you $3,000. We have a group that'll do it for $3,000. So you could do it on a single family home. That could be a conversation with Meg that you have about whether it would make sense to do a cost seg study on a single family home. Because again, depending on your need for write-offs, or if you are a real estate professional, you may be able to benefit. It may be worth it to spend $3,000 on a cost seg study if it translates into 20 or 30,000 in write-offs, especially if you're active. Question.
So the debt service on, you sold this for $2 million. You plan to do a 1031 exchange for $2 million. What about the debt service on this property?
Yeah, I own it free and clear.
What if you didn't?
Then it would be, when you do the 1031, you have to keep the same relative percentage of debt and equity on the new transaction. Don?
Rather than buying a house with a cost seg on it, because it may not be worth it. But if you have other investment properties right now, it would be worth it in this year to do a cost seg on all your.
Great point.
Now I've got more money to invest with Aaron or whatever you're doing. But look at the other properties. This 2020 is the pristine year to do cost segs.
Yeah, like if you have a current building that you own for your office, commercial buildings are usually great candidates for cost seg. Tom?
So let's just say that you have $1 million piece of property that you've had for 10 years.
Yeah.
You've depreciated it over 6 years, and then you do a bypass trust or irrevocable trust or a living trust or whatever. You transfer those assets into the trust. Is the basis that the asset being transferred into the trust reduced by the amount of depreciation, or is it get a stepped-up basis on current valuation?
Great question. Don?
Does not get a stepped-up basis. Nobody died.
Yeah, but if you die...
Right? Well, answer that question. That's important.
The question is, it depends. If you're going into an irrevocable trust, that's a disregarded entity. So your basis stays exactly the same.
As what before. You don't step up unless...
You own a piece of property.
So it would be depreciated.
You'd be in your 6 year.
Yeah, you don't. There's no clawback.
There'd be no change. Or if you went into, let's say, a single member LLC, that's also a disregarded entity. So the basis stays exactly the same. Now, going into an irrevocable trust, the answer is it depends. I'd have to talk to you individually about it.
Great conversation for tonight. Don knows his shit. Question.
So with this recapture thing and all that, I don't know all the terms. So when you owe the 1031, you would have to exchange it for that amount, or if it was part of it, you'd have to pay the tax on this and not on the other.
Right. So, like, let's say, so we sold, Travis, Brittany, and I each put $20,000 into a house here in Indy 4 years ago. So we were into $20K a piece, $60,000. We had it as an Airbnb, but it kind of stuck because the layout was weird. So in April, in the middle of COVID, we said, let's just sell it, because our Airbnbs were not doing well in April. Now they're full again. So we said, let's throw it on the market because it's right by Eli Lilly, good neighborhood. So we put it on the market for $180,000. Right, Brittany? 180? First day, multiple cash offer, $180K. So we had a building that we wanted to buy for an office in Kansas City. And so we bought that building for $200,000, more than the $180K we sold. Now, we only had it 60, and a lot of people get confused. They say, if I reinvest my 60, I can pull the profits out. No. What we sold that house for 180. We were only into it $20K a piece, so we had to reinvest into the full 180. Now, we didn't have a mortgage, so we didn't need to keep any mortgage. And so we bought the new office in Kansas City, plus we each kicked in some extra money. Right? So now Alpine Property Management Kansas City is renting the office from us on the first floor, and Brittany's renting the second floor. So Brittany is both owner of the property and tenant of the property personally and as a partner in Alpine KC, it becomes very nepotism-y. But when everything's separated by LLC structures, there's no conflict of interest. There's no problem with it. And so, but if we would have, what if we would have said, hey, we just sold for 180, we only want to buy a building for 100,000. Well, then we would have had to pay, our gain was 120,000. And so if we only bought for 100,000, we would have been trying to get away with 80, we would have owed taxes on the other 80,000.
Okay, so what you put into it is not capital gains. So
Yeah, you subtract out your that's basis. You subtract out the basis.
okay.
Yep. Questions? Somebody else had a question. No? Good.
So when you say basis, you're talking about additional investment.
Great question. Everybody write this word down. Basis. So basis is what you have into the deal. Purchase price, rehab, what you funded in. If you did it all cash, that's your basis. Accountants use the word basis interchangeably, usually to all in. That's the tax word for basis. That's your all in. Questions about that? Okay. So if you have basis in a 1031 exchange, your gain is only your basis. They're seeing your basis and your net profit. So your gain isn't, the gross price you sell for, because if you pay closing costs, taxes, commissions, that all subtracts out, and then it's just the difference between your basis and the check they gave you at closing. That's your gain. That's what you owe taxes on. Okay? Yep. Now, so I love cost seg because, Don, cost segregation existed before Trump, but why was it good with the new Trump tax laws? Why did it get better?
It's the CARES Act that happened this year that really made it if I can take, it's probably too late if you're not a real estate professional. I'm a real estate professional this year, between 750 hours dedicated time.
Who would be a real estate professional in this room? 750 hours of real estate. Okay?
And it has to be your principal business. So if I spent 750 hours doing real estate, but 751 hours doing whatever else, I'm not a real estate professional. It has to be the principal business. If I can do that, then I can take all my depreciation, any losses that I have in real estate, and roll that back and wipe out all W-2 income, all investment income for the last 5 years. I get a refund back from the government, plus 18% of all the taxes that I pay. Are you kidding me? That's just absurd.
Free money.
If I have more of the losses than that, I can roll those forward until I use up the gain. So if I can cost seg, get a bigger depreciation right now, and any other losses, like repairs that I did this year, now I have this huge loss. Now I can go back and wipe out the taxes that I paid in 19, 18, 17, 16. The government gives me money back plus interest. Oh, baby.
My partner in Idaho is named Jed. Jed is my partner in the modular home dealership, in the mobile home park, in the apartment complexes. We got about $10 million worth of assets. Jed is a cost segregation expert. If you would like to set up a phone consult with him, then we'd be happy to coordinate that for you. I have my personal Gmail address on the board. It's just aaronalpine@gmail.com. Yes, I have emails for Alpine Capital Solutions, Alpine Property Management, but they all funnel back to this Gmail account. Write it down. If this weekend you'd like me to introduce you to Jed, let me know. I can set up a consult with him. aaronalpine@gmail.com. My cell phone number is on there too, 801-787-0294. My rule of thumb with my employees is I clear all of my emails every day. Okay? I'm very, 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 does anyone in this room have an email box with like 20,000 emails in your inbox so I can punch you in the face? See, I have 28. That gives me anxiety because I usually like it around 4 or 5. I clear all my email. I clear 400 or 500 emails every day. I'm on the planes a lot. I just compulsively. First thing I do when I wake up. So if you need to know in the next day or so, just email me. If you'd like to know within the hour, I am meticulous about text. Am I not, Catherine? I clear all of my texts to the quarter hour unless I'm speaking. Okay? And I always answer my phone. But I tell all my team, don't call me unless you need to know right now. Because if you need to know within the hour, just text me. If you need to know within the next day or so, email me. I will get back to you within 24 hours. If you call me, I will answer the phone. If you call me about something you could have texted me or emailed me, I will put your number as waste of time in my phone. And I will not answer it the next time you call. Okay? By doing that, it makes it so that when people call, I always answer my phone. But I don't get a lot of calls. Yes? I average only 6 or 7 phone calls a day. That's it. That's part of the system that I've created to run a $100 million operation with 400 employees in 6 states. It allows me to be, anyone can get a hold of me if you just follow the pattern. And if you need to call me, I'll be like, hey, what's up? Anytime. You know, I shut my phone off around midnight. I sleep till about 7, and then I turn it back on again. So, because I figure if something happens to my kids, I can't do anything about it tonight anyway. I'd rather have a good night's sleep to then confront that tomorrow. Now, the seminar can officially start. My wife is here. Everybody say hi to Megan. They're applauding you because you have to be married to me.
I'm a lot nicer when you call me. He really is like that. Sarah's very good at telling people how to behave themselves.
That's interesting. Is that good or bad? I don't know.
It's good. I think we all should be better at telling him. He's very clear with his boundaries. And you never question where he stands.
Your greatest strengths are also your greatest weaknesses.
But it's something I admire. Like, I wish I had better boundaries like that.
I just find if you're very consistent, I find from a leadership standpoint or a parenting standpoint, people, because who had that leader, boss, or parent that was always unpredictable, and it just gave you so much anxiety because you're like, never know. Whereas when even if somebody's predictably an asshole, you're cool with that. You can not take it personally and know how to avoid conflict. Like, just be predictable. We like to call that high functioning. The polite word. All right. So, So now, here's a dual strategy we've had with investors. Imagine we sell you a house in Charlotte for $100K. It's rehabbed, it's rented, you buy it with your IRA, and you make 7 or 8% from the rents, 7 or 8% from the appreciation. Okay, that's a very common strategy we do. Imagine, though, if we sell you the house in Charlotte for $60K, and then on the HUD, you fund in $40K for the rehab. And so $40,000 goes to Alpine Construction. Don, why is that good? If somebody funds in the purchase price of a house and then they fund the rehab in separately, they buy the house pre-rehab.
Now I can deduct it. If we could put this in service by the end of the year, I can take all the repairs and treat that as a loss. You did lose money. You invested money. But now I can claim 100% of that this year to wipe out all other investment properties that I have in any other income, even on the stock market. If you make money in the stock market, I can take this, the rental, the repairs cost right now. Let's say there's $30,000. This is a $30,000 that can wipe out other investment income that I've done, and up to $3,000 of your W-2 income.
Because if let's say you start bringing in $900 a month on this house, okay? So now you're bringing in $10,800 a year, you could, let's say this is your only property, and you bought it from me in January 60, and then you fund in 40, you could conceivably not pay a penny of rental income for the next 7 years, pay any taxes on it. Because not only will you have $40K in rehab to offset that $11,000 a year, but then you'll have the property tax, you'll have the insurance, you'll have the management, you'll have the maintenance. So you'll end up with basically $70,000 in write-offs that for the next 7 years, you'll still be getting $900 a month. You'll probably, of the 10.8, you'll probably have real income of $7K a year, but you won't pay taxes on that $7,000 a year because you'll have so many write-offs. Does that make sense? Is the benefits of real estate becoming more clear in a K through 12 way? I find people don't understand why depreciation is sexy, why the the tax benefits of real estate. For me right now, Meg and I have about 400 properties. They bring in about $100,000 a month. Those are our passive rentals. Then we do flips and we do other projects that are active. But from our passive income, it's about $1 million a year. But from the write-offs that we get from all of our full-time investing activities, we're getting almost $2 million a year in write-offs. If I take $2 million in write-offs, and I'm in the 40% tax bracket, how much am I not having to send the IRS? What's 40% of $2 million? $800,000 that I don't have to send the IRS. That's almost as much money that I keep as what I make from my rentals. So tax benefits, to me, are as important as rental income. Now, 20 years ago, I was like obsessed about cash flow because that's what I read from Kiyosaki. He didn't really talk about tax benefits, so I was like, cash flow, cash flow, cash flow. Well, cash flow is important. What else is important? Tax. What else is important? It is, but that's not a direct benefit. What about appreciation? That matters. What about equity in the deal? I have a house that these are the big four of real estate, and if you're international, currency fluctuation is a fifth benefit because I have Singaporean clients that bought houses from me with Singapore dollars 8 years ago. Their currency has devaluated to the US dollar 40%, so they're getting effectively a 40% rental increase in rent dollars that come in. And they have a 40% appreciation in the house because the Sing dollar has dropped in value. Does that make sense? And so they're like, keep the money in the US. Don't send it. And I'm like, I'm not keeping it. So they have to fly over here or fly to Hawaii and set up a US bank account. It's fun. Any investor can, right, Catherine? How hard is it for non-Americans to set up U.S. bank accounts? Nope. So everybody say hi to Catherine. She's one of my super ninja smart friends. And she has worked with international investors for a few years, teaching them how to navigate U.S. investment. Where have you worked with investors from? Hong Kong and Singapore. And one of the things that they all wanted to do when they came over was set up a bank account, right? So what was involved in doing that?
It's a corporation and a bank account. It's a couple documents. It's not
Yeah, and you got to know the right bank, but it's not difficult. So my Singaporean clients set up their U.S. bank accounts. They get ITIN numbers. They use their passport. They set them up. And then I put the rent dollars in their U.S. bank account that they can control online from home, and then they can use that U.S. bank account to pay their property tax, pay their insurance, pay maintenance. So they control all their money, but keep it in U.S. dollars. So they love that. And so currency becomes a whole other benefit for investors. But look, these all have different pros and cons, but I find that new investors are like 95% cash flow. And I was that way because that's what I have read in books. But 7, 8, and 9-figure investors, like tax is massive, appreciation, equity. I bought some houses here in Indianapolis for $1,000 a piece at a tax sale. A land bank sale. So they were properties that no one bought the tax liens for. They defaulted back to city ownership, and the city did an auction, and I bought them for like $1,000. They were beautiful homes in great neighborhoods. And, you know, you talk asset protection, people say, do you need one LLC for every property? I was like, I bought 30 of them for about $1,000 a piece. I put all of them in one LLC because I figured my exposure for the $30,000 I paid was $10,000 in exposure. Go ahead, sue me. You can have all of them. You pay the mowing and dumping fines. You pay the board up orders from the city. Take them, right? But one neighborhood that 9 of the houses are in, the city designated as a tech revitalization district and dumped $400 million into it. And now those 9 homes are worth $60,000 a piece. How many of you would like to buy one of those 9 homes from me for what I paid for $1,000? Raise your hand if you would buy it. Raise your hand if you would not want the one. Just see, now some of you didn't raise your hand. I taught high school. That means you didn't listen or you didn't understand. And I'm okay with that, but it means you're like sitting in the back going like this to me, right? That's the other thing high school students do, okay? Of course you would, but I always get investors to say, well, appreciation's not real till you sell the property. No, you don't realize the gain, but it's real. It's real. Hell yeah, you can borrow against it. We all count it. We don't count it when it's convenient for us. When you're pissed at the property manager, hey, we had another eviction. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, but I had one of my clients from Dallas call. Aaron, we had an eviction. You should pay for that. I'm like, why? I sold you that house 10 years ago for $50,000. It's worth $150,000. Well, you guys put a bad person in there. No, sometimes bad people get in houses, and sometimes people have catastrophic life events. This person lost their job, and they stayed there until we evicted them. It was a shitty situation, but I don't feel bad for you because you've owned that house for 10 years. You want me to share some of your downside, but you've never sent me a check back saying, good job, Aaron. Here's some of the profits. So I'm like, you're just a shitty investor. You want everyone to share your downside. You never volunteer the upside. I think you should sell the house because I don't like working with you. Because you're myopic. You're small. You focus obsessively about one thing. Well, Aaron, I wasn't saying all that, Aaron. Like, you don't want to talk to me sometimes because I will always shoot straight with you. Like Meg said. So you're going to be Ellen and Hillary who do our customer service. They're nice and they're polite and tactful. But people are like, I want to talk to Aaron. Good, I'd love to talk to you because the first thing I'm going to say is what impact has that rental property had on your personal tax picture? And if you don't know that, then you don't know enough about your properties. You need to rework that. Like you need to be like, before I bought these properties, I was in the 40% tax bracket. Because of the extra write-offs, it's reduced my taxable income by 3%, which is an effective benefit of owning those properties. Does that make sense? Okay, if you don't know that, if you don't know how much appreciation you have, you don't know how much equity you have, then you're not looking at it from 35,000 feet. You're down at ground level, obsessing about one element. Cash flow is important. I'm not saying it's not, but so is tax benefits, so is appreciation, so is equity, and if you're international, so is currency. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, I want to get into these. Any other questions? Yes.
So if I'm taking an IRA through the IRA club and changing it to a Roth.
Yes.
And so I'm going to have to pay taxes on the amount that wasn't already a Roth.
Yes.
Can I use these to bring down that tax?
Ooh. Okay, so you have a traditional Roth or a 401k?
I have a TSP that I took out through CARES Act.
Okay, so she had TSP.
And part of it's Roth.
Okay.
And part of it's traditional. And then I've rolled in another IRA. It's not a 401k. It used to be an employer.
Okay, then you rolled in a 401k that's now IRA, right?
And I'm going to make it a Roth.
So,
all the traditional to Roth.
So this money over here is you've put it in tax deferred, and now it's grown tax deferred, and now you're thinking of doing a Roth conversion.
Yes.
Okay, so a couple of things, because this is a great question. Who else has a traditional IRA or a 401k that's been growing tax? You've been contributing pre-tax, right? So first of all, let me K through 12 it back another step, because I know all of you have heard of a Roth, but some of you may have forgotten. So you have 401ks, and you have IRAs, and you have TSPs, and you have 403bs, and blah, blah, blah. So you have all of these type of accounts where you earn money and you defer taxes, so you don't pay taxes when you put it in the account, and then as it grows, you continue to defer taxes, and then when you get old and retire, you take it out, and when you withdraw, you pay taxes. So let's say you were a super earner, super saver, and you have $10 million in your IRA, and you decide that you want to take out $100,000 a month for retirement, then you are paying taxes on $1.2 million a year minus 40%. Does that make sense? Okay? Now, the Roth, first question is, who does not have a Roth? Raise your hand. Who does not have a Roth? Okay? Every person in this room should have a Roth. Why would you not set one up? You're not limited to the number of IRAs that you can have. You can have 10 IRAs. You're limited to how much you can put in them a year, your contributions, but you can keep your traditional, you can keep your 401k, and then you can set up a Roth. IRA Club will be here today. You can set up a Roth with them for $175. That would be a perfect thing to do this weekend, okay, is set up a Roth. Now, the Roth is one of the greatest tax gifts that we've been given from the federal government, because if you earn money here, you pay the taxes, so it's after tax dollars that go in as your contribution. And then it grows. Do you pay taxes on that growth? No. All money, all investments inside a retirement account grow either tax deferred or tax free. If it's a Roth, it's tax free growth because you already paid the taxes. If it's a traditional, it's tax deferred. And then when you get old and have $10 million and you decide that you want to take out $100K a month, do you pay taxes here? No. It's tax-free withdrawals. And so you never pay taxes on the growth inside the retirement in the Roth, and then you never pay taxes when you take it out. Never pay taxes again. The analogy that they all use is you're paying taxes on the seeds versus the fruit. Okay? Imagine if you bought, in your retirement account, Berkshire Hathaway in 1964 when it was $100, and you bought one Class A share, and now it's worth, what is it now, like $360,000 or something? Okay, and now you got $360,000 that you bought with your Roth that it's grown to, or you bought 10 shares, you got $3 million that you've literally bought a lottery ticket. You bought a lottery ticket that crushed it for you. You made, 50. Well, if you just look at, who's seen the commercials where like, Netflix has gone up 20,000%. If you would have bought Netflix when they opened, if you would have bought Amazon when it opened, get our free stock advice, right? And I was like, yeah, shit, why didn't I buy Netflix when they opened? Because it was like Redbox or something. But what 5-figure and 6-figure income earners focus on is contribution. They have said, like, how can I put more in? What do you think 7, 8, and 9-figure earners obsess about? What growth rate you can make on your money. Okay, think about Mitt Romney. Everybody know who Mitt Romney is. When he ran for president a few years ago, he disclosed that in his self-directed Roth, he has $300 million. Now, can he put $1 million into his Roth contribution? No. How much can he put into his Roth a year?
7,000 for ketchup after 52.
6 or 7 grand. So did he make it on the contribution or did he make it on the growth? Rich people obsess about growth. Poor people obsess about contribution because they have a shitty growth timeline. Their money's at Fidelity, making them 5% a year, while Mitt Romney buys founders shares with his private equity company because Mitt Romney founded with Mr. Bain, Bain Capital, I believe it was in 1984, wasn't it, Don? Romney and Bain founded like 83, 84. Any idea how much Bain Capital is worth? Don, never heard of it. Private equity. You know what private equity is now, though? That's why Mitt Romney financially is here and Trump's here. Trump's like, oh, you have a reality show. Mitt Romney's like, I have $130 billion in Bain. Like, Bain is sick. But people are like, well, he doesn't make that much money. No, he hasn't taken that much money out of Bain. It's all sitting. If you don't take it out and it stays in the company, right? So when Bain would buy a company that they knew was going to go up 5,000%, then Mitt would say, oh, I want $5,000 from my Roth to also buy shares in that company. Is that a conflict of interest? Not for private equity, it's not. It's called how rich people get richer. And then that 5,000 makes 5,000% interest. And now Mitt's got 100,000 in there. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Does that make sense? I've been averaging inside of my Roth IRA 40% a year. Doing flips, doing rentals, investing in businesses with my Roth. Has anybody been averaging 40% a year over the last decade? Okay? Because the idea of self-directing or doing a solo 401k is that you're taking control of your money and not just trusting it to Fidelity. Does that make sense? Okay? Now, the question that people always have is, okay, that makes sense, Aaron, because think about what the rationale that your financial advisor said for doing a traditional. You don't want to pay taxes here, you want to pay here, because when you retire, you're in a lower tax bracket. And I don't know about you, but it's like, hey, work with me for the next 30 years, and you'll have an upper middle class lifestyle, and then when you retire, you'll retire in poverty. And then you won't pay shit for taxes because you'll be poor. And that's what we offer at Merrill Lynch. I mean, that's some bullshit. How about this retirement? I want to always be in the highest tax bracket. What's the minimum you can make to be in the highest tax bracket? Now it's like 400K-ish. Let's ask the Google. That's why it's always nice to have a CPA in here. Filing. Oh, 3 more rows. There you go. Highest tax bracket is married filing jointly is 600 grand. Single is 500,000. So what about this investing horizon? Invest with me and you'll never have less than 50 grand a month to live off of. Isn't that a better? But they don't tell you that. They don't tell you that. Because I know some of you are living off of that now. And your guy's been telling you he's going to get you down. Well, the only way he gets you down is if there's less to come out. That's why the Roth is considered so much better, because if you can, one, make a lot on the growth side and not pay any taxes, you have pure compounded growth that when you go to take it out, that you continue to benefit because you're not paying a haircut on the fruit. So what investors, every month somebody says, all right, I agree, Aaron, I'd like to get it to a Roth. What should I do? I got 200,000 in here. And the tax rate you pay is whatever tax bracket you're in. So so let's say you make 100,000, you're like, no, I looked it up. I'm in the 24% tax bracket. I'm like, no. If you're going to do a Roth conversion on 200,000, it's the 100K you make plus the 200 you want to convert. you're paying taxes on $300,000, so it actually puts you in the 32% tax bracket. You owe 90 grand. And people are like, oh, it took me forever to get 200,000 in there. I don't want to pay 90 and only have 110. Does that make sense? So can I show you some ninja strategies that I've seen? I have a client who's a tax attorney. She said to me, oh, do this. She sat down with Meg. She said, Meg, I only want properties in areas that don't have very good comps. Meg's like, what? Why? She's like, just trust me, I'm a tax attorney. Now that I have a strategy for my Roth conversion. Okay. So Meg picks out 2 deals, $100K a piece for our client. And if you go out a half-mile radius, there's just not a lot of good comps. One was kind of rural in Charlotte. There just wasn't a lot of comps. The other here in Indy, most of it was REOs. Those aren't good comps. And here's why. Because what she did was, instead of converting the 200K, she bought 2 houses in the traditional for 100K each. She bought houses before converting. If you wait 6 months, which she did, and then you send an email to the IRA club and say, I would like to convert my traditional to Roth. They'll say, all right, well, you have 2 houses. And because it's 6 months, we just have to order an appraisal. If you do it in less than 6 months, then let's say it's just the price of the houses, so you're screwed. And what happens if an appraiser goes out and there's no comps? Do they go higher or lower? Lower. Typically, they go lower. If there's no comps, that makes appraisers nervous. Imagine if, and she said, Aaron, you're my property manager. I want you to meet the appraiser at the house to let them in. I said, okay. And I want you to tell them the following. I said, okay. I want you to say, the owner of this property is only getting an appraisal for tax purposes. They would love you to be as conservative as you want to be on this appraisal. Now, what if I would have met the appraiser and said, hey, the owner of this property wants to sell these for $1 million. Can you jack up the price to $1 million? The appraisal's like, okay, there's my license, fraud. That's 2007 all over again, right? Collusion between, right? But if you say to an appraiser, I want you to be conservative, they're like, and it's only for tax purposes? They're like, okay. And like literally on this building, we paid $5,000 for an appraiser because we needed it for valuation purposes for my partners. He literally said, well, what would you guys like it to be? I swear to God, that's what he did. And I'm like, well, I'm into it, 900 grand. I said, but I was getting bids for 1.3 to 1.5 for 250 bucks a foot. And he's like, okay. What did it come in? 1.3. So appraising is not a valuation tool. You know, I mean, if you do an income approach appraisal, it is, but not comps. Comps are garbage. Comps just means what my neighbors are doing drives my value. You know, so then her appraisals came back at 80 and 90K. Then she did a conversion, and instead of owing tax on 200, it literally reduced 30K of her tax bill. She was in the 40% bracket. That's $12,000 less that she didn't have to give. So one thing I would advise is if you're doing a Roth conversion, I would advise you to buy the properties over here in the traditional. And then what if you get laid off, right? What if you get laid off, you have 5 homes? That's the perfect time because you're not, you know, you may not have money or as much money this year to convert one of the homes. Or like I'll have clients who they'll wait until they're not working as a retiree, and then they'll convert 1 home a year at that point. So you wait until your personal tax picture looks like it's going to be lower than it normally is, because again, you're not going to eliminate it, but you are minimizing the strategy, because I understand that a lot of people get heartburn about getting it into the Roth. But that doesn't preclude you from setting up a Roth and starting to put $6,000 in it right now.
But you do have to wait 6 months.
Yeah, to convert or to
convert it to.
I would advise that you wait 6 months. Yeah. Okay.
So you can buy part of the house in one and part of the Roth, part of the IRA.
Yep. You can split them. And who has a solo 401k? Is anybody? Let's see. 1, 2, Who else has one? Solo 401k? You have one?
I'm
Getting one? Okay, the only thing to think about with solo 401ks is that most of you are you're the trustee for your 401k. Okay? Now what that means is if you screw it up and it gets disallowed, it's your fault. Okay? I used to have a checkbook IRA. So I had 100K of my IRA money in my own business checking account, in its own business checking account, and then I could write out checks to do deals. And it got audited, and I made mistakes in it, and it got disallowed. So I like to use a trustee for my retirement account. IRA Club, if you already have a solo 401k that Anderson set up, okay, IRA Club will be your trustee for $300 a year. Meaning every transaction that you do, their compliance will review it to make sure that you don't screw it up. Now, every month I get some clients who are like, I'm fine being my own trustee. So I always say that because every month there's at least one person who goes, oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, $300 is worth it for my $1 million retirement. And so IRA Club is cool about that. Anderson charged you a lot of money to set it up. The setup is beautiful. What they put together is a great document. But I find that every month someone comes who didn't realize that they're their own trustee. And they're like, yeah, that's a good point. I don't want to be responsible for it. So they spend $300 a year for IRA Club to be their trustee. I don't want to be my own trustee, and I do a lot. Now, it does slow you down a little because your transactions get held up to get reviewed, but no more than 48 hours. So it would screw your same-day opportunity, but losing same-day investment to know that I'm never going to screw it up has been worth it for me personally. That's just from one investor to another, my 2 cents. Questions about that? Okay. Has that been valuable on Roths? All right. So let me go back to, I keep trying to talk about these, but you guys keep asking all these questions. So let me go through these 3 metrics and then we'll grab lunch. Is food here? Yeah. So let me go through these 3 valuation tools because they're important in real estate, and I use them all the time for the rest of the weekend because after lunch I'm going to dig into markets. I'm going to talk about what's happening in real estate, what's happening because of COVID, and what the opportunities are. That's what we're going to cover this afternoon. All right. Raise your hand if this event has been different than what you thought it would be. In a good way. In a bad way. All right. Just curious. Just gauging the temperature of the room. So the 1% rule is what I use as it's a quick decision tool. And what I'm trying to answer is, do I even want to dig into the numbers? Now, I have a really cool email that we're going to go through in just a minute because one of my clients sent me a portfolio that I haven't looked at yet. Aaron, here's the data that I have for the portfolio. It's 153 units in KC. I'm still trying to get a T12 and full year rent roll. We're looking at taking it down, but it's a bit out of our locale, which is why he called me, because I have 4 trailer parks and 200 homes in Kansas City. Brittany's like, what is he doing? Have you seen this yet? I sent it. So first thing I did was forward it to our on-the-ground manager, Tim.
He doesn't know what to read it. That's why.
Well, no, all I wanted Tim to do, all I said to Tim was, can you go drive these? I hear it's pretty rough. Let me know what you think. Okay? I just wanted to see what he thought, because I want to know if it's like low-income war zone, or is it like blue collar, or is it, because I'm not really interested when we only have about 200 properties under management. under Alpine KC, I don't really want to take on a 153 unit project in a war zone. That doesn't sound, do you want to, Brittany? Brittany, Brittany, you're not looking. You're not looking. So Tim drove it. Tim drove it, and he wrote, "They are all in a fantastic area comparable to Heron Morton, which is where we're sitting right now." I was like, what? Maybe just 2 to 3 years behind. Right around the corner from Q39, the buildings all appear to be in great shape. New window, camera systems, and then he sent me pictures of all the buildings. I just got this yesterday at noon. So I forwarded all these emails to, I'll forward this to you, Brittany. Because why don't you,
Are these properties here?
No, it's Kansas City. Okay? So here's what I'm going to do today, because we'll take a look at this. So I forward them to my partner, Len, because he and I have a couple things we're partnered on. And then I texted him and said, I'll dig into the numbers this weekend. So he said, what's the next step? Are you interested? Is this something we can JV on? I said, I need to dig into the pro forma bus tour this weekend, so I may not be able to till Monday. Let me know if you need anything else. Brittany's like twitching.
Well, I don't know why you asked him.
I just want him to drive them because I didn't have time on Thursday.
Really unbiased. I'll be real biased.
So he was kind of rosy about it.
He's excited about anything that has multiple doors.
I know. So let me teach you 1% rule, and then we'll revert back to this. Is that cool? Because I haven't even looked at it, so we can do it out loud. A question? Oh, no question? Okay. This is going to be real-time learning today. It's always a gamble, though. Now, this is an investor. Len was oil and gas executive, had a multi-million-dollar retirement account. He's bought like 6 houses from us, and then we've partnered on a bunch of projects. These homes are a great starting point and trust builders. You know, Jack said to me, Aaron, I'm interested in doing this, and this, and I said, great, because now we've been working together for 7 years, and he knows the competence of my team. He knows we have trust, and so I said, whatever you want to do, come out to Idaho. I'll show you my. There's always people in the room who are like, let's just skip. I want to do one of these with you, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to do one of these with you. You're vetting me out this weekend. You're listening to me talk for 3 days, but you may be a lousy investor. You may be a nervous Nelly. You may be a whiny little bitch, and I don't want to partner with you on this. Because if I sell you a house, if you don't like Alpine, there's 50 other companies here that can manage it for you. But if we partner on this apartment, it's like a marriage. We just moved in together. You got a toothbrush in my bathroom. And it's hard to unwind a big project like this. And so let's just start small this weekend. Maybe you just do one deal. And then when the rent comes in, you're like, it's not a Ponzi scheme, and you get the title back and it's in your name, and you know what I mean? Like, that really matters. There's nothing like getting real money from real deals that we've done. Let's start small. Let's not get into one of these. If you sit down with Meg and say, hey, I listen, Aaron, let's pick out a deal or two, but then I'm really more interested in multifamily. Okay, but we're still not jumping to this because one deal, let's do at least one deal. That'll help me get a feel for you. Is that fair? Who's more interested in multifamily? Just be honest. Who's more interested in multifamily? I do a ton. But I never do a ton out of the gate. I don't do those out of the gate with people. I want to get a feel for you, and because look, trust isn't part of it, but trust helps make it easier if we can build some trust. Because you'll have a good feel for me, I'll have a good feel for you. Right, Carrie? Okay? Carrie had a bad deal that I bought it back. Yeah. The second one will be all right. First one's bad. All right, so 1% rule says the following. If I look at all the rents, if I look at 1 month's rent, total rent. So let's say it rents for $1,000 a month. 1,000 is 1% of how much? So if I buy a property, so my basis is 100K. If you can achieve the 1% rule, where you're getting 1,000 for every 100K. So if you're buying it for 400,000, what does it need to be? 4,000. Who's from New York area? Who's from New York? So to get 2,000 a month in rent in Brooklyn, how much do you have to spend to get 2,000 a month in rent? 2 million. What's 1% of 2 million? 20,000 a month. So if you're only getting 2,000 for 2 million, now if you can achieve the 1% rule, you'll make about 8% just from the rents. Give or take. Again, it's a quick decision tool. It's not a comprehensive analysis. Give or take net from the rents. Okay? If you're only getting not the 1% rule, you're getting the 1/10 of 1% rule, then you're probably only making 0.8% on cash on your investment. You're not even making enough to cover the taxes. Does that make sense? And so I always say, if you're going to take less than 6% on the cash flow, I usually say don't buy it. Put it in the market. That's my rule of thumb. I don't like rental properties unless it's a really nice commercial property or a really nice apartment complex. Like if I could get student housing across the street from Indiana University that's in great shape, I'd take 5% on that. I'd take 4.5%. If I could get a Walgreens commercial property with a Walgreens and a Dollar General, and they were built in the last 10 years, they call that Class A commercial. For Class A commercial, I'll take 4 or 5%. I'm fine with that. But I don't want that on apartments or blue collar or war zone. If I'm going to buy a war zone property, I want to make greater than 12% on my money. Does that make sense? That's why I wanted to know before I even looked at that apartment what Tim thought of the neighborhood. Because this is a Class A neighborhood. Tim said in that email that those apartments are Class B trending to A. That's kind of exciting. Brittany, was he talking at his ass?
I think it's nicer than that.
Oh, because it's by Q39.
It's like Mass Ave.
Damn.
Well, it's pocket. I mean, I'll go there on Wednesday.
So Brett, while you're sitting there, will you compile the 1% numbers we need to evaluate this? So add up the total purchase price for the portfolio, and then tell me what the gross estimated rents are. So I don't have to dig through that when I. They did? Of course they did. But put it together because I'll have you read it off to us once we circle back. So, any questions about this? Is just my rule of thumb as an investor. Yes, question.
Although that's back in the envelope, you change it anyway for IRA versus taxable account.
Oh, such a great question. And I've never heard that phrase back of the envelope. Is that your phrase?
Doubt it.
Has anybody heard that before? That's cool. That's a cool way of saying that. Can I copyright that?
Yes, sir.
Sounds smart, right? That's smart. Yeah, it absolutely matters because so I have this, and this is a little bit more high level, but Tom, some of you are savvy, right? Tom, you've been doing real estate a long time. So would you mind listening to this and weighing in for everyone else about what you think of this? I have this working theory. So I got up to where I have right now almost 200 different unique properties that total 400 doors. Now this sounds bougie. I'm not trying to be bougie. I'm not flexing. It's real. And I found, Tom, that it's becoming a nightmare for me to personally track 200 unique location passive investments. Now, one of these is a 60-unit apartment complex. And I have a phenomenal manager. So even though it's 60 different rent checks, from my standpoint, it's only one property. And so it's easy for me because I have a manager who's a chemical engineer, worked for Intel, is a stay-at-home mom. her husband's a lawyer. I convinced her to manage the property. It's easier than some of my trailer parks. Okay? So I have this working, I've been calling it my 25 streams of cash flow. We were talking about this last night at dinner. My working theory now is I don't want more than 25 streams of cash flow for rental property. Meaning, when I get to, what I should have done when I got to 100 was sell some of them and consolidate it into nicer multifamily. Because think about it, when I'm 80, I don't want 2,000 properties, single family homes in blue collar neighborhoods. Those are labor intensive. Those are tough to think about. I would rather have 200 university housing complexes and commercial properties that are in nice neighborhoods and that I don't even have to think about to manage. Because I won't make much. I may only make 4% or 5%, but if I only spend 20 or 30 grand a month, who cares about making that reduced return when there's a huge hassle factor with only 200 unique locations? And so I have this acquire and then consolidate and scale up strategy. So even though I'm reducing my return goes down, I'm increasing the quality of my real estate investments in terms of neighbor. Like when I'm 90, I'd rather have 100 of these cute houses across the street here making 5% than 1,000 blue collar houses making 10%. Does that make sense? That's just a working theory that I've been thinking because there's an emotional hassle factor associated with passive wealth. What do you think about that, Tom?
Well, I think it makes great sense. Particularly, this sounds like a terrible statement, but the older you get, the mind isn't as sharp as it used to be.
That's exactly why, Tom.
And you have to plan for your own personal obsolescence in the process.
Absolutely. And I have nightmares of being 80 and then my kids figure out how to crack, I got one son, he's an angel, but one son is me when I was little. My little Tommy is naughty. He's very bad. I really have, full disclosure, I really have full custody because Tommy, right? Mom's like, I think he's going to knife me. He's yours, right? He's very bad. I mean, even look at the family picture. Look at that face, okay? The face of evil. Now, Don, what is Tommy wearing right there?
Just came off a cruise with us, so he's got to protect all. Thank you.
Megan tried to convince all of us to do Christmas jammies. I'm like, I'll take the picture because I ain't wearing, I already have a high voice. I need my testosterone. If a man wears Christmas jammies that match his whole family, you lose part of your testosterone. Literally, the second you put on those matching jammies. I'm not doing that. I need my testosterone. I already sound like a 12-year-old girl. Oops. So I would consider lower cap because of the fact that you're paying no taxes on the rent revenue. I think it could make a lot of sense to put your lower yield, maybe even higher appreciation or higher stability properties in an IRA because, I had somebody say to me once, well, if you buy real estate in your retirement account, you lose the tax benefits. And I'm like, no. When you don't pay taxes, that's the best tax benefit. I don't care about depreciation if I don't have to file a tax return. I'm paying zero, nothing. And so I've been holding, the properties I've been holding in my IRA that I know that I won't ever sell are the most stable, lower cap, higher asset class. I've been actually doing that already. So I have a commercial building in Fountain Square downtown. It's sexy part of town, sexy, trendy, hipstery neighborhood, brew pub across the street. I just did a 5-year triple net lease to an artesian ice cream shop. And their credit and their business financials were so strong. I was offered $2,500 a month triple net 6 months ago, but I rejected it because I didn't like, it was an artist and his credit sucked. And this guy offered me only $1,000 a month, but he offered a 10-year lease, triple net, and I took it because my basis in the building is only $80,000. I bought it years ago. It's worth $600 now. And so I'm willing to take, 5 cap on that. It's in my retirement account. I won't pay any taxes. And I love that because as my brain gets soft, that'll be really 10-year triple net. It's just give me the $1,000. There's no thoughts at all. Whereas if you turn a low-income property every year, it's what do I have to do on the turn? Or I just had an eviction, and there's a hassle factor. And I have a full-time bookkeeper that manages all of my own properties, but she still doesn't care about my money, right? She cares to the extent to keep her job, but no one cares about your money more than you. So I'd rather make a secure less money because Meg and I we don't even live off of 5% of what we make right now. We don't. And I say that not to flex or to brag. I say that so that you understand that right now is when you need to map out the wealth accumulation strategy going forward. I want you to understand how I think because you're trying to connect your journey, and no one did this for me 20 years ago when I first started going to seminars. They didn't break it down in a transparent, candid way. So that's one of the reasons why I do that. Did that answer your question? Follow up?
No, other than I think probably the other side of that is when you're sitting at a certain net worth, 5% of a crap load of money is a whole lot more than somebody that has is in the growth phase, millennials, whatever it is, Gen Z, that sort of thing. So that probably infects our thinking as well.
Oh, that's such a good comment, which is why I have this slide, because when I first learned about passive wealth accumulation, I thought, okay, well, I got to find a way to get 10 rentals because then I'll have 10 properties passively generating wealth. And what I used to think was, if I want passive, then I need to spend 90% of my brain thinking about passive wealth accumulation because that's my goal. And only 10% I'm focusing on active. And so I got mortgages because it was 2000, it was liar loans. So I got mortgages on 10 properties and went, okay, well, I got 10 properties now. But now I've just increased my risk because now I've taken on a bunch of recourse leverage. And I'm like, I don't own these properties. The bank does. I put 5% down on 10 properties and I don't have any cash flow because after paying the mortgage, management, insurance, there's nothing left for me. So I just need to hope these tenants keep staying in there so it'll pay down the mortgage so I'll actually own them. So then I started thinking, wait a minute. If I flip this and spend, 10% of my brain power on passive and 90% on active, if I make $4 million this year and live off of $400,000, that gives me $3.6 million to buy those passive rentals. Nothing allows you to buy more passive investments than making more money. So even though your priority is 90% passive, your brain power, your time, and your resources need to be, how do I make more money and live off of less? That is what your obsession should be. So then when I came out here, I thought, if I buy 10, because then I started getting calls from people back in California. I met a guy named Armando Montalongo who was on Flip This House. And he said to me, hey man, I'm doing these flipping seminars and I'd love for you to come teach in my seminar about passive investing and then you can sell properties to my students, pay me 6% commission. And I was like, okay. So I showed up at a seminar in Pomona, back near where I had gone to grad school. And he's like, this is Aaron. He's going to teach you about passive investing. And then he gave me 6 hours. So I'm like, teaching. And a couple people came up and said they want to buy properties. I was like, great. Paid Armando a commission. And I said, wait a minute. If I can sell 10 homes a month to investors that I manage for them in Indiana, then that'll give me, if I make $7,000, that's $70,000, then I can go buy one or two for me free and clear and stash them away in my passive. And I thought, well, why don't I just go get a loan? Why don't I get a big ass loan from the bank for $10 million and keep all the properties? Well, that's more risk. I didn't want to take that risk. So realizing that because it was clean, because then at the end of that month, if I sold it and kept two and sold it and kept two, well, that's how I got to 200 doors so quickly. That's how I've done it. So how ironic is I started by flipping, but what am I really doing this weekend? Flipping. I'm still flipping. I bought them. I fixed them up. I rented them out. I'll sell them to you. I'll keep managing them. I'm still just flipping. I've been flipping for 20 years. I just stopped selling to homeowners and started selling to Chinese investors, individual U.S. investors, and Wall Street institutional investors. That's all I do. Still just flip 20 years later. And that active income has powered my passive growth. Now, how interesting is it that, Brittany, do I ever screen tenants in Kansas City?
You personally?
Yeah.
No.
Hell no. Do I do budgets on houses?
I haven't seen you do that in a very long time.
No. So how ironic now, my property management companies, with the exception of Idaho, because I live there, so it's still active for me, my property management companies are all passive. We're managing 1,500 homes here, bringing in $700 or $800 a month rent. We keep 10% of the rent. We mark up the construction and the maintenance work 15%. Alpine Property Management, Indianapolis is making about $8,000 to $10,000 a week net profits. I get half of that. So Alpine has become passive. I'm taking care of my kids in Idaho, and my property management company has become passive. Who remembers, what was that Al Pacino movie where he was the drug dealer? Scarface. Remember when he was like trying to hide the cash everywhere? That one scene of the movie, they're like stuffing, they have a cash problem. Like, I've started to feel like that. Now that I've been just rinse and repeating that model for so many years. So active income is what you need. That's why we're talking about active income today. Does that make sense? Questions or comments about that?
Previously you said flipping was crap, or not a good thing to do.
Flipping is crap as a beginning strategy because the amount of failure points in flipping are extremely high. But flipping is great when you know what you're doing.
It's got the connection.
So, perfect example. We bought a house. Brittany, we bought a house at auction. We only got one house at the auction last month. What did we pay for it? $55,000. What's the after repair value on it?
Oh. I'd say 175,
175, 180. It's in, you guys live here in Indy, right? It's Ravenswood. Right? Yeah. No, but why didn't anyone bid on it, Brittany? Or did anyone bid against us?
Yeah,
one person. What did they drop out at? Well, obviously 55.
I wasn't there, but my guess is it's close to a floodplain, so some people just look it up, and it's
yeah, I've learned that the hard way.
It's kind of far, so the farther ones on the rim of the metro, since we have such a small window to do the due diligence, people won't go drive it.
Yeah. So it needs about 70, 50, basis, $120 to sell for 175. So I really bought it is because every month I like to go see a flip on bus tour. We just sold our last flip 2 months ago. I'll put it on the bus tour all of next year and stretch it out because it gives me a chance to talk flipping. We'll go see it we'll slowly rehab it all of next year and we'll go see it. Because from an educational standpoint, it gives me a chance to go talk about flipping in a flip. Our last one I stretched for 2 years. Yeah.
Once you get an untangible there, because you're like an early adopter to the neighborhood, and you're saying a lot of people aren't buying in that neighborhood, you're building in value for the next one to be there and the next one.
Yeah, people are. I mean, people are buying there, but the floodplain is the biggest issue.
Well, they just moved the maps too recently.
It's also a whole
Oh, are you local?
No.
Oh, okay, cool.
There's a lot of.
But they did, yeah.
There's a huge amount of homeownership over there.
What's that?
There's a huge amount of homeownership over there, so there's not a lot of comp.
Yeah, it's like 90% homeowner.
It looks like there's a lot of activity, but nobody moves.
The only rentals over there are apartments. People love that little pocket because it's the only place you go 10 blocks outside of that neighborhood in any direction, and you're up to $300,000-$500,000 houses. So it's the one place you can get houses under $200K, and you just have to have flood insurance. So we'll just factor that into the price when we sell. Whatever.
What he said reminded me of opportunities and all the opportunity, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, we'll talk about those. When they first released the opportunity zones, I was really excited about it. I'm not as excited about it now, and I'll explain that tomorrow. Don't let me forget that. The other one that came out was the qualified business income deduction. Love that one. Write down QBI. That's another one if you're a real estate professional is phenomenal, right, Don?
Yeah, but for even non-real estate.
Correct. The only people it hurts is like CPAs, lawyers, orthodontists, optometrists.
And on Sunday, I'm going to talk about it's not automatic. You have to treat it as a business.
Yeah.
Or you don't get 20% off. But, yeah,
So, Brittany, have you compiled the numbers on that? Okay, let me know when you're done because then we'll fit it into the box. So, let me give you an example. I had somebody say to me, Aaron, on the apartment complex I bought in Idaho. So it's 60 units. And I had a friend bring it to me and he said, Aaron, we can buy this project for $3.2 million. Now, 60 units for $3.2 million is, I can't get my brain around that. So what do? Divide it out to cost per unit. So that's $53,333 a door. My next thought in my brain is it class A, B, or C? A is like brand new and very sexy. This building would be class A commercial. B would be that building across the street. It's in a nice neighborhood, but it's got some deferred maintenance. It's kind of beat up. C is everything else. Like C is like middle class down to war zone. There's no D, E, or F. It's very broad and unspecific. Okay, and it was actually class B. So I said, okay, if it's class B for an apartment complex, then I would like to make about 8 to 10% on the cash flow. So then that really means my next question is, does this qualify for the 1% rule? You with me? Now, if each unit is $53,000, how much would I have to rent for a 1% rule? What's 1% of 53,333? $533 a month. And I said to my friend, what is the unit, what did this apartment complex, he said, well, there's only 2 vacant, and last month it brought in $20,000. So I'm like, all right, 20,000 divided by 58 is 344. And I said, why is it so low? Because in Idaho, there's really nothing below 800 a month. He's like, it is been slumlorded into the ground. Everyone's on month to month. He's like, I'm sure you can get nightly, hourly rates over there if you want. There's agriculture growing in the apartments with glow lights, right? There's cooking products being produced. There's meth. He's like, it's everything. It's like tricks, meth, and weed. No problem. So I was like, ugh. I said, how much would we have to spend? I said, what would the rents be? And he's like, well, they're 2-bedroom, 1-bath. If they were nice, we get $750. And I said, well, $750 times 60, that's $45,000. If I buy it for $3.2 million, that's better than the 1% rule. That's the 1.4% rule. So that's like 10 or 11% off just the rents. You with me? I said, all right, I'm interested because I'd like to go see how much we'd have to spend to get the rents up. That was my only question. So I go drive it. And I run the numbers. I'm like, it needs 500. Because in my brain, there was some capital improvements it needed some bigger projects, roofs and stuff. But what I figured is if I could turn 20 of them, because it's actually 10 sixplexes, which I kind of liked. Because I'm like, then if I turn 3 or 4 of them, the ones in the front, and rent those out where it's nice, then as you go back into the street, the cash flow from those will jump on the project, and I can use that cash flow to rehab the rest of the units. This was 2 years ago. I now have over 50 of them done, and we only had to spend $400,000 in addition to the 3.2 that we needed to buy it. So do you see how I use the 1% rule to see if I even wanted to go drive it? Because based on the target return on my rents and the kind of neighborhood it's in, I was able to say, all right, this is worth digging in on. Does that make sense? That's why when somebody brought me a trailer park in Kansas City, they said, it's $500,000. I said, how many spaces, how many lots are there? He said, 100. I said, whoa, 5,000 a lot? I said, is it empty? He said, no. What's 1% of 5,000? 50. I said, right?
5,500.
No, 500 is 10% of 5,000. 50 bucks is 1% rule. I said, what are the lots? What's the lot rent? He said 300, 51, 52, 53. That's 6% rule. That's like 48% cash on cash return. I said, how many trailers are in it? He's like, 30. I said, how many are cooking meth, doing puppy mills, turning tricks? He's like, a lot. I said, how many real tenants do we have? He's like, 15. That was 3 years ago. I now have it cleaned down and out, and now back up to 40. Okay? Yes?
Do you ever calculate the time value of money and what it takes to rehab this?
Yeah, because if I know that if I have about $15 million in working capital that I'm not counting any private equity or anything, 15 million. My target internal rate of return on that is about 35% a year. That's just me in the business I'm in the type of product that I'm doing. I try to make 35% internally. In fact, Carrie, we just finished the flip. Did you see the numbers on that? What was the return on that, give or take? Because we partnered on a flip together. What was as a percentage? Like money that you put in, was it like 20%, 25%? 27%. And how long did that deal take? There you go. So my annualized return on that capital, if I do another one over the next 6 months, will be about 50. Some deals I do 40, 50, 60 on. Some deals I do 10, 20, 30. That's an actual flip that we partnered on together. So 6 months at 27%, annualized would be, what, 54%. So I try that, knowing that I'll do underperform on some, overperform on others. Like my P&L on my trailer parks looks like shit over the last 4 years, but my balance sheet is fire. Raise your hand if you don't understand that statement, because I'll K through 12 it. So on my Kansas City trailer parks, I have 4 of them. I have $2.2 million invested in them, and I haven't taken out any money because I've just been investing 100% of the rents back. And any profits, I just keep investing it back into 4 projects, right? Because I want them to be full and nice. So my profit and loss looks like what? Negative $2 million. It's horrible. But if I sold because Megan went with me this week, and you see my wife, she looks very nice. She's always well put together, and I always wear flip-flops. I'm very comfortable in a trailer park. I'm from Indiana, folks, right? I am not bougie. I'm cool. I was even cool in the hood in Dallas, right, Brett? Yeah, I'm whatever. I'll shoot the shit with any of my tenants. So how's your meth business going? Let's talk, you know. Can I pet one of those bullies, right? But Meg, she's always like, bad things happen here, bad things happen. So I made her go with me this week. And she's like, I don't know why we're messing with these. Like, she doesn't like them, right? I'm like, babe, if we sold these 4 parks right now for $4 million, our balance sheet is fire. I've doubled my money in 3 years. It's been a good investment. I just don't have any cash flow. But I don't need the cash flow. I got plenty of cash flow. There's been a lot of good write-offs coming out of those parks. And so a lot of investors get P&L focused. We're way too obsessed about your P&L, and you become balance sheet ignorant. That's how I know the difference between a 6-5 or 4-figure investor and a 7, 8, 9. Because once I stopped worrying about my bills, which for me that was like making 25 grand a month, then it was all about how do I maximize return. If you are an investor that's not worried about keeping the lights on, then stop obsessing about your P&L. You're losing opportunities on the balance sheet. P&L investors will stop because they had a bad deal. Balance sheet investors will be like, yeah, that sucked, but what's the big picture? Big picture is good. I go forward. We clean up the mess. We eat our business vegetables. That's what I call them. I got that from Armando. I love that. Just eat your business vegetables and move on.
So P&L equals a write-off.
Yeah, P&L it's kind of what I was talking about earlier with obsessing about your cash flow and forgetting about the other things. It's another way of saying the same thing. Because my P&L sucks on those parks, but my balance sheet is phenomenal. Because Meg's like, let's just sell them. I'm like, no, I don't want to sell them. Because when they're full, they'll be worth $8 million. And then I got 2 Wall Street private equity funds because in 2012, Wall Street was all about single-family homes. Guess what they're into next? Mobile home and manufactured home. And I'm going to talk about lunch, how I worked with the Wall Street funds. But I got one fund I was doing a call with last week. And the one guy watched me crush single-family homes here from 2005 to 2012. Wall Street came into town. We sold 2,000 homes to 2 funds from Kansas City, from Dallas, from here in Indy. He watched that. This is a local guy. And on the call, he's like, guys, I watched Aaron annihilate this. He left California when no one wanted to leave California. He was here in Indy doing single-family homes. He started doing single-family homes in 3 markets. And when Wall Street came to town, he crushed it with them. He's doing it again with trailer parks. Because I said to him, hey, you guys can partner on 2 of these KC parks. Bring $10 million to the table, and I'll let you guys jump in on them with me. And they hemmed and hawed, and he met me out there this week, right? Because Blackstone is into trailer parks again. Who's heard of Blackstone? Huge guys. Cerberus, trailer parks, huge fund, right? So I'm just getting positioned so I can be like, sure, I'll sell you these. Give me $40 million, and then give me another $200 million to go buy more and rinse and repeat and do the same thing. That's what I did with single-family homes. Huh? On these? Oh, I don't know. Isn't it in there? Really? Are you sure? Huh?
There's lots of discrepancies.
Oh, sorry. It's right here in the text. The owner wants to retire and is asking $88 a unit. Right now we are closer to $60K a unit.
So here's the issue: is they claim there's 142 units.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I audited this twice. I only count 125 units.
And they said there's how many?
Well, they're saying there's, for example, they say there's 6 12-plexes. Unless they have just unrehabbed units.
So let's run it based on 75K door.
So I couldn't do that because you don't know if they're right or I'm right. So that was rent collected.
Wait, that was gross?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have...
that was the monthly, so that's the approximate annual gross.
So 1.22 is the gross. Wait, what was the monthly? 102?
So they say.
Let's look at 1% rule. So 102. 102K is the gross monthly, but Brittany's actually only counting how many units?
125.
125.
So they're probably right, but it doesn't.
And what are they saying it is? How many?
142. Which there's probably a clear answer. It's just there's not enough information.
So 125 units.
Yeah, play worst case scenario.
Yeah.
That they're renting out bedrooms or something.
So they're getting $816 a month per door. And he's saying that they want, he said to me in the text, Aaron, so what, 816 is 1% of how much a unit? Huh?
81K.
81K. So he said to me, Aaron, we're working a deal here for 100, he said 153. So now we have 3 numbers.
Yeah.
Because it's not one building, it's all those different buildings. So in KC, near KU Medical Center, they are in a total of 16 buildings. The owner wants to retire and is asking $88,000 a unit. We are closer to 60.
And he's right. Here's why. Because I had to do this annually because of the way that they run their P&L. So approximately, I had to, as fast as I could do that, approximately, I think that's what they're paying in property taxes.
Mm-hmm.
That's how much they're paying in insurance. They pay for the lawn.
Let's do this. All right.
It has to be annual.
Well, do you guys want to eat first or finish the numbers on this?
It'll be quick. It'll be quick.
All right, yeah, because my wife teases because I never let people have breaks or eat.
2:45 and everyone's like.
So we'll put the numbers together on this. Yeah, my wife will be like, let them eat.
Yeah. Okay.
So we'll do the numbers. So what we'll do is after the break, we'll do cap rate analysis on this using the actual numbers from the project. But if he's at $60K on $800 a month, am I interested?
Yes.
And it's a nice area like around here? Hell yeah. That's looking like 1.3% rule. We got a presentation after lunch?
No, I just put together a little
There's
25 slide. It's going to rotate during.
Oh, during lunch. Okay.
So
wait, it says.
It's 25 slides comparing Trump and Biden tax proposals.
Ah, for lunch.
For those that are nerdy, you can sit and watch that, and those that aren't, enjoy lunch.
Yeah, food's here. Just take your time, eat. If you didn't get to know some of our team, keep working on that, and we'll move forward.
Kendall's, where he sat down on the webinar that you had the other day?
Scott Estel?
No, yeah. No. Toby Mathias.
Toby Mathis?
Yeah.
No, he did one on the carriage.
Oh, here it is.
Course. Yep.
Let me play this.
Just let that. So
Thank you. That's why I wore a jacket. I was warm.
Yeah.
Gracie told me to keep it cold.
I did bring a sweater. I'm wearing it tomorrow.
Yep, go ahead.
Socks and sneaker shaking. I don't know. Cover these assholes.
All right, so the cost per unit on the apartments is $60K for $800 a month rent, and we think it's Class B plus neighborhood. So on an initial glance, it's better than the 1% rule, which means that the next evaluation that I would do would be the cap rate. So let me explain what cap rate is. Cap rate is when you do a full financial analysis on the property to see if you'd like to buy it. And what cap rate tells you, cap rate meaning capitalization, if you were to buy this property for cash, after 12 months, what would be your net return on investment? Does that make sense? And so you don't count a mortgage at all in the evaluation, because a mortgage doesn't come with a property. You may need a mortgage to buy the property, but that's a decision the investor brings to the asset. Whereas the property tax bill comes with the property. The maintenance and vacancy comes with the property. The insurance and the management, those are all expenses that come with the property irrespective of who owns it. Well, not management, but everything else. You could own or manage it, right? And so when you calculate cap rate, you take your gross annual rents. And so Brittany thinks that we're at about what for gross annual? 1.2 million. And then you subtract what you think the tax would be.
I think 28K.
28K. And then you subtract what you think the insurance would be. 45K. And then you would say the management would be we'll just say 10%, so 120K. And usually people say, what do I put for vacancy and maintenance? And I usually say 15% of the gross. So in that case, it'd be 180. And what else am I missing, Britt?
Now, this unit did lawn and utilities, which is 110K.
So utilities and lawn is how they lumped them together. Okay. Now,
It can still be a good deal.
so if we add these up, or if we subtract them from the 1.2 million, minus 28,000, minus 45,000, 45K for insurance,
I had to just summarize three of them.
minus 120K, minus 180,000, minus 110,000, equals $717,000. That's your annual net operating income.
Did you want to add all that together?
Well, you add it together and then subtract it from your gross rents. So I just subtracted them all to get 717. Okay. Now, if you don't have these readily available, there's two shortcuts you can use that I like. You could say just 35% is usually a good quick figure. So you could just say, all right, well, I know it's bringing in 1.2 times 0.35 is 420, and that's pretty close to what our actuals were showing. Does that make sense? 35% guesstimation is again, you're still guessing. I would always rather have the actuals. So one thing we had a question mark is we think that the owner might be paying the utilities for the tenants. That's a huge negative for me. I hate paying for their electric and gas because then they just leave the windows open and run the water, and I hate that in apartments. And then also we think that the discrepancy with the account 136, 152, we think that's because if owners are paying utilities, then a lot of times they'll take that attic, call it another rental unit because they're getting $400 a month, and say it's 153 units, but it's
a lot of 1-1s.
Yeah, there's a lot of 1-1s where basically they'll say, perfect example of a long-term owner-managed property. They don't have shit for bookkeeping. They if you look at the financials on here, there's a bunch of, look at what they sent over. This is their financials. So here's the September rent roll. That looks kind of tidy. That took them about 10 minutes to type up.
But it doesn't match their second spreadsheet.
Yeah.
So look, this is what I was telling you. Look, they've actually done a lot of repairs per unit.
Yeah, they're showing what they've done in terms of capital improvements, but they're not showing any actuals on here.
Yeah.
Like, I hate their numbers.
Click that one. You guys. See,
This?
I had to do quick math on that.
Yeah, I
Somebody
hate
typing that up.
I hate that.
But look at that, Aaron. Look at wait, it's on turn budgets. They're paying utilities.
Yeah. So, if they're paying $1,000 a month.
Yeah.
So, when they send over their documents, I want to see your tax bill, your insurance bill, actual utility statements. When you go to sell a property like this, you want to have it beautifully laid out, organized with the summary, and then behind it, all the original data. Classic example of a long-term owner that cobbled these together, probably over 30 years, decides he wants to sell it. I like that, though. I like that because that means no institutional investor is going to want this. Because when Johnny, $50 an hour that works for XYZ Wall Street Fund, sits down, he's going to go, I can't do anything with this. This isn't how I look at properties. They didn't fit this into the box that I used to analyze. We're not interested, and he'll move on to the next one. I always say if the property, okay, so in this case, if it yields, now they're saying 60K a door, and what number do we use, 153?
I want you to use 142.
So if we use 142 units times 60,000, they're basically saying 8.5 million. And if I were to buy it cash for 8.5 million, did I get that right?
No. Oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah. And it brings in $717,000 a year. 717 divided by 8.5 million. That means I would make 8.4% cash on cash return if I bought it all cash. So they would say that the cap rate for this apartment complex is 8. It's an 8 cap is how they would say it. And what that means is if you bought it cash, after looking at what the actual expenses are, that's what you can expect to make without a mortgage, without a loan, unleveraged. Now, why that's good is because then, now, Timmy's saying it's class A/B. Brittany kind of agrees. If it's class C, I'm not interested. I don't want to be Warzone Kansas City for 8 cap. I'm only interested in 12 cap Warzone.
This, and this are all variable. You can control those numbers.
Yeah.
Fix that.
Yep. So, all right, thank you, Brittany. So, 1% rule is just a quick, it's bringing in 120,000 a month, 100,000 a month. They want 8.5 million. It's kind of close. Then you do a little deep dive into this. But now I'm like, all right, well, if it really is a B, if it's a B class neighborhood trending to A class, okay, and I can potentially get an A cap, and it looks like they've done a lot of work on all the units. Well, now I'm interested enough that I'm going to send Brittany by on Wednesday, and I text the seller back at lunch and said, looks like the owner pays utilities. Can we get copies of the bills, tax and insurance? He said, I will ask. I thought most of the buildings had a bank of gas meters outside in the front. I have the utilities broken down by month by building, but I don't have a copy of the actual bills. Will that work? But we're worried about electric.
I'm worried about electrical wire. Because there could be no gas.
Yeah.
There's boiler systems and all this.
Yeah, I don't like that. Because I hate owner pays utilities. It's a giant question mark every month. It screws up your cash flows, and it just sucks. So in terms of cap rate then, what you start to come up with is, here's my rule of thumb, because the properties that we sell, the rental properties that we sell, are Charlotte properties, are all about 6 to 8 cap, meaning you'll make 6 to 8% net cash flow on our Charlotte properties, plus our Charlotte properties have all been about 15% appreciation. Is that right, Trav? Trav left. No. Right. So, meaning investors that have bought Charlotte properties from us have been making about 20 to 24% total return on investment. It's going up every year, plus you're making 6 to 8 cap on the rents. Our Kansas City and Indianapolis properties are 7 to 9 cap, meaning you're making 7 to 9% on the rents. Indy and KC have both been appreciating about 7% a year.
Is that after your fee is taken out?
That's a net, yeah, because that's net of management. Yep.
Did you say 15% increase in value?
That's what Charlotte's been averaging.
That's per year?
What's that?
That's like off the chart.
Yeah, it's Charlotte.
Yeah, so we were selling properties in Charlotte 4 years ago for 70, 80. We're selling them now for 100 to 110. We have clients that we sold 70, 80 4 years ago that just put them on MLS for 150, 160.
They have some that are in the 260s, 270s.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Can you get into why that is happening?
Yeah, we're going to talk about the markets, but Charlotte, some real estate markets tend, Trev, 4 years ago we were selling properties in Charlotte, what, 70, 80?
Yes.
Now we don't have anything less than 100, do we?
No.
What are some examples, extreme examples of what we sold it to them versus what it's worth now?
Sold, I'd say 4 years ago, we sold for, say, $94,000. Just got one that, this is estimate, because it goes to also right around 240.
Yeah, it's funny. They love us. They're like, yeah.
We get more like that.
Well, Charlotte, let's fast forward down real quick because I have two guests here real quick. Actually, before we dig into that, because I have two guests here, so I don't want to take up too much time. JC, will you come up real quick? So I want to introduce JC. He's one of the best dudes that I know, one of my business partners, one of the most important people to our operation here. You can have a seat if you want, bro. So, JC, tell them what you do for Alpine.
Okay. Basically, I'm a realtor. We've set up a separate brokerage, Alpine Leasing, and it was set up basically just to service Alpine Property Management. So we take the properties as soon as they're ready to go. We market them and conduct showings and good tenants.
So I found, here was the problem that I have. When your property manager is also leasing the properties, as an investor, it's a conflict of interest because most property managers get a commission when they throw somebody in the house, right? And so they're not, but I don't want them just to throw somebody in the house. I want a good tenant in there. That's what I want. So I said, even though it's counterintuitive, I wanted leasing to be an outside activity from Alpine Property Management. I didn't want leasing to be part of Alpine Property Management employee work because it's always an inherent conflict of interest. So I said, if I create an Alpine Leasing, and JC's my partner in that entity, he's licensed as a real estate agent, a broker, and can legally lease out properties, then even though he's my partner, he's going out and finding people 24/7, right? And then he brings them to Heather, who works downstairs, and she's the gatekeeper. He gets 1/2 to 1 month's rent every time he leases up a property. That's his commission. So, he just leased up one of my commercial buildings. He gets a percentage of the rent as a commission, right? Heather downstairs, who works for Alpine Property Management, she gets paid. Her bonus is 1% of collected rents. And so she only bonuses on rents that come in, meaning if she puts bad tenants in, then it hurts her job because if we go over 4 evictions a month in Indy on 1,500 properties, then she starts losing 30% of her bonus for each eviction that pops up that month. Now, 4 evictions a month on 1,500 properties is a 3% annual default rate. That's ridiculously low. But Heather's been working for me for 15 years. She's screened 20,000 tenants. She's a badass, right? But now I've created a check and a balance. because JC's got his team of what, 5 or 6 that are doing full-time leasing, and they're just trying to bring people to Alpine. And I don't have to say to him, hey, bring good people. Even though he does try to help the big picture, you don't want to naturally incentivize a relationship. That's bad business. So he's trying to get 1 month's commission, but then his hands are clean once Heather accepts it. If Heather puts a bad person in, she lets them through, that's Heather's bonus, Heather's job, so she's naturally incentivized to advocate for you as the owners. Does that make sense? Because in a weird way, even though JC's been working with me for over a decade, he's kind of your enemy. You need him to put someone in your house, but he doesn't care once he gets that first month's rent, he's on to the next tenant. Heather cares because she's in the office every month, as long as they live there, collecting the rents. And she only gets paid when rents come in. And if evictions start going up, she loses a very big bonus for her, which for her is 30% of her salary. And so I've created compensation structures that you don't have. See, I hate when you have to preach, I need you to be honest. I need you to work hard. I need you to think about the investor. If you have to keep saying that, you haven't created systems that naturally incentivize people to do the right thing, but then also naturally check and balance them. Does that make sense? Then I'm not like, JC, every month I got all these investors, they really need you to get put people. He's cool with that, but I don't have to say that to him. I'm just like, how many leads are you getting, typically leads, calls per day here in Indy?
We get over 1,000 inquiries per day.
Most of the time, if you call about one of our houses here, it's already gone.
Yeah, we've got everything set up so we can most efficiently work through 1,000 leads a day. Everything's set up online, and we're able to work all of them through software that we've purchased and got set up, so everybody gets attention and we're able to filter through and get the best out of the inquiries, get the best in it.
So you want to create leasing. So just like with acquisitions, we're constantly putting out marketing for deals. We're constantly putting out marketing for tenants. Rarely do they match up, but that's okay. Because by the time somebody calls me about a house they saw a listing on, we'll keep the listing out there as clickbait. Well, that one's not available, but we got 5 other 3-bedrooms, 2 of which we're just finishing the rehab on so that we can get someone in there. And so it's a machine the way that JC's operating. Tomorrow I'll walk you through our screening criteria. We pull credit, all 3 credit bureaus. We check criminal, multi-state. We verify with the previous landlord. They have to prove 3 times the monthly rent for us to accept them. And so we have there's a reason why our default rate is only 3%. There's a reason why we only evict 4 on average. Now, of course, every one of you will have an eviction. And evictions suck. And evictions kill half your rent for the year. Because by the time you get them out and then fix it up and then put someone back in and pay a leasing commission, you're crushed, right? And I always say that every month, record it so that anyone says, I thought I was buying a guaranteed return. It's not guaranteed. You're going to have surprise repairs. It's investing. If you want guaranteed, go put your money in the bank and make 1/10 of 1%. That's guaranteed, right?
How does that work with you investing in your IRA?
Yeah, so let's say you've had 3 months rent. First of all, you want to leave a pad, 3,000 to 5,000 for each deal. But then once you have rent coming in, the rent, you just approve an email for your IRA to pay Alpine for the expenses. And we'll try to net it out as much as possible, so we'll keep the 10% and then send the rent. And if there's small bills, I'll keep those as well. JC will keep the leasing commission when he puts the person in. So that's...
Is that any type of a tax write-off or anything? I guess if it's in Roth, it doesn't matter.
Right, now you got it, yep. Any questions? So I just wanted you to have face to name, yeah.
Yeah, it varies a little bit off the listings, but even just with 50 or 60 properties listed, we're in that 800 to 1,000 range. So at times when our inventory is up, it goes up even higher. So we've got it set up so anytime somebody reaches out or touches us, we've got AI software and we're continually sending them properties. If somebody calls and we don't answer, text message goes to their phone.
Okay.
To get 1,000, how many active listings you have? But like the leak capture system, you have to go to the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. If you're techie at all, we can arrange a phone call with JC because the amount of tech that he incorporates into leasing and lead generation is off the charts with our website and stuff, and how we syndicate out.
Yeah, I was just trying to believe that was like 500 properties or like.
No, yeah, you'd be surprised.
Yeah,
50 to 80 will definitely generate over 1,000.
But and that goes back to you were asking about like how are they getting 50% friendly? It's all market specific based on the economy basically. You were talking about what was the company that neighborhood was near? The chemical company.
Oh, Eli Lilly.
Yeah, Eli Lilly, right? So like we live in Dallas, so like we were having 12% returns in some markets like Frisco, North. It's gone down. It's like 7 or 8%.
Or like Brittany's neighborhood, Bishop Arts.
Yeah, Bishop Arts.
That's been a 20% of your neighborhood.
Well, she used to live on Jefferson a long time ago, 50 years ago. But
she lives on Bishop, yeah.
But 5 years ago in Bishop Arts, you could have gotten shot. Now it's a lot better neighborhood. Maybe 10 years ago, but it's a lot better neighborhood. But like, if you can isolate places that have people that are moving, like in Dallas, it's California, Charlotte, it's California, New York, like.
Well, that's what I was getting at. Usually there is a specific driving force that is creating that increase in said area. And I'd like to try to identify
business-friendly economic climate, decent schools, and lower cost of living versus the last place they're moving from.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going through today. We're going through that.
That's why Dallas everyone living in California, in Texas.
Yeah.
That's where our prices are.
And all of China is buying all of Texas. Chinese investors were coastal until about 5 years ago, and they jumped to the interior of the U.S. They were pretty much, West Coast, East Coast, and maybe some Chicago. But the Chinese investment dollars in Texas have been like, Chinese and then Indian have been the two largest international groups of investors. But, Charlotte, for example, Charlotte's the largest banking center outside of Wall Street. It's like baby Wall Street. That's a huge factor. Tech is huge. We're going to talk about my criteria for markets, and we'll talk about these markets. But see, second largest banking center in the country with the corporate headquarters for BofA and the East Coast operations for Wells Fargo. So that has a huge presence. But one of the things I track is millennial and Gen Z population growth. Where are they relocating to? So like here in Indianapolis, a couple years ago, Amazon said, we're going to have a second headquarters. And here's our requirements. And 350 cities applied, realizing that there was going to be 100,000 new jobs from Amazon. Now, if you tracked it at all, they split it between New York and Virginia, and then New York chased them out, and they said, screw you, so now it's like Virginia. Because 100,000 new jobs. Also, like you can make the argument that Amazon has destroyed Seattle's housing economy by inflating it, or that Microsoft and tech in Silicon Valley has destroyed Bay Area's housing market from an affordability standpoint. They've made it so that only the very wealthy people can live in that radius, and so it's really interesting when you start looking at appreciation is good if you own the property, but if you want to make $100,000 a year in San Francisco, you're a lifetime renter. There's no ability for you to even, it's like teachers sharing apartments in Oakland in rough neighborhoods because they can't even afford to get their own apartment. And so there's always the kind of the flip side to that. But I want to see where millennials and Gen Zs are relocating to. So I've been tracking tech pretty meticulously, like here downtown in Indianapolis. Downtown population 10 years ago was 10,000. It's 40,000. It's all been millennial tech growth. So the largest building downtown you'll be able to see from your hotel is Salesforce. Salesforce is a San Francisco-based CRM company. They built their second largest headquarters here in Indianapolis. And it's $1 billion company. And then all these other little tech companies that work with Salesforce have settled downtown. And our governor keeps calling it the Silicon Prairie, which I hate. But I don't care as much where the boomers are moving as much as I care where the 20 and 30 somethings are moving, because I feel like that's where, if they're relocating and then setting up shop and then they're retaining that population, that to me is the kind of tenants that I want living in my rentals. And that's the growth driver. So Charlotte, another huge growth driver we've exploited in Charlotte is we've been following the light rail. And so we went out to Gastonia, which was, Travis, is he on the phone again? So you have the airport on the west side of town, and then we went out to Gaston County out here, and we started buying, realizing that the light rail was out there. And 10 years ago, you could have bought homes out here for $2,000, right? Now you can't get a home in Gastonia for less than $70,000. Did you bring a Frenchie in here? Is that yours? Megan and I have we have the dumbest French bulldog. We have 6 children and a special needs dog. Oh, he's my friend.
He's the sweetest dog.
How old is he?
10 weeks.
Did you buy him?
Yeah.
He was expensive.
Yeah.
We paid $5,000 for our Frenchie. Is that what you paid? A little more? Because you got a gray one.
Yeah, they're hard to find. Really, everybody wants them now.
Could you die?
I want one.
I had to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Look how sweet he is.
They like 20 pounds each.
Oh, yeah, ours is only 20.
Yeah, it's 6 now. It's 10 weeks old.
Yeah, I had an English bully. Once you've had one bulldog, you're ruined. Because I had an English and now I got a Frenchie. I don't think I'll ever, right, Jack? Yeah, once you've had a bulldog, because they're dumb and they're sweet and they're the best, dude.
Oh, he wants to be held.
He is pure love. I can understand why you may not have a dog in your life right now, but if you don't like dogs, we're gonna have a problem. Yeah. If you don't like dogs and you're a cat person, then you're like Brittany's friend. Brittany, how many dogs do you have? 4. I think you had like 7. Yeah. No. I told Meg we're a 2-dog house. If we get rid of your Chihuahua, then we can get another Frenchie. That dog is... Did you really? He's gorgeous. Yeah, it was. So you can't get a house in Gastonia for less than $70,000 now, right, Trav? Right. So what's the appreciation been there? And so part of why some of our clients have done so well is because we've been saying, okay, what are the war zone areas, and where can we buy that's going to be a future light rail stop, because it becomes yuppie central every time they put the light rail stop. So so here in Indianapolis, we followed tech and a couple of other things. But Amazon came back and they said, okay, here's our top 20 list of cities. Indianapolis was on that list. Kansas City was on that list. Charlotte was on that list. People said, well, you're a genius. How'd you know? I'm like, it wasn't that deliberate. But they all made the cut because for Amazon, they hit a lot of the criteria, potential for housing, affordable spot. I was actually worried if Amazon would have come here because I wouldn't have been able to get properties anymore, after 2 years. So it would have been great for all my existing clients, but it'd been like Airbnbs, mobile homes, that's the only thing that's going to work in Indy now, And so there's a double-edged sword to appreciation. I mean, we were selling homes 10 years ago for $60K, $55,000. I don't think we have a deal less than 90 this weekend. And so Indianapolis has been going up 7-8% a year. And so the prices have gone up. Yep.
What about the Dallas area? What caused that?
So my problem with Dallas was it's the only place you can get a rental that makes more than 6% in Dallas is in a war zone right now. It's very tough. That's not strictly, but when you add the fact that they have 3% property tax. See, if you have a $100,000 property in Dallas, you're paying $3,000 a year in property tax. Okay, and then people in Texas say, well, there's no state income tax. Well, so what? I'm not going to pay state income tax anyway because I got all these write-offs, right? So I'll pay an extra $1,000 for this property tax bill in Texas. I'm only saving a few $100 that I'm not paying in income tax. Between that and international competition, I just couldn't get good deals. That was why I left California. That was, Florida was more of landlord policies, and we're going to talk with Ashley about that in a second. When hurricane insurance, in Charlotte, I can get a landlord policy for $100,000 for what, Ash? $500? Yeah, $500 or $600. That same policy for a $100,000 property in Orlando is $1,200, $1,300. And so that really hits the cash flow when you're only getting $800 a month rent. So I wanted you to meet JC. I don't want to take a lot of his time. You're here today?
Yeah, I'm right next door. If anybody wants to stop in and have questions, I'll be there. I'll be around most of the day.
Yeah, he's a super integral part of this operation. He's been a fantastic partner. We've known each other now for like 14 years. And, he had, look, one of the business vegetables is litigation and lawsuits. And he had a bullshit, frivolous lawsuit laid out against him, but it gave him anxiety because he hasn't had a lot of those as a business owner. We jumped in. I'm like, this is how you handle it. This is how you deal with it. And he's like, man, no one's done that for me. And I'm like, we're partners, man. No one's had my back in terms of tenants for like you have. And it's funny because I met JC because he was the employee of another leasing company. And the only reason he didn't like being an employee is because they treated him like he was less than them and they treated him like he wasn't valuable. And I'm like, I don't want employees, I want partners. When I met Brittany working for the Wall Street Fund, I didn't want her as my W-2 employee. I want her as my acquisition partner. I want her as my partner. People are always, 5- and 6-figure mindset is, I don't want to give up equity. I want to own everything. 7, 8, 9-figure is, I don't want you as an employee. I don't want you as a franchisee. I want you as a partner. Because I don't have to preach loyalty. I don't have to preach, you're making enough money, right? I'd rather share the highs and the lows with you as my partner and give up equity. I mean, maybe that means I make less when we sell businesses, but I really don't sell businesses, so I don't care. Right? My partner, thanks, buddy. My partner here in Indianapolis is like, because who's sold a business before? Has anybody sold a business? Oh, you have? Do you mind sharing what industry it was? Convenience store. Okay. So, and did they sell it based on a multiple?
No, just one.
One times earnings. Okay. So imagine the convenience store made $100K in profit. Then they paid her 1 times 1 year's earnings. So the business was worth $100K. All right. My father-in-law sold his dental practice. For 20 years, he made $600,000. He called in a business broker and said, hey, I want to sell my dental practice. He's like, sorry, dental practices are only worth 1 times earnings. He sold his dental practice for only $600,000, and he had 20 years of books showing he'd made that kind of money. Why would a dental practice not sell for 3, 5, 7 times earnings? Yeah, the new dentist could have like chronic bad breath. And then, there's no guarantee those clients will stay with the new dentist. And so when a business is sticky, like you have a secret sauce, you got proprietary software, you have a product that you got patents on, I've seen some tech businesses sell for a multiple of 40 times earnings. I was offered 15 times earnings for my Alpines by a private equity fund. And it was interesting because the first time I got offered that was in 2014. And that was an interesting crossroads because I could have sold my ownership in the businesses and walked away net with an 8-figure check. Yes?
So when is it enough?
Great question. Let me answer that later. Because what I found, like for me, was that $20K a month is all that I need to feel rich. That's with 6 kids. 20K is a lot, especially when you don't have any mortgages or. And so for me, every penny after that either goes into charitable giving, long-term passive wealth creation, and the give back stuff that we do. I don't have, it's not that I can't afford a plane, right? I just don't think that I need it. So I feel rich buying a first class ticket on Delta, even though it's a longer travel day. It's not, last night, so Meg bought us a new house. And it's beautiful, right? But I felt like it was a lot. Now, if I'm being honest, we could afford a $15 or $20 million house, right? We have the money for it, especially if we got a mortgage. And she, you know, we have a $900,000 house that's paid for on a 3/4 acre lot in a really nice neighborhood. She saw this on 3 acres for $1.3 million. And so we're buying it in a few weeks. Now it's good because it has 8 bedrooms and 6 bathrooms. It was just built 3 years ago. It's 8,000 square feet on 3 acres. It's a beautiful home, $1.3 million. And I was even reluctant about this. I was like, yeah, but you know, our house right now is paid for, and it's in a nice upper middle class neighborhood, and now it's only 3/4 of an acre. And I would have stayed here forever. I've been by Warren Buffett's house in Omaha. And I thought this was, I mean, I was happy here, right? Well, I was cool. That's nice, right? Doesn't have a driveway. In fact, there's Meg's son from Google coming home from school. So, you know, this is a 3/4 acre. It's worth $900,000, 6,500 square foot house. But that was actually my question to Meg. I was like, yeah, but aren't we cool here? And she's like, I don't know, it's kind of a tight fit for our kids. And Meg works really hard. She makes a lot of money. And who am I to tell her, you know? I said, we were thinking about buying a cabin nearby where we ski. And I said, well, we could take the cabin money and reallocate it into this. And she's like, yeah, I'm fine with that. So I said, all right, you know. Would I take a mortgage out, a recourse loan on my primary residence? Probably not ever again, you know. But that's actually a great question. I'm going to talk about that specific topic. We're going to give you guys all a copy of my book. And I wrote a few chapters in this book. I call them my 5 Fs: faith, fitness, fun, family, finances. That's how I evaluate the balance in my life, is on those 5 subjects. Where am I with each level? And the publisher is John Wiley and Sons. They do, you know, business books, technical books, and they came back and they said, hey, we like the 5 Fs. Do you want to write just a book on that? And I was like, but I already wrote 5 chapters on it. What else would I say? And they're like, well, do you have any like empirical research, sociological, to show that those are a way to balance life? I'm like, no. Isn't the idea of a book that you write something because you have something to say? Why do I have to back it up? I didn't try to say, it's the way that everyone should balance their life. I just said, this is for me, Aaron Adams, so I've learned to be happy at 47 in a way that I wasn't at 27. And one of the things that I say about finance is every one of you has a number, assuming you have no debt. Is anybody under like $5,000 a month? Like if you had no bills, you'd be great at $3,000 a month. If that's your number? Who's like 5 to 10,000? Like that's your number. Who's like 10 to 15,000? Who's 15 to 25? Is anybody more than 25 grand a month? Last month we had somebody who was like 60. Well, actually, he kept his hand up and I said, well, what's your number? He's like, I don't know, I just want to be rich. And I'm like, no, that's the problem. Because you don't become a billionaire without crushing some of your other Fs. Crush the family F, crush the fitness F, crush the fun bucket. I call them my buckets, right? I got to keep my buckets full. And I've never met somebody who's the best in the world at anything that I didn't think had lost like 2 or 3 of their buckets. Wow. That's one of my working theories. And when I watched that Michael Jordan, anybody watch that Michael Jordan? I'm like, that man ruined his family bucket. He's ruined, like, to become the best basketball player of all time, he destroyed some of his buckets. So read that, yeah. So the publisher's like, what else can you say about that? I'm like, nothing. It's like my 25 streams of cash flow. I've been working on that one, right? That's a new thing that I think about, and I'm probing it out, and I teach it, and then people give me feedback on it. Another one I've been working out is I think each one of us has one work personality that we're the best at. Because I always say this is my tribe. So I think everyone's either a rainmaker, a chief, or a hunter. So hunters like your specialists, chiefs your managers, rainmakers your entrepreneurs. So like perfect example, Brittany's not a good chief when you lose your laptop all the time. But Brittany's an amazing specialist. She's an amazing hunter, right? She helps the tribe. She hunts properties for me. And Lincoln, who some of you will meet downstairs, is one of my operations managers here. He and I are complete opposites, which is why he's a good manager every day here at Alpine Indianapolis. Because I'm a rainmaker. And yes, I can chief, but I'm always a better rainmaker. And yes, I can buy property. It doesn't mean you can't do those other things. It just means there's probably one that you naturally are better at than the others. Does that make sense? Because if you own a business, you got to learn to chief rain. You're everything. You're chief bottle washer. But for me, I felt like we had enough at that other house. So I was like, Meg's like, well, we can afford more. I'm like, yeah, but I don't really care because I like that my kids live in a middle-class neighborhood, and this is like the bougiest street in town. So now, what's I going to say for our kids? Like, are they going to start thinking we're rich? Because I have a problem with that. Because my kids in the middle-class neighborhood think that we're well off. That's the messaging from friends, neighbors. Now everyone's going to be like, oh, you live on Lazy 8?
That sounds like it came from your dad.
Oh, totally. My dad's number was like $5,000 a month. My dad, when he was working at the casino in Atlantic City, they gave him $1,000 a month car allowance. My dad drove a Gremlin. Because he loved those Gremlins. He bought this Gremlin for $2,000. And you would go to the executive parking at the Taj Mahal, it'd be like Porsche, Beamer, SUV, Gremlin. My dad never cared. I don't care either, you know. The property manager of my apartments in Idaho told the swim coach that I was worth $50 million. And the swim coach came up to me and she's like, Christine told me you're rich. And I'm like, well, I do real estate. And she's like, but you live in Canterbury. Why aren't you off on like 3 or 4 acres down like a Lazy 8 or something? And I was like, oh, sorry, Christine. I don't, you know. Sorry, coach. And then she's like, you just drive a Toyota. Why don't you have a nicer car? And it was so interesting what she thought I should live and drive if I have $50 million. So I had a G-Wagon here and I shipped it out to Idaho because I had leased it and I was right side up on the lease. My buyback price from Mercedes was $46,000 and it was worth $95,000. And I'm like, I can't turn that into Mercedes. They wanted me to. They're like, hey, when you bringing to buy, right? I'm like, I'm going to buy it. So I gave him $46,000. I'm like, I like leasing because I can write it off. So I shipped it out to Idaho for $1,000. I pull into the swim. Liz is like, now that's the kind of car you should be driving. So when Meg got this house, I said, so Liz, we're moving over to Lazy 8. And she's like, now the secret's out. I finally believe that you're worth $50 million. It's like amazing how people will project their financial values onto you based on what they think you should do. It's really interesting subject. I love that question because if you don't have, do you see how I have an answer about what's enough for me? You know, I've thought a lot about that question. You know, I've thought a lot about, how here in the United States we're 1/100th of the wealth. The whole rest of the world is like, at a poverty level that we can't even comprehend. I've been to India, I've been to South America, I've been to third world countries, and seen people living off of $25 a month. And so it's a very good question because if you don't know how much is enough for your finance bucket, then you'll keep paying a disproportionate attention to it. Because my number one job right now is more than anything else in my life is to be the dad to Casey and Tommy. That's my number one responsibility in this life that I take, that is my most serious thing that I do. I mean, Tommy got his braces off today. And, Nanny's texting me about it. Aaron, Tommy's getting his braces off Friday at 8 a.m. Correct. Yep. Because I'm the default parent. I send back my calendar. Yep. Okay, so excited for him. That's the nanny. Aaron, are you, like the ortho said... So that's me. That's my most important thing. Not any of the other emails I sent today is Tommy's braces off. The boys have a swim meet. Tommy had to get caught up on Spanish because he was quarantined last week because one of the kids in his class had been exposed to COVID. And so he was home and he couldn't do Spanish. Like, I'm that dialed in. And everything in my other buckets comes after that one. And if you don't think about it that way, then you're not taking care of the very most important things in your life. It throws your life out of balance because I've been out of balance. I haven't taken enough vacations, so my fun bucket level dropped. I spent too much time making money. It contributed to ruining my first marriage. I've had times in my life where I've been out of balance, and it doesn't matter how much attention you pay to another bucket, they don't overflow into each other. You can be an Ironman athlete, and that doesn't make you any money. That doesn't help you forgive your brother who stole from you. That doesn't help you enjoy life and have vacation. That doesn't make you a better parent. That just makes you a good athlete. You're so slow clap. Your fitness bucket is full. But if any one other bucket goes dry, then your whole life tends to implode. I had somebody say to me, Aaron, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in your faith bucket. I said, no. You still have values. I'm guessing your value system is Judeo-Christian, as laid out in the Ten Commandments. He's like, yeah, that's probably right. I said, okay, so since you and I agree that killing is not good, like thou shalt not kill, I said, you agree with me? He's like, yeah, I do agree with that. Okay. Then if you murder somebody, your life will be out of balance because you'll be violating your own personal values. Thou shalt not steal. So since you and I share a belief that stealing is wrong, if you're living in a state of theft and you're doing that in your life, it'll throw your buckets out of balance. He's like, all right, I agree with that. So you can call it your faith. I said, but see, now what you're doing is you're figuring out your own buckets. Because I'm not proposing that my 5 Fs are the standard. I'm just proposing that each of us has a balance, a list of things that we need to balance our lives. So please don't tell me what I need to add to my 5 Fs because you don't know me. But what you're really doing is thinking of what your 5 Fs should be. And from one person navigating this earth to another, I would challenge you to think about, because when I started thinking about my life in terms of what I need to be happy, what I need to be fulfilled, it wasn't make as much money, because my 20 grand a month is my finance bucket. It's full at 20 grand a month. I feel rich. I don't have to worry about the price of a menu item. I don't have to worry what gas costs. I feel rich. I buy first class tickets when I travel. That's rich to me. That's all I need. So, great question. Great question. All right. Hasn't Ashley done a great job so far? Yeah. Yay! Sorry. Poor Ashley. She comes here every month. I'm like rambling along. All right. So, I asked Ashley to come by because she's another. Is it warming up in here a little bit? Yeah. I put it at 72. See, now I'm hot. I run so hot. Tomorrow I'm wearing shorts.
It's warm outside.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right, so I want to talk about insurance for a little minute before we take a break. And then before we finish today, we're going to go through market criteria, and we're going to go through our 3 markets. That's my goal, okay? We will get through it. You see my problem? I run out of time every month. Okay. Now, Gregory and Appel is an insurance broker. And let me bring up here, most of us are familiar with a mortgage broker, but who has not worked with an insurance broker? Who has not worked with an insurance broker? Who works with, like, you have Allstate or you have State Farm or Geico? Okay, who goes that route? Right. So the problem with just using a single insurance company is that when you get into business, you need different kinds of policies. And Gregory and Appel is a 5th generation?
Correct.
5th generation independent company here in Indianapolis, but they can do insurance for all 50 states. How many different kinds of insurance policies can you guys write?
I mean, we can do all of your property and casualties, so work comp, directors and officers, management liability, but we also can do personal lines insurance and employee benefits. So we're a full service agency.
So if you said for all departments, for all different kinds of companies that you can write insurance for, how many different policies?
Oh, how many carriers?
Yeah, carriers and different kinds of policies can you write?
Well, we have contracts probably with over 50 carriers plus brokers who have access to carriers that we do not have access to.
So hundreds of different carriers.
Correct.
And thousands of different types of policies.
Correct.
Okay. Because if you go to Geico and you
Do you
say,
have a question?
yeah, oh yeah, question.
In your national, so fire across your businesses in 5 different states, you can do motion.
Yeah, there's carriers that can write for all 50 states.
Now, where Gregory and Appella is different is if you walk into their offices, which are just a couple blocks from here, and you say, I bought a rental property, you can't help them, which is one.
If you have one, I've been kind of pushing you guys off to personal lines because they have a better product if you have 1 or 2 properties. But if you have 5, 10, I can get more competitive pricing. So if you only have 1, sometimes the farm bureaus and state farms, they can be pretty competitive.
Yeah. So when
they just offer less. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. They just offer less liability. On a commercial size policy, you're going to get a higher liability, which is your third party claims. So that's like kind of the difference between a personal lines policy and a commercial.
Yeah, when I first started 20 years ago, I had an Allstate policy on my personal residence. So when I bought my first rental, I just kept going with Allstate, and then I had my car and my house and my rentals, and I got to the point about 5 years in where Allstate couldn't do everything I needed. I needed errors and emissions insurance, and they were like, we're going to refer you out. And I'm like, okay, now I'm outside of the Allstate environment. And then I heard that there was insurance brokers. So I said, okay, I'd rather go to an insurance broker who has the ability to write different policies just like a mortgage broker, and have that insurance broker be my one point of contact, which I liked about Allstate. But then they have the ability to match me up with exactly what I need. Make sense? Now, ironically, we got so big here in Indianapolis, we worked with an insurance broker called ABI, family-owned office, staff of like 6, and we got too big for them. Between my clients and I, they could not keep up with our business. They kept trying, so I started searching. I said, I need a bigger insurance broker. I found G&A because they were named as one of the best companies in Indianapolis to work for. A couple of times they've been on that list.
Correct.
You've been with them how long?
10 years.
10 years. Ashley's one of the VPs. She's rising star. Equity shareholder?
I am.
She's an equity shareholder in the company, but they're on their 5th generation. So the current president just took over in COVID.
Yeah.
Poor guy. How old is he?
He's 39. He's 39.
39 from his dad, and so it's grandpa, great. So his great-great-grandpa founded the company. Now they've had multiple offers to buy them, absorb them, bring them in, and they're, what do you guys call it?
Fiercely independent.
Fiercely independent. I would love if my great-great-grandson was here 80 years from now doing the Alpine brand. That's kind of a cool thing to think about, a family business that's that well run that keeps transferring to generations. It's a cool thing. So I've been working because think about all the different policies that I need, all the different companies, all the different markets, all the different properties, all the different types of properties. We do a ton of business with them. In fact, Ashley went and she crafted a policy for me where she went to Lloyd's of London. And tell them some of the terms for my policy that you were able to put together.
So his policy is a renter's policy since it's not his primary residence. And in this policy, what's great is he can add and delete properties once a month. So since Aaron's buying and selling constantly, he doesn't want to get insurance the day he buys. If he forgets, is it not covered if they have a loss? So the great thing about this policy is they have once a month, they can add or delete policies. So add policies that they bought between the reporting period or any properties that they've deleted within that reporting period, which means he's covered for any houses he purchases in between that reporting period.
So think about, let's say on the 15th, I have to tell them everything that I bought and sold since the 15th of the last month, right? But what that also means is if I buy a house on the 1st and it burns down on the 3rd, all I have to show is that I bought it since the 15th of last month. The second I bought it, it was covered on the policy. How ninja is that? Because I was like, I had this anxiety, like, you know, I'm adding sometimes 50 properties and taking 50 properties off the policy a month. At any given time, I have a couple hundred properties on there. We missed one once. We missed a property. We bought it. We didn't add it. It burned down. $60K in tuition. So now I have like double redundancy audits with 2 people before that reporting every month. I don't mind if one stays on there a couple extra months. That's not as big of a deal as not getting it on there. So they double check what we bought. So that was a huge, that add and delete monthly was it. What else do we have on that policy?
There's no exclusion if the property is vacant or under construction. Some policies will exclude the coverage if it's vacant for longer than 30, 60, 90 days. So there is no exclusion on this policy. Or if you are remodeling it, there's no exclusion.
Now, I can't remember on mine. I know I do actual cash value, but could I opt for replacement costs on mine? I can't remember if I...
Yeah, that policy you can make the property a replacement cost value or an actual cash value, which replacement cost is the cost of the building to replace it with the same like materials. And actual cash value is replacement cost minus depreciation.
Yeah, so here's, if you have a house with replacement cost, let's say I sell to you for $90K, okay? That's the investment price. And then Ashley comes to you and says, sorry, replacement cost value on the house $120. You say, I bought it for $90. Doesn't matter. It's what it would cost the insurance company to replace it. Congratulations, you're working with Aaron. You got it for less than what you could replace it for. But we have to insurance for $120 because you want us to give you insurance. So we have to set the price. We don't care what Aaron's pricing are. It's the insurance pricing. It's $120 grand. Now, what's good about replacement costs is if at any time you have a partial fire or a full total loss, then you get that full dollar amount to either replace the kitchen that burned down, replace the bathroom that cigarette got caught in the trash can, or a total loss minus your deductible. But let's say you get actual cash value. So replacement cost is kind of like the Cadillac of insurance, right? Actual cash value, how is that number determined?
So we determine it at 65% of the replacement cost.
Okay. And so right off the bat, if you buy a house for $150,000 from me, well, you're only getting replacement cost insurance for $97,500. And so right off the bat, you'll see a 20, 30% discount in replacement cost price. If the whole house burns down, you're probably going to be fine. But if you have a partial fire on replacement cost, like just the kitchen burns, let's say you've held it for 10 years. They'll go, okay, 10 years minus your deductible. So we're like, to repair the kitchen is 20 grand. Your deductible is 5. Minus depreciation. So it's depreciated 7,000. So we're only going to give you 8K. Here's your check for 8K to fix the kitchen. How do they determine depreciation?
So actually, when there's a loss, it's kind of a different calculation. It's what you did insure it for. So you insured it, let's say, for $65,000 instead of $100,000. What you should have, $100,000 times the loss. That's what your payment would be minus the deductible.
So what it translates to for clients is replacement cost is 30 to 40% cheaper?
Yeah, it's just how you want to finance your risk. Do you want to finance it or transfer your risk and insurance, or do you want to transfer the risk to self-insure?
Because if you overpay for insurance, then it's coming into your cash flow, right? So my rule of thumb is this. If you only own 1 or 2 properties, or that rental property is more than 10% of your net worth, then from one investor to another, I think you should get replacement cost. If you only own 1 or 2 rentals, or that rental itself is more than 10% of your net worth, I think you should get Cadillac replacement cost insurance. It costs more, but because that property is a bigger percentage of your net worth, I think you should pay more, even though that means less cash flow. Okay? If you have 2 to 10 rentals, at that point, you need to start thinking about switching over to actual cash value, because you're going to see a 30% decrease in your premiums. But when you do have a fire, you run the risk of not getting enough money to make the repair. But either way, you're paying for it. You can pay for it at the fire, or you can just pay 30% more in premiums. On my properties, I go actual cash value and $10,000 deductible. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So I really only make a claim if I have total loss. If there's theft and vandalism, I just pay for it. Somebody comes in and steals a furnace, I pay $1,000, but it doesn't matter because I got $100,000 a month coming in. So insurance, how did you just call it? Finance your risk?
Financing your risk.
Think, when you buy insurance...
That's what I learned in my grad school.
I love that. You're financing your risk. You're basically spending a little money every month for a future loan against catastrophe. But you don't want to borrow too much, because then if you're like, well, I'm really secure, I have all the really good insurance. Okay, well, now you went from making 8 cap to 5 cap. So is it really worth a 2 to 3 point swing in your cap rate to have Cadillac insurance? At some point, you should start getting less insurance because you have more cash flow coming in. So any one claim isn't as big of a deal compared to what you would lose. Because if I spend $50,000 in extra insurance premiums a year and don't have a claim, I just got screwed. Then it's like next year I got to have something burned down. So then I went and got a couple of thuggish guys to like burn down one of my houses every 2 years. That gives Ashley anxiety.
That's called insurance fraud.
That's called felony. You go to jail. But we have a crew, special crew. Question.
Can I run a scenario like that I'm dealing with as we speak?
Absolutely.
I have a unique property. The property value is about $2 million. The structure, the home, is a 2.5. The replacement value with builder grade, no fine finishes is only about $300,000. Okay? I have just gone through many heated arguments with many different insurance companies because they're telling me they will not insure for replacement value for less than $1 million on that property. It's a brick ranch built in the 80s. The rooms themselves are gigantic, so it's just floor space.
Yeah.
Okay, there's no fine finishes. There's,
Yeah.
And
what town or where is it located?
It's located in Windermere, Florida, on the chain of lakes. It's a high-end area, but I mean the property is truly unique because it is 4 acres of private gated. Not in a neighborhood, no HOA, nothing like that. It's all private, lakefront footage. I have it as an Airbnb, but for replacement value, they wouldn't go. They were basing it on a formula for square footage.
Yeah, because we're not insuring the land. We only insure the
Right.
actual
I said
building.
the soil. I'm not insuring the dirt.
Yeah.
It's the
Well, how
structure.
much if you're arguing with an agent on what the replacement cost is, you need to go to a builder, a construction company, and get specs on how much it will cost to replace, and then just show document. I mean,
so you think I can go because I have to insure the place,
right?
So here, everyone was quoting me upwards of $17,000 a year to insure this property.
Well, and it also could be too because you're on water. Are you close to water?
On water.
Yeah, so they're going to increase the limits or they're going to increase the rate due to the fact that there's going to be hurricanes, water damage,
liability with guests.
Yes,
and all that.
yeah.
Sure.
So it is really expensive to insure land or to insure buildings in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to make the replacement cost less, then you have to prove it. You have to get an appraiser from.
So you think it'd be worth my time to go track down, because I have a GC, I have a builder that works for me and does other kinds of stuff. He could easily give me
or ask him to get an appraiser. If he has a recommendation on an appraiser, they can get not an appraiser of the market value, but an appraisal of the replacement cost. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for helping with my personal issues here.
So once Ashley put this policy together for me, I said to her at one conversation, hey, I wish my clients could have this kind of policy put together for them so that they could put a property that they buy from me and that I manage on the policy, still get their own coverages, still have their own LLC or retirement account be named. So it's not like I'm giving them they're not piggybacking on my policy. And Ashley said, well, let me check. And they did some homework and they were able to create a second policy similar to mine that allow you, if I sell you a property or I manage it, you can add your property onto my existing, our Alpine client policy with Gregory and Appel. And talk about that for a second.
Right. So it's set up the same way as Aaron's, which means we can add policies throughout we can add properties throughout the policy period, and every property will have the title of the property associated with that property. So if the title is an IRA club name, if it's your personal name, or if it's an LLC, it will be listed only for your property only. So if there's a loss for your property, the check would only go out to the additional named insured. Same thing, we do have a lower deductible on this policy. It's $2,500 for occupied and $5,000 if the building is not occupied. So
but you're covered under both scenarios. So if your tenant moves out, like I had a client with Allstate, tenant moved out, he didn't have the money to rehab it, sat empty for a few months, it got burned down. Outside of 45 days, it was no longer covered. He lost the home. He didn't get any money for it because Allstate considered it an abandoned property outside of 45 days. And a lot of the state farms and some of those individual policies have a time. What's the kind of typical time period you see on that?
30 to 60 days.
Yeah, so if it's still empty after, which you could easily be empty for a couple months, it gets rehabbed for a month and then it's got to get released.
You could just convert it to a vacant property.
You could convert the policy, but that's more work, additional cost, right? And so this policy allows you to transition from occupied to vacant and back to occupied without changing the status of your policy, without reporting it to the agent, without paying for a construction policy. It's a nice feature. What else can I do, Ash?
Oh, do you have a question?
Oh, yeah.
I do. Is this like a blanket policy?
It is.
Yep, it's like a blanket.
So really you're pooled with other investors?
Yeah, you're sharing the risk with all the other investors. So
you're able to take advantage of the economies of scale.
Absolutely.
And be able to do that.
So smart. Now, it's not the cheapest.
Law of large numbers right there.
Every month, it's not the cheapest. Every month, I'll have clients who be like, Aaron, I talked to Ashley about those 2 properties I'm buying for you, and then I talked to my person at Farmers, and they're cheaper. Right, okay, then you get Farmers. I don't make any money if you use Ashley. There should be. I should be into the cold suite or something. But there's no kickback. There is zero.
I touch this account every day, just to let you know. At least multiple times a day.
Yeah, this really is a service that we set up for my clients. I don't get a discount on my policy. I don't get a kickback from them. I don't get even a Christmas basket from Ashley. I mean, I should. Or maybe I should send you a Christmas basket. Yeah. What are some of the other features of it? Oh, it's got flood.
With the $25,000, the flood does have a higher deductible. It's
$25K deductible.
But you do have flood.
Can I give you some secret advice? There's no such thing as a flood smaller than $25K in damage. They're all.
Well, there it is. Well, Lincoln did find it.
No, I just have never seen a flood that was cheap. I mean,
yeah,
they're all.
They're very. If you're in a flood zone.
Yeah. What else does it have? Then
it has general liability.
Yeah. So each property has general liability coverage of how much?
$1 million, $2 million. So $1 million per occurrence, $2 million aggregate.
Okay, so you get $1 million in liability. Deductible jumps to $5K if it's vacant.
And we do include in the property loss of rent. So if you do have a fire in the house and that house cannot be rented until it's back up, until it's ready to be rented again, you will get that loss of rents, your income back.
Is there a cap on that? Is there a cap on that?
No. I mean, we put what we think your rent will be. That's the.
I mean, a cap on the number of months that you're trying to rent it.
No, we do not have a cap.
Yeah. good.
Well, it'll actually take it'll be 12 months.
When you say flood, is that like the bathtub going over, or like flood insurance, like if there's a flood?
If there's a flood, like
The river overflows.
Okay, like,
Yeah.
so is this, national flood insurance, or this is separate from that?
it's separate from that.
Yeah.
Because if it's already been flooded, they have to, if they got help from the government, they're gonna have national flood insurance, so that would be on top of that.
So no, you can still have this. The only time the flood comes into play is if you're getting a mortgage and the mortgage company requires you to have an
lower
actual
deductible.
flood, and it has to have a lower deductible. That's where we've gotten some issues with the flood coverage, is if you're getting a mortgage. If you're just using your IRA club or your own LLC and you're not needing financing, then that's if you think that's equivalent enough, then.
You know, in terms of financing your risk, I've bought 8,000 properties here over the last 15 years, but we've only seen 2 flood scenarios. So we're talking in Indiana. You know, it's not like we live on the Mississippi River or in Florida. Okay,
And I think that one was only like $10,000 claim.
yeah. When was that one from? Was that from rainfall?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, it's as random as lightning striking a tree in the yard and crushing a house.
Are you going to start buying
I've
one?
seen that happen.
Are you going to start buying more in Ravenswood? That might be an issue.
I do have a Ravenswood flip, but we bought it for $50,000.
I know, but yeah.
But that one's going on MLS, babe. That's MLS.
Yeah.
So that homeowner can deal with it. We're like, that's going out of the family.
But even with it in your IRA, you still have to have the insurance on it.
Well, nobody makes you.
You should.
Oh, hell yeah, you should. I have people, because think about, a lot of you, maybe you've always only bought property with mortgages, so the lender required the insurance to be in place. I can't tell you how many clients I've had that they're like, oh yeah, I forgot to get insurance. Or my international investors, Singaporeans aren't used to landlord policies. It's not a thing. It's not really insurable. And so they're like, yeah, but nothing happened in the first year, so I stopped paying that. And I'm like, well, you had a fire. Yeah, I'll just send you cash. Okay. I mean, think about it. The ability to buy insurance on your investment. I wish I could do that on my stocks.
Right?
You know, I want presidential insurance. If the market drops more than 10%, depending on either party elected, I get reimbursed. I mean, that's really what you do with insurability of investment. That's a unique benefit of real estate in the way that it works. You know, that's because international investors are like, wow, these landlord policies, I've never seen anything like it. You know. What any other elements to that policy?
I will say one of the good things, you know, the property goes from Aaron's policy to this policy. If there is any discrepancy, the carrier has been very, very good to work with, where we had a situation where the the client who bought the property put it on the investor policy. Well, we found out it was actually should have still been on Aaron's. So the claim should have been on Aaron's policy, not the investor. And the carrier was wonderful to work with. They're like, you know, it's the same company. So we're not like.
Is it still Lloyd's or is it someone else?
It's still Lloyd's.
It's still Lloyd's.
So if there's any little hiccups or anything, it's been great to work with having both the investors and Aaron's policy with the same carrier, because if we have any incidents like that, there isn't pointing fingers at who's going to pay for that claim.
So when you buy properties from us, we'll loop you into an email with Ashley. You should all have flyers with her contact information that she handed out. If you don't, raise your hand. We'll make sure. Did you hand them all out?
I think I handed it out.
Questions? Yeah, questions.
Yes, sir. Ashley, what about something like water damage, pipe burst, bed sump?
Yeah, there's water damage is covered.
Is there up to a certain amount? Or
Just to the property limit?
And the second, too, you kind of raised an interesting question that you kind of think that is really evaluating other beyond common sense stuff, but to actually evaluate one policy versus another beyond just what the pricing is, and I put this number against this number. And of course, your concern always is, will they actually pay? Are they cheap because they don't really pay? There's some exclusion that, that Dan can't figure out. Versus another, we have property and it has proper insurance, and they're expensive.
Yeah.
And then you compare USA or Blue
Right.
State Farm, blah blah blah.
And we've had great claims experience. I mean, I don't think.
So, it's interesting. I always say you don't know how good your CPA is till you get audited, your attorney is till you go to court, and your insurance agent is till you have a claim. And the one thing I found about insurance is that there is no happy hour. If you say, what are the drink specials with your insurance policy, they just start excluding things to get the price down. It's like, oh yeah, we're going to sell you rum and Coke, no rum. That's how insurance works. There is no cheap rum. Because people are like, come on, you can do better than that. Yeah, I can. I'll just go back into the policy and reduce some of your coverages, maybe in a way that you don't realize, but you'll find out when you have a claim. That's the interesting thing about insurance that I've learned over the years. Unlike your contractor, where there's a lot of ways you can get the same product for a lower price, I found insurance is pretty, because if you think about it, they're going to carriers, and it's kind of like trying to match up what your specific needs are with a carrier that's willing to offer. I will say that they have their own claims department. And so in Gregory & Appel is a claims department that advocates for me against the carrier, which is unique because when I've worked with like State Farm in the past, that State Farm guy is a State Farm guy. And it doesn't look good on his numbers as a franchisee of State Farm if he has too many claims. So I find when it comes to claim time and I'm dealing with a rep or a franchisee for the primary carrier, then I get an adversarial relationship because I'm really not his client. His real client's State Farm. He's got like a brokerage conflict of interest because he's really brokering policies when push comes to shove, he'd rather the policy let the payout be less. Whereas Gregory & Appel, as a broker, I'm their client. They have other carriers, but they have more leverage as a broker than a franchisee for like a State Farm would be as well. So that's been an interesting element. It's something I never thought about, but if you think about it, I talk to my CPA maybe once or twice a year. I talk to my attorneys maybe every few months. I talk to, Ashley and I communicate about insurance almost monthly because think of all the different all the different policies that I have for the different activities that we're involved with. And so this is an important part of my business, like JC, whereas I feel like CPA and lawyer, I only need them as need basis, whereas it's more like she's an integral part of my business. So that's been another interesting thing from an insurance standpoint.
Hopefully in a couple of years we can do a captive.
Yeah, captive's next level.
So an example like Larissa had, where it's a higher value property, even though it's just one, versus say 5 or 10 of smaller value properties, you still prefer to use multiple properties as opposed to a higher value. So for you guys in particular to give us this.
Oh, you mean like for me to find a carrier? Yeah, because I'm on the commercial side. If I can get more favorable rates if I have 5 or more, whereas our personal lines can help you if you have like 1 or 2.
Even if they're higher value.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why every month I tell people. So here's what I would suggest. Obviously, you have insurance in place. Actually, super cool. Email her your policies, and I love having one insurance agent deconstruct another guy's policy. In fact, I can't understand it because an insurance policy, all of those extra pages in the policy are them defining what everything means. So it's literally its own language defined in the policy. I can read legal contracts fine. Insurance policies, I don't take the time to go, what are some counterintuitive insurance phrases that they write into policies that seem...
There's just a lot of endorsements, exclusions. So
yeah, it's a nightmare. So let them, and then have her put together a potential quote for... Do you have a total of at least 10 rentals right now? Even if you have 5, have her quote for you, whether they're ours or not, and then give that to your guy.
Oh, I forgot to be part of the Alpine investor policy. You have to have Alpine manage those.
Yeah, we got to manage it.
Yeah. there has to be a common interest, and that common interest is Alpine managing them.
So does it make a difference if those properties are across 3 different states?
Nope.
Mm-mm. Yeah, the G&A is not the cheapest, but I've been through claims with them. They're amazing, and so happy hour drinks give you the worst hangover anyway. There's some things you can skimp on in business, some you can't. So on a construction, I can skimp on my demo guy. I don't care how skilled he is. I can skimp on my paint guy. I don't care if they overspray. It's a rental. I don't mind skimping on the kind of paint I use. I don't mind skimping on carpet. I don't mind skimping on mini blinds. I never skimp on plumbing. I don't skimp on roofing. I don't skimp on electrical. I don't like skimping on those things. I can always skimp on toilet paper at my house. Cheap. I'm okay with that. Some things you can skimp on. In business, I would not advise you skimp on insurance. Not until you do it deliberately like I do and say, I'm now going to actual cash value. I'm now increasing my deductibles because I don't want the finance cost of what the finance cost is too high. Because she mentioned captive. What's captive insurance?
Pretty much you own your own insurance company. So then you can get paid out dividends. We're almost there.
We are almost there.
We are really, really close.
We're close. That in the next couple of years, we're going to go captive, and we'll just be
self-insuring.
Yeah, but that's not the reason you should do it captive.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great comment.
That's the reason why you should do it. So, say we buy a property from Alpine. It's already covered because
it's on my policy, right?
So does it stay on that? And once we get 5, we would get our own? Or how?
No, it'll move over. Only mine stay on mine. And there's basically like 2 Lloyd's policies. There's my properties, and then when I sell it, moves over to the blanket Alpine client policy. Okay. So it moves over with all the other Alpine clients. But then when you get up to 5, 10, then when you get to 10, Ashley can do your own little Alpine policy for you, separate of me, independent, with a lot of these same features. You can only get access to those features because I have my big policy with them. Because if I was like, I'm not working with G&A anymore and pull my policy, that policy goes away.
It's like a bulk because there's so many people.
Right. It's a literal benefit that you have access to by investing in my tribe that you wouldn't have outside of my tribe.
And so when you purchase it, it would automatically go to this one.
Oh, only if you choose.
Well, but that's what you choose.
Yeah.
Obviously, I can compare.
Yeah, you have to let me know that you're like we do not communicate with each other at all.
Once a month, I see her here. That's it.
Yeah, we don't communicate. I know that's a lot of people think, oh, I closed today, my insurance is already gonna start. No, you have to let me know.
But we can be talking to you about that.
Yes.
While I'm in the process of talking.
Yeah, we'll put you in touch with her.
Get that set up, then I can compare my USAA or whoever.
Yes.
Then I can go, well, clearly I'm not going to go with USAA, I'm going to go with you, and then it's even a much quicker, smoother.
And Ashley has such a good business, she'll tell you, she's like, yeah, that USAA policy is better than what we could do with Alpine. She will lose no sleep. She is the softest close ever. So feel free to just say, hey, I'm thinking USAA is looking better. Not that I think USAA is better. I don't know. Is it?
It's
pretty good.
It's been cheaper. Yeah.
Do you guys have USAA?
Yeah, but if you get
the cautionary there is if you're buying the houses with the IRA money, USAA doesn't want insurance.
Oh, because the IRA's on title. Ah.
Because they're personal.
Yeah.
But also the other thing, they did my first one, but when I went to go to do the second, they're going, no.
Yeah.
No.
That's so interesting.
But then the other thing is what you said, they're fighting for you, whereas as USAA, they're trying to not pay for stuff. So like we own a house right now, the guy flipped it, was full of mold, we didn't know it. USA has been zero help for us to fight the guy.
Our claims with G&A have been better than any claims that I've ever experienced. I mean, it's like, I would send her a Christmas basket if she threatened to drop us. I really feel like their value to me is much more than my value to them, even though they're the ones charging for the policies. Isn't that interesting? Just like JC. JC has a lot of leverage with me because I've never found anyone as good of a leasing agent. And you know why I like JC? Because one thing you'll notice about my company is there is no typical Alpine person. We got all shapes, sizes, colors, atheists, Christians, Democrats, Republicans. I call it 100% tolerance policy. You be exactly who you are, but kick ass, because the only thing I care about is that you kick ass at your job, and I want you on my team. You will notice that as you meet my company. And I had the mayor is a buddy of mine here in town, and he's a Democrat. He's like, Aaron, I really want to congratulate you on the diversity of your staff. And I'm like, I don't know why you would, because that's not a hiring criteria I've ever had. It's just, what's your competence? And you'll see that with the company. And I encourage everyone, like, if you want to add to the signature of your emails, prayer, then so be it. Right? Like, everyone else will 100% tolerate your desire to be who you are. I just want you to be who you are. There's no uniforms at Alpine, obviously. There's no requirement other than competence. Because on my team, competence is what wins. Some kind of corporate, culture and branding. Nobody's ever wearing Alpine gear around here. Because that's we should do McDonald's visors, though.
Did you have a question?
Yeah.
We were just looking at the one you sent us, the one we just got, and it was saying the type of coverage was REO, and I want you to replace what REO stood for.
Oh, real estate owned.
Okay, that's all.
Okay. Did you have a question back there?
I actually had a comment about Aaron.
Oh.
I have a human resource background. And so human resources, you have a job opening and you get the best qualified candidate that you can to fill that job opening. Aaron is the antithesis of that. He finds somebody that he likes and thinks they're good, and he will find a place in his organization.
Forever. Just don't steal from me. I've never fired anyone. It's my biggest strength and weakness. The only people I've ever fired are ones that steal from me.
And your tenure of employees, the amount of years that they've worked with you is off the chart.
Yeah, our attrition rate is less than 1%. Now, raise your hand if you think that's a good thing. Guess who does not think that's a good thing?
People trying to get in. People that have no skill in finding good people.
My billionaire investors that I work with on private equity. I was meeting with one of them a couple of years ago in Chicago. And he says, Aaron, what's your attrition rate? And I said, I treat everybody like family, lifetime employment, a week of vacation every quarter. We take from December 23rd until the 31st off. All holidays are off. I give them health insurance that I pay for. They all have self-directed Roths. They get to do flips with me. It's the best thing ever. And he's like, so what's your attrition rate? I'm like, less than one half of 1%. He's like, oh, it's horrible. So what do you mean? I'm like, it's like a family. It's like I'm at the high school, Coach Adams. And he's like, no. That means you have so much dead weight in your company. You need to get rid of that bottom 5% every year. Get some new blood in there. Get rid of the top 2 or 3% every other year so you can cut some of those high salaries off because you're overpaying them. They've been around too long. Get them out the door. You got to prune the bushes to have a healthy vineyard.
Whoa.
And I was like, that doesn't resonate with me.
You're smart.
That's when I started thinking, you're a billionaire. You've crushed your bucket. There will be no one at your funeral. Like, your friends and family bucket's empty.
Buckets don't even hold water anymore.
Right? And
wasn't that a Jack Welch theory?
Six Sigma.
Yeah,
Six Sigma, yeah.
Six Sigma, right? And question. So I always see my father-in-law is a dentist, and in the back of his office by the very back bathroom was a framed, cross-stitched, what are those things called, Meg?
Mission statement.
Mission statement. He had his wife, my mother-in-law had cross-stitched their mission statement, so it was like mission statement of Hendrickson Family Dental. And then they had their mission statements. It was like all covered in dust because it was back by the bathroom, right? And I remember looking at it, and I'm like, nobody's looked at this in 10 years. And I said, this is a problem with this business. Now, if you're a dentist, it doesn't matter because clients come in no matter what, and it's pretty easy to you got to really suck to make less than $500,000 a year as a dentist, right? Is there any dentists in the room? If so, I apologize in
No, but
advance.
I work for one. We have the same thing.
Did you really?
Mission statement and the cross stitch.
Stop!
And we had to say it every morning at our staff meeting.
Stop! It was like your Pledge of Allegiance for the dental practice. Well, my father-in-law didn't, and sorry, Ray, if you're watching, I love you, buddy, right? And I remember thinking, if your employees, if you have to make them recite the mission statement, that's the problem. I was watching a TED Talk once. Who's watched TED Talks? If you haven't watched TED Talks, you're missing out. It was called What Employees Really Want and What Employers Think They Want. And it said employees want 3 things. Autonomy. They don't want to be micromanaged. Purpose. They want to feel like they're part of something bigger than themselves that will make a difference, that helps or gives back or is important. And they want mastery. They want to feel like they're learning skills that they could leave the company whenever they want and go somewhere else and make a comparable income. They don't want to feel like this is their only opportunity to make money. They want mastery. They want to feel like they're progressing. And I said, well, at Alpine Property Management, I loved that. I thought it's interesting because what do employers think employees want?
Money.
More money, more vacation time, less work. And interesting that compensation isn't on there. And I remember when I was an employee of Outback Steakhouse, an employee of the Taj Mahal Casino, an employee of Galaxy Diner, an employee of Sundance Resort. Like, I remember thinking of those things as an employee. And the things that make you hate your life is when you're getting micromanaged. You feel like what you do doesn't mean anything, and that you're not really giving or getting anything valuable from that job. And so I've always thought about that for my team, and how do I make sure that each person in the organization is getting those 3 things from me? And if you have to tell your employees what the mission is, you're doing it wrong. I didn't have to tell my soccer players what the mission was. I didn't have to tell my volleyball players what our purpose was. And so as I've taken those leadership coaching principles that I learned in sports and applied them in a business environment, it's interesting what I get criticized for. Now, Megan started out as an employee. She was like, Megan started working for us in 2006. 5. Yeah, 2005. End of 2005. Because Maddie was 1. Yeah, so I watched all of these kids be born and grow up. I met her when she was 1, and then I saw the other 3 born while Meg was working for us here in Indianapolis. And I needed somebody to do maintenance calls. And my construction guy went to church with Megan and her husband Mike. And I said, hey, do you know anyone that could help me do maintenance and help me keep the books? And he's like, oh, you got to meet Megan. She used to do customer service. She made like almost $200,000 a year. Her last 3 bosses, she made them millionaires. And I'm like, well, why isn't she working? Because she's decided to be a stay-at-home mom. She's going to focus on her family. And I said, what's her husband do? He's a police officer for Indianapolis PD. So I meet Meg, and I'm like, all right, how do I get that 6-figure skill set into my company for $1,000 a month? Because that's all I could afford to pay. And you've heard the saying, to get what you want, help other people get what they want. So I sat down with Meg and I said, hey, I need somebody to help keep the checkbook when I'm out of town, pay my contractors. And Meg's like, yeah, I can do that. I said, great. And I was wondering if you'd be willing to take maintenance calls. What was the... Well,
so I started out writing checks, and I did that for, I think, 4 months, and you called me, and it was just like really, really part-time, barely working. And then you called me and said, I have a job for you. I said, great, I'll do anything to take maintenance calls.
oh yeah, that's what it was.
And he said, well, let's take maintenance calls. I have to imagine that $1,000, and again, I think just couldn't stay home. So we were building that, right?
Because I was like, you can stay at home. We'll get you this Bluetooth headset. You can be changing diapers and hello, Alpine maintenance. Like, you never have to come into the office. The kids would all scurry away while she takes call, chasing one chocolate chip. And she'd be like, okay, I'll get someone out to snake that toilet for you. So she's learning construction, and then she starts building up these construction guys to do the maintenance work, and she's got 6 guys. And then she's communicating with my investors. Hey, I need an approval. We had this happen. Are you cool with that? So she's building this amazing rapport with my client. She's running a maintenance company inside of Alpine. And when she started, we had like 30 properties. And 8 years later, she's managing like 1,000 properties. And she's making like 10 grand a month at that point. And because I just said, hey, I'll just keep giving you a percentage of the maintenance work. Like, you'll grow with it. And she's like, great, I can do it. And she kept doing it from home. But she'd bring these little kids once a week in a staff meeting. So, Lily's my stepdaughter. I'm like, you used to sit on my lap when you were 6 months old at staff meeting. I've known these kids since they were babies. So, Casey and Tommy's mom and I got divorced in 2006. Megan and her husband got divorced 2013? Yeah. 2013-ish, okay? And then Meg moved back to the West Coast with her kids. And then she's from Idaho. So when my ex-wife got remarried and moved up to Idaho Falls, I was like, oh, I got to go to Idaho now to see my kids. And Meg's like, where? And I said, Idaho Falls. She's like, that's where my family's from. My parents grew up there. It's my dad's family's from Jackson Hole. My mom's family's from Idaho Falls. That's like sacred ground for me. And I'm like, not sacred for me. It's just another shitty connection flight. And it's 3 more hours to my day. It's like potato fields in Idaho Falls. And so Meg was jealous that I was like commuting back 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. But here's what's really funny. My ex-wife met because we hired Meg in 2005, my ex-wife and I. So Tiffany knew Megan and remembered her. So all the way in 2014, Meg and I started dating, and my ex-wife said, oh, you're dating Megan? That's better than the other girls, right? I love Megan. I remember her from 9 years ago. If you and Megan get together, I'll give you full custody of the boys. And she did. She said, keep the $5,000 a month. And she signed over full custody when we got married. In fact, she and her husband came to our wedding. Kind of cool, kind of weird. My boys loved it though. Their mom and their dad were there and everyone was happy and got along. My boys were, and Mike is my bro. We bought a house in Idaho because he still lives here in Indianapolis. We bought a house in Idaho. He's there this week for 10 days, staying at the house that we bought and set up as an Airbnb for him when he comes out to see his kids in Idaho. It's a beautiful thing. And I hit him up this week and said, hey, Mike, there's a little leak under the sink. Let me know when I can send my handyman by. And he's like, now I know Mike. And he's like, oh, no, I took care of it. Right? But he's got a free house to see his kids, right? It's like, it's a beautiful thing. And so Mike and I bro hug. We're good buddies. And well, sometimes I'll come home because Tiff lives 2 miles from us in Idaho, and it's like my sister wives are at the kitchen table chatting. It's super awkward. Because they're good friends. But
I love those boys.
Yeah. Yep. How do we get on that, Ashley? I don't know. Any other questions for Ashley about insurance? Question, yeah.
Yes. So you said earlier that in order to work with us, they have to be properties that Alpine manages?
Yeah.
So,
no. That's only to be on that one policy.
Only be on that policy.
So I could not bring my other properties that I already have with me?
Not onto that policy. But if your other properties, she could do a new policy.
We can do another policy.
Would it be the same kind of terms? Where it's also a blanket?
Do you have 10 total?
No.
Well, we can still do a policy with all of your properties onto one policy. Yes, we could do that. It just wouldn't be the same
But it need
carrier.
to do it like mine, it need to be at least 10, right?
Right, but we can do another carrier. Yeah.
Yeah, but you should. Get with her phone, email, and have her give you a specific quote for what you're looking for. Yeah. Because again, I don't care which policy it goes on. I mean, there's no particular benefit for me. I just want to have her here so those of you know who you potentially could be working with, and I want you to think about insurance. That's my whole goal with having her today. Any other questions? You should have a flyer.
Did you? I can get you one.
Do you have any more?
I'll get one when I walk out. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get you their info, and then we email you her info as we work towards closing. But yeah, we'll get you. Worst case scenario, shoot me an email. Say Aaron introduced me to Ashley. I'll reply back, CC her, and yeah. There you go.
Okay.
All right, let's give Ash a round of applause. Thank you for stopping by. All right, let's take a quick break, and then we'll finish today by discussing markets and how I evaluate markets. That's what we're going to finish with today. Thanks.
I just gotta
for the day. All right, before I get into markets, I have a gift for you guys. How many of you have done some kind of real estate seminars or education? So part of my problem with the seminar industry that I found as a student is that I would attend a class, spend $2,000 or $3,000 for the class, and the person teaching the class was a seminar person, not a real estate person. So when I went to Armando Montalongo's seminars, he was a reality show guy who did a couple of horrible flips, that made for entertaining TV, but he hadn't done 50 deals. And then he was charging people $20,000 for a flipping houses training weekend. It was like criminal. Then he realized he had nothing to say for 3 days. He's like, Aaron, would you like to come in and teach my students? He's trying to add value. And there's some good groups, Rich. Perfect example, Robert Kiyosaki. I've had dinner with him. Nice enough guy, but his employees are not real estate people. His employees are not property managers, contractors, brokers, leasing agents. His employees are lawyers, CPAs, seminar people. He doesn't have a real estate infrastructure. And he wrote, the best book on real estate investing in the last 30 years, or at least the most popular book. How many of you read that book and went, damn, I need some passive income? I did. And then my problem was, I was like, hey, where's the rest of the book? Yeah. He didn't tell me how to do anything.
Well, if you see him on, I've seen him on YouTube and stuff, he's still the same thing.
No, he doesn't know anything. Yeah, he doesn't know anything. He's the Wizard of Oz. He's a little man behind a curtain that doesn't know shit about real estate. You're like, hey, cost per square foot for commercial construction. Talk about it. So fortune builders. I know Than Merrill. He's a nice dude. I played beach volleyball with him. Big company. They did $100 million in real estate. He doesn't have real estate employees. Who's that guy that does apartment complexes out of Florida? And he hates Cardone. Great speaker, but good salesman. Completely talking out his ass most of the time. Not a real estate guy. So I finally said, all right, done. During COVID, I'm going to start recording. The only thing I hadn't done before this year, and I'm now in the middle of it, is storage units. I can't think of an asset class. I've done hard money lending. I've done new commercial construction. I've done developing on custom homes. I've built apartment complexes. I've bought at auctions. I've bought at tax sales. I've bought at foreclosure auctions. I've done syndications. I've done private equity. I can't think of an asset class. Help me if you're missing something. Catherine? What am I missing? I can't think of it. I've tried everything over 20 years.
Have you done lease options?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Done lease options. Kim, what am I missing?
Short sales?
Short sales, did those.
Discount notes?
Oh, yeah. 2009, 2010, 2011.
We can breed Frenchies. I don't even know what those mean.
Huh?
We can breed Frenchies.
Breed Frenchies at a trailer park in a puppy mill for $3,000. It'll be puppy mills done right.
And I had a question, something that you mentioned earlier.
Sure.
You were talking, this was much earlier on in the day, you were talking about the value add when you were looking at the $3.2 million deal.
Yeah.
The 60-unit deal. When you value the property, you're valuing it, the cap rate is based upon today's numbers, not pro forma.
Yeah.
You're buying today's numbers, number one.
Right.
Okay. But my question was, how did you attract a higher class of tenants in order to start raising it when I understand you're starting the rehab on some properties, but while you're doing that, you still have vermin that's there.
Yeah, yeah.
So how do you bring in the higher class, and how did you attract them?
Yeah. So, great question. So, in the case of this particular property, the question is, when you had this piece of crap 60-unit apartment complex, how did you go from $400 a month to $750 with the first tenant? Like, how did you get them to pay $750 when all the complex is garbage? Great question, right? Let me show you the Google Street View of the complex. And so it's 10 sixplexes. Everything you can see is mine. Okay? So I literally started up front, and I finished off the office first and cleaned out this building. They were all on month-to-month leases. I gave them all notices, you're out. And I got them out, and I leased up that building first. So I didn't lease to one tenant. It was four tenants when I finished that building. And
It was 10, you made it 4, so you made them bigger?
One building
it's
before. One building before, as opposed to 10 buildings.
10 buildings before.
Yes, but
no, 10 buildings of 6, because there's a basement. So it's this door goes to that upstairs, that door to that. So it's 2 on the top. That door is to that unit, that door is to that unit. Go down the stairs to the basement, go down the stairs to the basement. So I'm getting $750 for the $775 for the main floor, $750 for these, and $725 for the basements. So it's $750 door average.
What's the attraction to the new people, even though in their particular building it's nice, but all around them it's icky?
Because you have a 2% vacancy rate on rental property in Idaho. So there is no such thing as an empty $800 a month unit that is as nice as what we had. And so we had literally no competition in the space. Like our days on market to lease one of these is usually 0 because we have somebody waiting for us to finish it. And so when you're in the right market and you have that kind of demand, Charlotte has a similar thing. You know, when we price something, a single family home for $1,000 or $900 a month, people are like, "What's your vacancy?" I'm like, 0. Because Charlotte, when population growth is as strong as it's been, then it's very easy to do. And so I put new roofs on all of them. On this one, I had to rebuild the whole foundation. You can see where the whole foundation wall was caving in, so I had to dig it all out last summer and then put the new railings in. In each of the units, I've gone in and added washer and dryer, dishwashers, completely redone. I've been spending about $10,000 per unit on average to completely redo them. They're nice. They're very nice when they're done. And I actually got this lot. In 1960, when it was built, there was a pool here. I'm actually going to put storage units there. I'm in the process of doing that right now. Now, one thing you can see, I think, from Google Maps, if you go back, it's funny, it changes, right? So there used to be garages behind the units, but the slumlord didn't want to fix them. And so before she sold it to me, she ripped them all out. So we're in the process. We have our first 4 carport with 4-foot storage unit in the back that I'm going to put in. I found a company that will prefab the carport for me with a 4-foot storage unit in the back and install them for $4,000 a piece. So what's 1% rule of 4,000? $40, and I think I can get 100 for a debt because it's Idaho snow, right? And there's no storage in the apartments. I think I can get $100 a month for each space because not only can I get them from my tenants, but there's a huge apartment complex behind mine that doesn't have any storage either. So right next door, these guys. So we'll market to them as well. We're going to send them all a mailer saying, you can get a dedicated carport. So we're putting the first 4 in actually right here next week, right down here.
Where those cars were?
Yep. Because I'm betting if I get 100, 40 was 1% rule, 40, 80, get 2.5% rule. So I should make over 20%. If that tests out on these first 4, I'm going to put 100 in there. And then I'm going to go take my vacant lot and add more storage units or RV storage or something. That's the master plan. So I also at my mobile home dealership, when we applied for the permit to put our new office in, which is a tiny home, we also applied for the permit to put storage units because we're right by Idaho State University. And so we're like 3 blocks away. I'm surrounded by student housing. So I'm going to put I need to go home for the summer and put my stuff in the storage units to rent out to students. So that's the only thing I hadn't done. I'm doing it now. And so, but you notice cosmetically, it still looks pretty turdy. I mean, the new roofs, you can't tell those are on there. You still have the 1960s brick, they're not that cute, but they all look fantastic, and you have a housing shortage. That's a very real economic factor.
Do you have permit limitations, because it is commercial, I'm assuming that's commercial, on being able to make it better or change things?
No, you mean like the city's not making me do anything?
So you could, if you get to the point where like, I want to do blah, you can do it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You always want to think, all right, what do I need to do to get my target rent? Because if you over rehab a house, it may be nice from a trophy standpoint, but every dollar you spend over what you need to get $800 a month is a donation to your contractor. And it's so easy to fall in the emotional trap. I'm never going to live there. But it bugs me that I haven't done more cosmetic in an emotional about money way. It's a very difficult thing. It's a constant. I'm dealing with that 20 years later. I wish I could be like, no, I'm completely by the numbers bullshit. I'm still like, people, if I'm talking to somebody, I'm like, yeah, I got the Riviera apartments. They're like, oh, yeah, I know those. Slumlord, right? Trophy properties are nice. There's something to be proud of, but only if you got a good cap rate on them. So during COVID, I started recording classes. And my vision is to undercut the whole real estate seminar industry. Rich Dad Poor Dad charges $10,000 for a class. I'm charging $99. Sam Merrill charges $5,000 for a class. I'm charging $99. And these are all classes that, we got wholesaling, we got foreclosure, we have marketing, we got flipping, mobile home, creative finance. These are all classes. These are all the classes that all the other companies are doing, and we're doing them for $99. Construction 101, Airbnb. Don and I recorded asset protection together, commercial, okay? So we now have 13 classes. Yesterday we added property management. Catherine recorded the foreclosure class with me last month. How many years have you been teaching foreclosure, Catherine?
12 or 13.
Okay. And you've been investing for 20 years?
1993. I'm a little older than her thing.
20, over 25 years she's been investing. Kim, how long have you been investing?
17 years.
17 years, okay. How long have you been traveling around the country helping people?
5 years.
5 years she's been on the road helping coach and mentor people with real estate. Catherine's been coaching and mentoring all over the world for how long? 18 years. I met Travis through the Rich Dad Poor Dad company years ago. He was one of their mentors, and he taught like 4 of the classes. So like Don and I teach asset protection. Travis and I talk commercial. My 2 construction managers in Indy and I taught construction. Creative finance, Travis and I taught flipping. Travis and I taught. Catherine and I taught foreclosure. Dennis Blitz from Chicago and I. So each class I co-taught with somebody who I think is a badass. Brittany and Travis did marketing. Brittany did foreclosure with Catherine and I. And so I didn't want people to say that we're selling continuing ed, which is why I put my name on it. Because it's just just like 5Fs. It's my 2 cents about how I've been doing foreclosure, how I do flips, how I've done mobile home. And so those of you that are thinking about active investing, every month I would meet someone who would come here and say, you know what, I thought I could use my 401k to buy a house from you, but I just found out that my job won't let me buy property. I can't self-direct until I leave that job, so my 401k has to stay there till I leave my job. So I feel bad because I came here this week and I wanted to invest with you, but I can't. Or I'd meet someone who says, you know what, I sat down with Megan and I wanted to get a house from you for $80,000, and she said, all you have is $80,000. You need to focus on your active income and go make more money with this money. So I feel bad because I came here, I still want a house, and Megan's telling me she won't sell me one. Which, because think about it, it's long term. I don't want your last $100,000 to buy a house from me. Go take my mobile home class. Go take my wholesaling class. Learn how to make more money, and then come back. I'd love for you to be like, hey, here, watch my wholesaling class for $99. Go wholesale. You guys saw John. We're talking about a low-functioning individual. He didn't mention his biggest passion. No, but it happens after. He gets very hungry after this passion. He likes Cheetos. He's very, very passionate about that. And so real estate's great because he doesn't have any kids, no wife. I love John. He's living his best life because he does what he wants with his band, without his band. He goes out and he literally go find a house, make $3,000. Lauren will drag his ass out of bed. Come on, John, get on your bike. You can't drive. Go drive this neighborhood and let's do a postcard campaign. But I give him a lot of respect because his 5Fs are pretty in line. He's got a great relationship with his family. His fitness bucket could use a little help. Well, but his fun bucket is overflowing. He has plenty of fun. His finance bucket gets him what he wants. I give him a lot of respect because, somebody came up to me at the break and said, hey, thank you for that 5Fs thing. That was actually pretty valuable. And I said, yeah, I'm glad that it could help. And they say, I got some empty buckets I need to work on. I was like, hey, that can be a starting point, that's why I mention it. Because, for me, if I think back over the last 20 years, the knowledge in these classes is about 30% of why I've been successful. 70% is mindset. So Tom, when you were talking about mindset as the starting point, that resonated with me because knowledge is really secondary to mindset. Because every other teacher in that high school could have bought a duplex in Hemet. Every other teacher in that high school could have bought a trailer park in Ely, Nevada, or a 20-unit apartment complex. There was nothing that I was doing that wasn't available to every other person. Mindset was the differentiator between me and the other teachers. Mindset's the starting point. Yeah, I love Tony Robbins. If you haven't seen his videos on YouTube, watch Tony Robbins. He is the standard. He does. I think he does almost $1 billion a year in revenue is what I heard. His organization is the standard of personal development. And now, don't pay for any of it. Just watch it on YouTube. That's all you need.
Where were you 2 years ago?
Did you go to Unleash the Fire?
We went to business building something.
What did you spend? 20K. So I'm gonna let you have any one of my classes for free. You just tell me which one you pay for. Because I know Tony, he's a great dude. Tony came to me and said, I met him through a friend of mine named Rock Thomas, who's got a personal development and coaching brand company called M1, March to $1 Million. And Rock is in Tony's Netflix video called Not My Guru. If you have seen that, Rock's in there. He's bald. And so Rock's inner circle with Tony. And Rock came to the event. He's a good friend of mine. He said, Aaron, you're a good speaker. Tony wants to take on a few people and teach them how to speak like him. Would you be interested in that? And I was like, no. I like teaching real estate. I don't want to be doing personal development. I like teaching real estate with a little bit of personal development on the side. To me, I'd rather give you actual fishing lessons instead of sit in the car and motivate you on being a good fisherman. I'd rather give you some fishing lessons. And if you're too lazy to fish, then I'll sell you some fish. Okay. Meg?
There was a client that kept emailing us and saying that if you get your ADN, so you can do the next 20 runs.
Oh yeah, we had this PhD psychologist, this Indian gentleman, brilliant guy, really cool. And Trav's wife, Malu, is from India, and we went to India with her. And I love India, and it was, and he was Indian, and so he and Malu were from the same area, and they're both Brahmins from the same caste. And at the end, he told, what did he say to you?
Well, he sent me this email, and he just went on and on about how they changed his life and how excited he was. But his very final line was, and your husband is incredible, and you would get his ED under control, and you'd be the next Tony.
I'm like, you assume that I want that. I don't want that.
And then he emailed me again, and it was closing, and again, so excited about that. And then your husband started getting your baby under control.
Whatever.
Really wanted to go medication, like, really bad.
Remember that pastor and his wife that sat right here the whole time, and they just stared at me, and I said a bad word, and the wife flinched, and I was like, oh. But here's what I've learned. When we did this first seminars back in 2009, so 11 years ago, and I went out and I got some like tailored slacks and some Ferragamo loafers, and I did, yeah. You look cute in a polo shirt with shoulder pads. Meg came in, she was like, in a polo shirt. So great. Do you still have that? You can wear that tomorrow. And I realized, like, here in the United States, we prize authenticity above everything in a way that you may not realize, because having been around the world, I've been in the UK, been in Canada, I've been in South America, I've been in Hong Kong, Singapore, teaching investors, selling them properties. Money's an emotional thing, and we're all emotional about money. And you wouldn't have come to Indiana in the middle of COVID if you weren't at some kind of crossroad, financial or otherwise. You wouldn't be here. Meg always says that people come to this event because they're trying to figure something out. That's why you're here. And we value that. We appreciate that you come here, because emotion is part of trying to figure things out with your life, with your money, with your time. When I had a radio show here in town, we got to where we first bought an hour on Saturdays on AM and FM, and then they expanded it to the whole state, and then we were getting 60,000 listeners a Saturday, and then they came to us and said, we want to pay you because we want to sell commercial time during your show. So then they started selling commercial time, and then our producer of the radio show was able to line up an interview with Sirius, and they said, hey, we want you to do a live weekly real estate show, and Aaron, you can swear, because it's serious, right? And I was like, God, now I'm interested, right? Because I kept getting, that 30-second delay, they would beat me out, because just can't. I worked in a casino. There is no swearing from Meg and her kids. Like we separated the kids, so Meg's kids are on the top floor, 4 bedrooms, 2 baths. My boys are in the basement. And because only PG programming happens in Disneyland. It is. And then our master's on the main. And in the new house, it flips. So there's 4 bedrooms, 2 baths in the basement. My boys are upstairs, and there's two bedrooms. And then our master's on the main again. Because Meg's parents were married several times. How many different step siblings did you have between your mom and your dad? 20, yeah. So she had some opinions about how families should blend, and she's like, there's really no blending. The 2 parents decided to get married, the kids had no say, and they still have their mom and their dad, and you're not, I'm Aaron, I'm not your dad. I don't tell you to do anything. So Meg had she's like, we need to just, I've had a culture with my kids. For example, we don't do family dinner. My boys and I each had a TV tray, and we'd sit down, and my boys would be on their gaming systems, and I would watch sports, and that was our together time in the evenings. And Meg likes to sit down and have dinners with her kids, and I like frozen food, and she eats organic. So we built a kitchen in the top floor, and a kitchen in the basement, and there was already a kitchen on the main. And if you go look in their kitchen, it's like vitamin. Her kids take like 8 vitamins every morning. My kids are like a Pop-Tart and a Mountain Dew. Yeah. Absolutely. Even politically.
Religiously, pretty much in all areas.
Yeah. I don't think we have enough of that in this country. We need you can as long as you have a reason for why you believe what you believe politically, or then I respect that. We can agree to disagree in this country. We need to do more of that because. Oh, I love that.
We love and believe a lot of the same things. So yeah, it's just we're different in a lot of ways, but it's mutual respect.
So I want you to write down the Aaron Adams training URL, and this section right here. So let me back out so you can see how to log in, because I'm going to give you a free login to one section that's got like 20 hours of free training. So you're going to want to write this down. So AaronAdamsTraining.com is the website. Now you're going to go to this section right here, okay, where it has all the different classes. Most popular Alpine Archive, MPAA. That's what you want to click on. And it will require a password. It's you met Aaron, capital Y, capital M, capital A, and then the $sign. You'll type that in. You'll type that in right here on password. So click on MPAA, type that password in, and it will log you in. Okay, let me show you some of the things we have on there. So these are videos and trainings that I've recorded over the last 10 years that we've given to our clients that they really like a lot. So here's one that Travis and I did on direct mail campaigns for marketing, how to do postcards and letters. Here's one that we did on market analysis. So we have some different classes on there. We have the whole bus tour training from a year and a half ago before we moved over into this office. Even the portion out on the bus. So maybe there's someone this weekend that you wanted to share that with. So there's probably 40 hours of training and content on there that we have for you. You can see we sell access to that normally for $5,000. And there's no price. You guys get it for free. Okay? So that's free. That's free little educational gift for this weekend for you. Any questions about that? Okay. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I figure a lot of you have seminar fatigue. Okay. But how many of you listening to me talk to John today about wholesaling were like, that's kind of interesting. I might like more. Right? So what we did with the class is there's nothing I hated more than having a 3-day seminar to realize that I didn't want to do that strategy. And spend $2,000 or $3,000 and 3 days to get. Like I went to one on land trust and I was like, yeah, this is cool, but I'll never use it. And the guy who taught it was great. And so what I said was like, I think real estate education should be, I need to listen to 3 hours to see how it works and to know what I need to get started, or if I even want to do it. Because maybe you heard me, on the wholesaling and you said, that's kind of interesting. So for $100, you could buy just the class, $99, okay? You don't get the PowerPoint slides, you don't get the document bundle, there's no Q&A Zoom, there's no other support, but after watching it, you'll know whether or not you want to do wholesaling. Now let's say that you do and you're like, I like this, okay? Well, then for $100 more, I'll give you the PowerPoint slides and all the notes. For $1,500, I will give you'll get the training, and if you decide to upgrade any package, you subtract out whatever the previous package was. For $1,000, you get the 3-hour training, you get the PowerPoint, and you get a folder that I put together of all the documents. So for example, in the wholesaling class, it's the contract that we used to buy. Those kinds of things. In the mobile home class, it's the contract I use for seller financing for mobile homes. Okay? If you're like, yeah, I want to make a run at this, but I need help, well, for $1,500, you can be on our Zoom calls. So the bundle 3 we have is, oops. Oh no, yeah, that one does include Zoom calls. So bundle 3 includes the class, PowerPoint, and 3 months of Zoom. So once a month, you can hop on a Zoom call with Travis, with Brittany, with John if you want, I'll throw him on there. And you can ask him questions. For any of the classes, any of the people I taught the class with, we're having monthly Zoom calls where you can get on and get your questions answered. That's included in the $1,000. For $3,000, you can meet. You could come back here. Next month we have some people coming. They're going to come Thursday and Friday. They're going to meet with Travis, go through wholesaling. So we have a wholesaling training next month, up to 10 people with Travis, 2 full days. So the idea being that you watch the wholesale training, maybe you start working on it, and then you sit down with Travis, you get all your questions answered. And then ongoing, you have Zoom. Catherine.
I think he also said that's heavy marketing. Do they go in?
Yes. Yep. Now, that's the highest price is $3,000. So $3,000 would be the class, the PowerPoint, the contracts, and the live interface with the team. Now,
so when is the 2-day? Where does that figure in?
Every month we're going to start doing the 2 days here as part of the cash flow weekend. Because I already have Brittany in town, I already have they're already coming for the event. So what we're going to start doing is next year is they're going to start coming in on Wednesdays so that on Thursday, Friday, we could hold as many classes as we need to based on what packages people buy. But what I love about doing it this way, all the other seminar companies try to get you in a room and sell you a big package at once because they don't want you to realize that most of their product is shit. Circle of trust, being honest, right? Because then you've already bought it. Mine's a la carte. Right? You can watch the class for $99, and I've already had people I just had a client watch the mobile home class and just made $25,000 flipping a mobile home in somebody's park in Salt Lake City. He just did that last month. Okay? In fact, I'll show you guys that video tomorrow. Remind me, because I had him record a testimonial. I showed him how to buy a mobile home in somebody else's park. He bought it for $5,000. He spent like $7,000 on it. Sold it for $35,000 cash. He's like, when can I come do the $3,000 thing? now I'm a believer, right? But that's the idea, is that if you watch, your only exposure with me is $100. And it's a 3 to 6 hour training. That to me resonates as authentic and honest. That's why I put it together, because I literally want to undercut the whole seminar industry. Now when I put this together, I called up Catherine and I called up Kim. And one of the things that I want to give everyone in the room this weekend, because Kim, you'll be here till when?
Sunday afternoon.
So Kim has been traveling around the country for 5 years, strategizing, coaching, mentoring with investors. So Kim, feel free to hit her up tonight. Feel free to hit her up tomorrow. I'm going to give every one of you a 1-hour personal coaching call with Kim. She's an investor. She's a badass. Get a chance to know her. I deserve a round of applause for that, right? Because who do you think's paying for her time? Right? Because the teacher in me does not want anyone here who doesn't have their very next step. For some of you, their very next step is sit down with Megan, pick out some properties. Okay, back to my life. I've diversified into some property. But every month we would have 10 or 20% of the people who were like, I'm not, after this whole weekend, I don't really need property. I need more active income. That's why I built this. So that every person I meet, I'm like, okay, you don't have any money? Good, well, let's get you into wholesaling. Do you have $1,000? I can help you with $1,000. I love that. And then you don't have to spend any more money with me until you've made that back. No seminar company does that because that's not authentic. That's not confidence in what they're doing. So I would love for every one of you to get her cell phone number tonight, schedule a call, get on the phone for an hour, and have her strategize with you personally. I called Catherine up and I said, Catherine, you've been coaching and mentoring all over the world. For those of you that already know what strategy you want, my mobile home guy is going to start buying an hour of Catherine's time, couple $100 a month. He's like, I want to buy an hour a month so that I can check in with her and have her personally coach me. I've seen coaching packages for $20,000. We're selling them by the hour because I think that's authentic. Because if you talk to her for an hour for $150, for $200, how much are we selling an hour for? I don't even know, Catherine.
I think we need to talk about this.
For $5,000 an hour of her time? Okay, I'll give all of you an hour with Catherine's time for $150 since I just quoted that, and I'll pay the difference whatever we talked about. Is that fair? That's how confident I am of her knowledge. Yeah, that's how confident I am of her time. But that's something you can talk about Kim for free with, if that even makes sense. But I just hate meeting people that are like, yeah, I spent $30,000 on these seminars and I never made it back. Don, you did compliance in the seminar industry years ago. What percentage of people who buy packages ever make their money back?
You know, that's a hard question because no one in the seminar industry actually tracks it.
Yeah, they're scared to look at the numbers.
I think it is, but you know, people that bought real estate packages, $10, $20, $30,000. I never worked for a company that did over
$25,000. But they're out there that'll take $50,000, $80,000, $100,000 to train you how to do stuff, and rarely have I seen somebody that actually did it and made their money back.
Kim, what's the most you've ever saw somebody spend on a seminar package by the time you talk to them?
$50,000.
Catherine?
More than that, and I think other people that I'm unaware of charge even more. Yes.
I've seen Tony Robbins students that spent $100,000, where they went to the private island with him. And I'm like, and what did you get?
Trip to the private island.
The trip to the private island.
Yeah.
Feeling of empowerment.
Stand in here.
Yes.
And so what we've tried to do is, look, I love education, and I hate how the seminar industry has done it like Trump U. And so we're trying to be an industry disruptor because I don't need to make money on seminars. I make money on deals. That's why there's no hard close here. Here's a free section of my website. Here's 40 hours. Enjoy. Okay? Here's a free call with an expert. Enjoy. If you really want one of these classes, let me know. If you really feel like that's what you need to have it for free, I'll send you a link this weekend.
I just bought your construction.
You just bought construction?
I just recently bought it.
Have you had a chance to watch it yet?
I've not had a chance to watch it.
Yeah, so construction, we recorded the construction class because it's construction for non-contractors. Okay, it's how do I manage and price construction when I don't know anything about construction? That's valuable because that's how many of you are in that situation? Right? I'm not handy. I don't know shit about it. Like, how do I? Yeah. So that's why we recorded that. But I give you some amazing shortcuts to do calculations and to put budgets together and run the numbers. Ones that I figured out over the years that I do. So I wanted to mention this because number one, we wanted to give you a free section. Number two, because I know that some of you in here this weekend will be like, I don't think we're right fits for you to buy properties. Guys, we sell all of our properties every month. That's why I don't do a hard close. We don't list them on a website. If those of you that we've sent properties to, we said when you have a good business, you just want to help your client because if you authentically try to help move them forward, then the business will flow to you. And that's why everything we've set up is to be very laid back. You take the initiative. We don't sit you down and close you. If you need active income education, we have it. If you need passive properties, we have it. If you just needed to hear this weekend, I'm glad you're here. You know, give me a good review. Send me an email and tell me what you enjoyed about the weekend. That's cool for me. Does that make sense? I can always smell when somebody else is desperate for money. And hopefully the fact that we didn't charge for this event, that we pay for your hotel. Hotel's nice? Room's nice?
Yes.
Was anybody worried that it would be Motel 6-ish? Now, if I happen to own the Residence Inn, it's not a conflict. And lunch good today? Breakfast good today? Okay, no cheap swill at the bar tonight. Hey, Team Chicago's here. Everybody say hi to Ramez and Kosh. Okay, they work with IRA Club. They are here. Kosh, what are the most common questions when you're here every month that investors want to sit down and talk to you about?
What's the process? How does this work?
How do I self-direct my money? We talked earlier about Roths, traditional. Ramez, anything to add to that?
No, yeah, just essentially, at the end of the day, how do I, as Aaron said, how do I diversify my IRA or 401k outside of stocks, bonds, and mutual funds? And most people don't realize, in fact, 90% of Americans don't even realize that you could invest in real estate. And if you want, actually.
Yeah, tomorrow morning we're going to start focusing on retirement investing. Who potentially has IRA or 401k money that they want to actively or passively manage? Great. Okay, and so that's going to be our focus tomorrow, because you shouldn't just think passive, and as you sit down with Meg, maybe she can help craft an active passive strategy. Maybe it's like, hey, I want to do one property, then with the rest of the money, I want to find a way to flip a mobile home inside my IRA, because my client in Salt Lake did all of that inside of his IRA.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have a lot of clients who are doing both, who it makes sense to get rental properties, but they also are still wanting to be actively involved in real estate. So there's a lot of clients where it makes sense for both.
Yep. All right, final thing I want to touch on is, this is the 5-point criteria that I have used for 20 years to evaluate markets. This is how I decide if I like a market. So I look at not just whether the houses are cheap, but I look at affordability. Median home price, to median income. Okay, I look at the affordability rate relationship. Jobs, I look at the unemployment rate compared to the surrounding states. So I don't compare Indianapolis unemployment to Los Angeles. I compare it to Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois. So like right now, Indiana's unemployment is back at 6%. Indianapolis is now back in the low 5s. Just phenomenal compared to where the rest of the country is, and where Indianapolis was at like 12% in April. They're now back down to almost 5%. So that's been phenomenal. Population growth. I mentioned this earlier. I track millennials. Gen Z. Gen X. Those are the 3 demographic groups that I track. Where are they moving? Where are they migrating? I get that the boomers are moving to the Sun Belt. Don't care as much. If I did assisted living, though, I would care more. I look at the state government itself. Indiana, states have credit ratings. Indiana has a AAA credit rating. Only 17 states have AAA credit ratings. Broke states equals desperate state legislators that look to raise revenue by raising income tax rates, property tax rates. Local city councils in broke cities charge more for permit. I mean, look at California. How much does it cost to keep an LLC in California? $800 a year.
Whether you make any, you don't have to make $1.
Yeah. In Indiana, it's $26 a year. Okay? And so because when you're buying a property, you're buying a business. If you're doing a flip or a wholesale deal, that's like a trade. That's like a stock trade. Okay? When you buy a rental, you're buying a business. So you evaluate it like you're buying a business. Look at this map of broke cities in the US. Okay, so Honolulu's broke, Austin's broke, Atlanta's broke, Chicago's broke. Chicago's the brokestest. Pittsburgh's broke. Okay? Look, it doesn't mean you can't make money in Pittsburgh with a rental property, but why would you buy a business in a city that's broke and sooner or later is going to find a way to gouge you on property tax, to gouge you on permitting costs and permitting fees and connection fees? There's a lot of ways they can fleece you and be landlord unfriendly. I don't like rental properties in any state that has rent controls. To me, that's like instant business unfriendly. I'll never own a rental in Manhattan. Forget it. I'll never own a rental in any city that has rent controls. It's like a recipe for disaster. Cities that are broke like Chicago, okay? Chicago is 23 has only funded in 23% of what it needs to fund its pensions. Imagine all those teachers and policemen and firefighters in Chicago that said, yeah, I'm going to take this job and even I don't love the job, but you're going to give me a guaranteed check for life. And the city of Chicago has underfunded the pensions. And what happens when cities don't have the money for their pensions? They just say, sorry, I know you were going to get $5,000 a month. You're now getting $3,200. And so I look at cities that are broke, because if they're not funding their pensions or if they've borrowed too much money, then it just starts to create a nightmare as a landlord, as a property owner. Question?
You know how often this is updated since 2017?
Yeah. If you just do, go to zerohedge.com to get a feel for it. I do need to update this slide. Yeah, it is worse. Chicago residents win the award of most screwed with 60% of their tax dollars going to fund debt and pension. So they borrowed too much. It's going, it's not going to firefighters, policemen, potholes. It's going to debt. None of the cities on here have reversed. Yep.
Just in all the resources and all the information, all the lists you see out there, like you said, you have your 5 criteria. I'm seeing some conflicts. Like I'm seeing Columbus and Ohio show up on every list I ever see. It's a great place. And I was just looking at your map there, and Columbus, Ohio have a very great dark red.
Yeah, it's dark brown.
So bad. So dead.
Well, it means it's trending bad, but Ohio's been interesting because 10 years ago I didn't. In fact, 2 resources so that you can personally kind of get information. I love Harvard's Joint Center for Housing Studies. This is usually the macroeconomic starting point that I use for research. So you don't have to register, you don't have to subscribe. If you click on research, and then like housing markets and conditions is a really good one. Rental housing is a good one. In fact, let me show you. If you go to rental housing, where is that? Oh, here it is. This came out in January. It was America's Rental Housing 2020 projection. Like, what's the state of rental housing? 44 pages, really heavy content, okay? And so I've gone through, and a lot of the graphs and slides that I use are the summary of this. If you go to Facebook, I keep a page on Facebook where all I do is upload the articles that I like the best. So if you just go to Alpine Capital Solutions on Facebook, there's no pictures of my dogs. There's no picture. We don't sell anything. I used to keep a Dropbox of articles that I like, and I switched over to Facebook about 3 years ago. Like it, follow it. I think I have a couple thousand followers on here. But you can see from the articles that each article is basically a support of, in one way or another, of these criteria. Okay, you'll start to see the trends. So, Kansas City, it's talking about the economy and jobs. It's the middle of the country, so logistically, it's a great market. Why the real estate boom could keep going for years. I thought that was really interesting. Walmart building fulfillment centers here in Indianapolis to compete with Amazon. Big trend. Not worried about malls closing or their employees when they can go work at fulfillment centers for the same or better wages. Gastonia, West Charlotte, where we've been buying, talks about how new development there. The future of Airbnb, I thought that was really interesting when I read that. New light rail going on in Charlotte, so on and on, okay? This was in September. State unemployment rate was, in July it was 8% in Indiana. August is 6.4. Now it's down to 5. Indiana's really trended well. I mean, really, but the only people not working right now are hotel and restaurant. The whole rest of that in airline. Yeah, that whole industry, pretty much people. I mean, what a horrible time to own commercial property. The idea was like, if you own a commercial retail, you may only get 5 cap, but it's going to be predictable. And now all commercial property owners are sweating if they have retail. I'm happy I got an ice cream shop for $1,000 a month for 10 years. Yep.
Yeah, a lot of these are projections that were built prior to the pandemic. Can you touch a little bit on what you feel the COVID pandemic is affecting? Because a lot of people are scared right now. They're not making any movements, and part of my desire to back them out is because I feel like so many others aren't.
Yeah, it's funny because in 2008, I had been here. I've been doing real estate for 8 years, and I had been here. I was in my third year here. So in 2008, we were here. We were Kansas City. We were Dallas. And real estate markets crashed. Properties lost 30, 40, 50% of their value. Stock markets crashed. Investors lost $3 trillion from their IRAs. And here's something ironic. I had never made $1 million active income between 2000 and 2008. I was, 3, 4, 5, 6, 700,000. It wasn't until after it all crashed that I started making $1 million a year plus. Three things happened. International investors, I learned how to work with them. Self-directed IRAs, I had no idea what those were, but you had all these people that had lost trillions of dollars when the markets crashed were like, screw the market, I need to own some real estate. And we said, wow, that's a client base we never thought of. Let's repurpose the way we market to investors and we'll sell them rentals and do turnkey for them. Okay? That catapulted my business forward. And then Wall Street got in the game. And I learned how to work with private equity and partner with them and sell them properties and rent them properties. So those 3 strategies took me from a 100,000-aire to a millionaire. Right? 12 years later in 2020, you have huge real estate uncertainty. Now, to understand the impact of COVID, you have to understand where we were at the beginning of the year. Because when you look at that Harvard Joint Center for Housing Study report, the 44 pages, here's the summaries that come out of it, okay? Here's the K through 12, where were we? Vacancy rates are ridiculously low in January, pre-COVID. You can see at the peak of the market when it crashed the last time right after that. This is the renters in the blue line. Vacancy peaked at the bottom of the market in 2009, 2010 and has dropped precipitously ever since. So as a landlord buying rentals, we've never seen such low vacancy rates as we see right now, like in Idaho, where our vacancy rate's practically zero. Charlotte, it's practically zero. In Kansas City, it's low single digits. The driver behind that is no builder is building affordable housing right now. They're not building them for homeowners. They're not building them for renters. There is no money in building entry-level homes as a builder. You go meet with the city council and they're like, okay, well, we want you to put a park in and you need to connect the sewer for us because we don't have the tax dollars. And we don't want all vinyl siding. You need stone on the front of those houses. I mean, it's ridiculous. So you go from, when I did a development, I went from thinking I was going to make 30+% in 18 months. I made like 8% in 24 months. It was shit. And the only way you can make new construction work as a builder is on upgrades. So you got to sell custom or upper middle class homes and gouge them on the upgrades. That's the only way it works. And so new construction has fallen in the toilet. Let me show you this right here. So this graph goes back to 1980. And we're like right here. And the blue line, we need about 1.7 million new housing units constructed a year to keep up with demand. All right, that's 1.7 million condos, houses. You have population growth, you have immigration. The black line is how many homes we've been building since 1980. And you can see every time the market crashed, we were overbuilding and then we were underbuilding. And then we started overbuilding in 96, and we overbuilt from 1996 to 2008. For 12 years, we overbuilt more than the 1 million. And now, for the last 12 years, since the market's crashed, we've severely underbuilt the economy to the tune of we're short 4 million homes. Part of this overbuild was why it crashed the last time. Subprime mortgages, too many houses, crashed the market. This time around, we've had appreciation over the last 12 years that's driven by a lack of inventory, so it's more of a real number. It was a fake number before because bad loans were making it possible for too many Americans to become homeowners. That was a house of cards. And then Wall Street packaged those all up into mortgage-backed securities and sold them, not to you. And if you haven't seen The Big Short, write that down and watch it because that's what happened. And when you look back at the last 100 years, housing has been one of the drivers that's pulled us out of economic recession. And this time around, housing is going to be one of the big contributing factors because in January, pre-COVID, we were severely short in new construction affordable rentals, severely short in houses. You look at our millennials and our 30-somethings who should be buying homes right now, they can't because over the last 6 years, wages have gone up 20%, home prices have gone up 40%, and that affordability gap has gotten wider. You combine that with the fact that our millennials and our Gen Xers and our Gen Zs have increased the rate at which they're borrowing student loans. So when they do get a job and they're making $100,000 a year and they got 700 credit and they say, hey, I found a condo that I can afford, and they sit down and they're like, those student loans, your debt to income ratio is off, you can't qualify. We as Americans have $1.7 trillion in student loans. When I graduated high school in 1991, we had about $70 billion. We've increased the rate at which we're borrowing in this country by 5,000%. That's a cultural shift. As Americans, we just think, just get those loans and get that degree, irrespective of how much money you can make with it. Just lease that car. Just use your credit cards. We're broke as a country, and it's reflected in our inability to buy houses. Household formation has moved from mid-20s in the 1970s to mid-30s in 2020. And we peaked at about 67% home ownership in 2008 before the markets crashed. Personally, I don't see how we'll ever get back to that. And Wall Street, when they got into the game and said, hey, we're going to start buying these single-family homes, originally they thought in 2011, 2012, we'll just buy a bunch, hold them for a couple of years, and dump them. It'll be a trade. They got into it and they went, oh, this is a real business. We're never leaving this space. And they never will. Because they realized we're probably going to return to home ownership levels that we had pre-Fannie Freddie in the 1940s, when only 40% of Americans owned homes. That's the path that I think we're on. So that was where we were in January. Now, what impact has COVID had? Well, we talked about one impact. COVID screwed commercial. If you've ever needed to buy a building for your business, now is the time. Right? If you needed to lease a bigger building, now is the time to get into commercial. There's huge opportunities in commercial. There's huge opportunities in pre-foreclosure. Catherine and I taught the foreclosure class, and we've been sending direct marketing campaigns to people who are 30, 60, 90 days late on their mortgages right now, saying, hey, we have cash, we have solutions. We've been getting a lot of leads from that. Pre-foreclosure is a massive opportunity right now. Because homes are so unaffordable, mobile and modular keep rising in stature, rising in interest. That's why we mentioned it earlier today. We're going to talk about it more tomorrow. Okay? And so it's funny because from my standpoint, 2008, Tara, remember, it was like we started doing self-directed IRAs. We didn't know what those were before. We started having all these Chinese and Singaporean and British investors coming over to buy from us. And then all the Wall Street guys start calling. This guy calls me up in 2012. He's like, hi, Aaron, my name is Rob. I worked in Wall Street. I have $400 million. I want to buy houses. Can I buy your Alpines? Right? That was the beginning of that whole relationship. And right now we're seeing similar opportunities. Airbnb. So we were just talking about Airbnb on the break. And what did you guys do during COVID with your Airbnb? They sold them. What's that? Sold it right before. And so think about owning an Airbnb. March, you made nothing. April, you made nothing. May, you made nothing. Imagine if you had a mortgage on your Airbnb. Right? Because you didn't want to borrow PPP because you didn't have any employees. So you're worried that you have to pay it back. And so we've watched 20% of our competitors sell their homes because flipping has been amazing right now from the sales side. You just have to have a house that you can sell. But one of the things that I track is days on market. So if you look a year ago here in Indianapolis, you had 6 months worth of inventory on MLS. Guess what it is now? Less than a month. I have never seen in 20 years a Midwestern city have 1 month inventory on MLS. Now, I've never seen that. Part of that's the construction problem. Part of that's we need a bigger house problem. But no one was saying in March, hey, buy Home Depot, buy Lowe's. Everyone's going to be sitting at home on quarantine doing improvements. Nobody said that. Home Depot didn't know that. They were like, man, we got blindsided. It's like, but they bought everything we own. No one was forecasting the fact that drive-through commercial buildings would have this amazing value now because no one wants to go in and eat. But if you want to drive through a commercial building, you're like, sitting pretty good. Rama's sold 2 restaurants right before COVID, didn't you? In Chicago.
Yeah, so I had 2. I sold my last one December 16th, 2019, and all my friends think I started COVID a month and a half later. But Aaron's absolutely right. And I'll be honest with you, I do have a lot of commercial real estate, and one of the biggest things he talks about is restaurants, hospitality. I got killed because every single one of my buildings has a restaurant in it because I'm a restaurateur. My background is hospitality, so just to make a long story short, because that basically what I would do is buy a restaurant, build it, flip it, but I would own the property. So that kind of what he's talking about kind of hit me in the butt, but I wasn't seeing that. And I saw that coming. So it was an unforeseen formality. But at the same time, it was like hitting a lottery. I sold my last one. Yeah.
So what I've learned because we got to wrap up because I got to shuttle you guys back to the hotel. But what I've learned is that in 28, I didn't know what the opportunities would be, but I learned to wait, educate myself, and then jump on them, right? Because I didn't know in 26 that I should be learning about self-directed IRAs. I didn't know in 26 I should be learning how to sell properties to Chinese investors and what ITIN numbers and bank accounts. I didn't know any of that. So what I've been doing this year is just waiting for the opportunity. So I sent out a letter to a bunch of my Airbnb competitors here in town saying, hey, I'd love to buy your Airbnb with all the furniture. I got cash, got a couple deals from that. 20% of my competitors are out of the Airbnb market because it was so easy to sell their homes. And I 100% believe by next spring, our top 15 convention market's going to be full again. We'll have a vaccine. We'll have some treatments. This will go away. We'll have a new normal with some masks, but no one likes it. We hate our kids at home and not at school. We don't like being at home. Commuting from home sounds nice for a couple of weeks. It's like taking an early retirement, but it gets old real quick. And we like to go meet, and we like to go to Vegas, and I just fundamentally believe that that's going to change. That maybe not as much, but I think that people are going to get back on the road enough to where Airbnb still makes sense, because I've already seen hotel occupancy in April here was 6%. It is now over 70 this month. So that's pretty quick when we still don't have a treatment, when we still don't have a vaccine. That's very quick. A lot of people back on the road. But there's still a guesswork to it. That's how investing is. And so if you're really nervous about taking action, well, start learning. Start watching some $99 classes. I'm not suggesting go out and do a flip, but you might want to start learning how to market, maybe do a wholesale deal, maybe see if you can find a mobile home for $5,000 that you can flip. Because there's opportunities right now. Just like Warren Buffett says, when others are fearful, be greedy. And when others are greedy, be... So when you add where we were in January, it's only exacerbated in a positive way. The areas that suck because of COVID are commercial retail, high-end apartments, high-end homes. Those segments are getting annihilated. But affordable homes, affordable housing like mobile homes, wholesaling, all you gotta do is find a deal under contract that's off market. You have 10 people that'll buy it. John and Lauren are making $5K a deal right now. I only buy like 1 in 20 from them right now. They're too damn expensive. I'm like, get them cheaper. And so it's counterintuitive because everyone thinks, oh, real estate must be bad. Wrong. Real estate agents in Brooklyn now, it's like you got to sign up in North Jersey. Real estate agents in Jersey, it's like, you get on my list. Maybe I can show you homes in 4 weeks. You got so many people migrating to try to get more square footage. And so that mindset, your approach should be, there is opportunities. I just got to have my ladle ready to dip it in the river. That's how you want to think of it. And if I don't know how to use the ladle, I need to get some education so I'm ready. If you're not quite ready to take action, then figure out a strategy. That's where Kim can help you, because Kim can help you say, all right, for the market that you're in, for the money that you have, for the time that you have, here's some strategies. Here's the classes I think you should take. Right, Kim? Yes, sir. So feel free to pick her brain tonight and tomorrow night. She'll be here. If you want to sit down for an hour with her and have a consultation, okay? Becca's not here this month. If people are interested in meeting with you tonight, what would you like them to do?
So, do you introduce Ellen yet?
No, she hasn't been up here.
So, Ellen or Hillary?
Neither of them have been up here. If you would like to meet with Megan, let Tara know tonight.
Send you the right direction.
Yep. And
You on a list, and then we pull you out one at a time to sit and chat. So it's not a time slot. We just pull you out. So I'll meet with the people tonight. You're already spoken up, and then all day tomorrow. It's a smaller group, so we have plenty of time, plenty of properties. So no anxiety. Just soak it all in until we pull you out.
yeah, IRA Club is here to meet with them. If you're thinking about self-directing the money, sit down with them tonight, get some questions answered. Don's here. Kim's here. Catherine is here. Team Charlotte's here. Brittany's somewhere. I don't know. She wandered away earlier. Team Kansas City's here. So that's what tonight is about. Tara, what are we going to do? We're going to shuttle them back, wait, and then bring it back?
Outside right now waiting
know, you guys to get loaded up. We're gonna take you back to the hotel, so you can have a or whatever, and then they'll start bringing you back here around. You can meet them like you did this morning, around 6:15, 6:20. They're gonna start here.
Yeah, so go back, get freshen up or whatever, and then come back. We're getting the bar set up. We're getting food put out. We'll probably be here till like 10-ish tonight. But, you know, the shuttle will be going back and forth that whole time.
My partner is